Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Under the watchful gaze of the vast army, even the city lord and everyone present were extremely nervous. The 10,000-man commanders of the Boundary City flew into the air, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai. We have been waiting for a long time." Bai Xiaochun, hearing this, looked up, chuckled, and waved his hand for the vanguard to move aside, allowing the 10,000-man commanders to enter the army. The two sides met, introduced themselves, and both belonged to the 5 major legions. Furthermore, the other side was so courteous, even offering gifts. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with joy as he spoke. On the ground, the Boundary City Lord noticed the expectant gazes of the leaders of the various forces, so he sighed and immediately led his leaders to fly up and pay their respects to Bai Xiaochun. The two sides exchanged pleasantries, then secretly exchanged gifts. Bai Xiaochun immediately became enthusiastic, and everyone gathered around the main army as they entered the Boundary City. "Brother Bai, you're an unparalleled genius. At such a young age, you've already become a commander of 10,000. Your future is limitless." "That's right. I've heard about the great deeds you've done in the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. You're truly a hero, sir. What brings you here this time? If we can help, we'll certainly do our utmost." The journey went smoothly. After hearing all this, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of joy. He didn't reveal his purpose for coming here. Everything was taught to him by Bai Lin. He began to look around with a cold gaze, without mentioning his mission for coming here. It was Bai Lin who had told him the method. The more he acted this way, the more weary the city lords, merchants, and various forces became, and the more lavishly they would offer him gifts. Things turned out exactly as Bai Lin had said. When Bai Xiaochun arrived at the Boundary City, he saw the streets were sealed off, and the cultivators of the Boundary City looked at him with eye and longing. Bai Xiaochun felt a great deal of emotion. He could simply give an order, point at anyone, and have them annihilated, body and soul. Even if he desired a female cultivator, he could simply look at her and, without saying a word, have someone deal with her, likely bringing her to his chambers that very night. Bai Xiaochun believed that with his current status, he could do just that. Especially after arriving at the Boundary City, he received gifts from various forces every day. Looking at the mountain of gifts, Bai Xiaochun suddenly understood why so many people aspired to become a commander of 10,000. Regarding the recruitment matter, Bai Xiaochun didn't let it go either. Zhao Long and his group had already made arrangements, searching for the top talents on the Starry Sky Dao ranking who were traveling with Bai Xiaochun. As soon as they saw someone, they recorded their name and presented the list to Bai Xiaochun. If Bai Xiaochun nodded, they could recruit them. Seeing familiar yet unfamiliar names, Bai Xiaochun searched but couldn't find Gongsun Water or Shen Swansea. As for Chen Manyao, Bai Xiaochun guessed she had returned to the savage wilderness. He didn't know where Gongsun Water and Shen Swansea had gone. Even when Bai Xiaochun sent a message via Jade Slip, there was no reply. Gongsun Water is very mysterious. Let's ignore her. I wonder where Shen Swansea went. Bai Xiaochun stayed in the Boundary City for 7 days, receiving so many gifts that his storage bag was overflowing. Bai Xiaochun was too lazy to check them all, so he just tossed them inside. At sunset today, Bai Xiaochun was considering arranging for someone to search for the divine calculator when suddenly the chubby city lord of Boundary City approached him. "Brother Bai, you truly are a lucky star," the city lord of Boundary City said with a smile. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He didn't know why the city lord said this. "Brother, your visit alone has helped you achieve great merit. Someone in the middle pocketed the money and unexpectedly dared to embezzle military supplies last year. Because of fear, he voluntarily confessed and offered everything, even his entire fortune, in exchange for his life. Today I went to visit my aunt, and you wouldn't believe it, but this guy's fortune is astonishing. Among them is a ginseng root over 9,000 years old. You haven't seen it, have you? Each of its tendrils radiates a dazzling light. Each nodule is like a spiritual pearl. It's priceless, unparalleled. This item alone surpasses everything else. In the eyes of the Boundary City Lord, there was still a hint of fear, and he kept praising it profusely as he spoke. Over 9,000 years, never heard of such a thing. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in surprise. If this ginseng were used to make medicine, its vitality would be immeasurably immense, and it would be incredibly helpful in his cultivation of the immortal longevity technique. Don't worry, little brother, the Boundary City Lord smiled knowingly, lowering his voice. I secretly delivered this ginseng root to Jiaolong. Surely, after I leave, Jiaolong will present it, and then you can examine it thoroughly. As for the credit for this, I've already prepared it for you, little brother. You'll definitely receive praise from several lords upon your return to the great city. The Boundary City Lord smiled. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully gazing at the city lord before him. A ripple of understanding surged within him, as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. He instantly grasped the situation and felt that the man before him was a true talent. He could be discreet and unassuming, yet employed his methods with perfect precision. Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of clarity and openness, as if a new path in his life had opened up for him. This is because his backside wasn't clean, and he didn't understand my purpose in coming here. He feared I was secretly investigating the military supplies, so he decisively beheaded me, giving me credit and a grand gift. The entire process was flawless, without causing any offense, and he didn't even directly give it to me, avoiding future trouble. Truly brilliant. Bai Xiaochun slowly took a deep breath. He glanced at the city lord before him several times, feeling he had learned a few tricks. He was about to say something when his expression changed. The identity token in his storage bag suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Bai Xiaochun immediately used his spiritual sense to examine the token, and he heard Bai Lin's voice in his head. Commander Bai Xiaochun, the barbarian wilderness is launching a large-scale attack. He must return quickly. After hearing Bai Lin's report, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. The city lord of Boundary City saw this, hesitated for a moment, and was about to ask a question when Bai Xiaochun spoke again. Jiaolong, his voice was like thunder. Jiaolong, who was always guarding the gate, quickly appeared before Bai Xiaochun. Send down the order. Rest and recovery are over. After half an incense stick's time, assemble the troops and leave the city, returning to the Great Wall. Jiaolong was shocked and immediately agreed. He quickly sent down the order. Brother Bai, this is... The city lord of Boundary City was startled and hurriedly asked. Nothing major. The barbarian wilderness is fighting again. Brother, I go first. We'll meet again if fate allows. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, not paying attention to the chubby city lord, and immediately went outside. Hearing Bai Xiaochun say he was leaving, the city lord of Boundary City was happy and immediately bowed respectfully. Bai Xiaochun requested half an incense stick's time. After half an incense stick's time, 5,000 cultivators had assembled. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and the army directly flew into the air above Boundary City, heading towards the Great Wall. But as Bai Xiaochun's 5,000 cultivators flew out of Boundary City, two streaks of light were rapidly approaching from the distant sky, clearly indicating a pursuit. The monk, his hair disheveled and radiating a halo, although unharmed, could not endure due to his depleted spiritual energy. If it weren't for his unwavering belief, he would have long since begged for mercy. Divine Calculator, you dare to steal my soul. You want to die, no one can save you today. The pursuer was a young man with a cold, ruthless expression, radiating an icy aura. His eyes blazed with intense anger, relentlessly pursuing the one before him, even at the cost of his spiritual power. Left-handed Taoist, don't be so arrogant. I saw it first, and you dare to steal it, He's to were none other than the Divine Calculator and the heretic. Upon hearing this, the Divine Calculator gritted his teeth, not hesitating to expend his spiritual power to conjure a small flag and wave it. His speed increased significantly, and with a whoosh, he sped away. At this moment, he could vaguely see the Boundary City and 5,000 figures of cultivators hovering in the air above the boundary city. Upon seeing these people, his eyes lit up with joy. The belief that propelled him here had brought him immense suffering over the years. He had even experienced a terrible ordeal where his storage bag collapsed, destroying all his magical artifacts, items, identity tokens, and communication jade slips. He had faced a near-death experience, but fortunately, he hadn't been without gains. The speed-enhancing talisman was a major boon from that experience. It was an extraordinary treasure. To survive, he had to expend his spiritual power to perform some divination, calculating that his turning point in life lay in the boundary city. That's why he had rushed here, gathering information along the way and learning that Bai Xiaochun had become a commander of 10,000. This deeply moved him. His heart was filled with excitement, his eyes shone even brighter, and he resolved to seek refuge with Bai Xiaochun. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a nascent soul. He happily captured it, but then Zuo Dao appeared, wanting to snatch it away. He couldn't tell who discovered the nascent soul first. In any case, he had already taken it into his hands. He fled desperately, fortunately with the small banner. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't have been enough to escape Zuo Dao's pursuit. At this moment, seeing 5,000 cultivators in the sky above the boundary city, Shen Xuanzi immediately shouted, "Young ancestor, save me! Zuo Dao wants to kill me!" A glint appeared in Zuo Dao's eyes, his heart filled with shock. He had seen many cultivators in the air above the boundary city, his heart filled with uncertainty and suspicion. He recognized that these people came from the Great Wall. His eccentric personality prevented him from interacting with outsiders, and he was unaware of Bai Xiaochun becoming a 10,000-man commander. Suddenly, he felt an ominous premonition. He stopped and retreated, his eyes filled with killing intent. He felt he couldn't let Shen Xuanzi reach the opponent. He gritted his teeth, his right hand forming a hand seal, his face flushed red, and a massive palm print condensed before him. "No one can save you." With a resounding explosion, a terrifying aura erupted from the palm print, striking directly at Shen Xuanzi. This was Zuo Dao's ultimate attack, one he had unleashed even in this area of depleted spiritual energy. For him, it was a considerable burden, not easily used, which is why he had waited until now to unleash it. The divine calculator's expression changed drastically, a sense of life and death surging within him. His face turned as pale as paper. He realized that even relying on the small banner to escape wouldn't work, and he felt utterly hopeless. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun also noticed the divine calculator's predicament. He recognized the divine calculator's figure, heard his cries for help, and saw the terrifying palm print. Bai Xiaochun's pupils contracted. Without time to think too much, he took a step forward. This step, upon touching the void, unleashed extreme speed. Everything around him slowed down. Only his figure transformed into a beam of light, appearing before the divine calculator and the enormous palm print. He raised his right hand and struck the palm print. A deafening explosion resounded, and the world in Bai Xiaochun's eyes returned to normal. In the midst of the explosion, the shockwaves had caused considerable tremors. Everything happened so quickly that not many of the 5 monks beside Bai Xiaochun noticed, let alone Zuo Dao and Shen Xuanzi. In Zuo Dao's eyes, he couldn't even see Bai Xiaochun's figure, only his palm print suddenly collapsing. In the midst of the collapse, he saw a slender figure appear before the divine calculator. Left Dao's eyes narrowed, he took a deep breath, his mind reeling. He was terrified and couldn't believe it. He recognized this person as Bai Xiaochun, and recalling the scene just now, he understood that Bai Xiaochun's speed was like teleportation. The opponent appeared before the palm print and then neutralized his deadly attack. Time and time again. Only after the palm print collapsed did he discover Bai Xiaochun, who was completely unharmed, not a single hair out of place. Left Dao's mind was violently shaken. Among the 5,000 cultivators, only two nascent soul-level attendants noticed what had just happened. Their minds trembled as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. They hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun's speed to be so fast. This kind of speed terrified them, knowing full well that if Bai Xiaochun went to assassinate a nascent soul cultivator, no one would escape. Shen Xuanzi thought he couldn't escape. Trembling and realizing he wasn't dead, he excitedly jumped up upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's figure. "Young ancestor, save me, Zuo Dao wants to kill me." Why do you want to kill my men?" Bai Xiaochun looked up at Zuo Dao, slowly speaking. He was now wearing golden armor, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Zhuo Dao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Bai Xiaochun, his heart churning with unease. Leaving aside the 5,000 cultivators rapidly approaching from behind Bai Xiaochun, the sheer speed with which Bai Xiaochun had just deflected his killer move had terrified him. He found it unbelievable. He was the second-ranked prodigy on the Starry Sky Dao Extreme ranking, while Bai Xiaochun was only 10th. In just a few years, the other party had undergone such a shocking transformation. How could he not be afraid? He stole my nascent soul. Zhuo Dao remained silent for a few breaths before speaking. Nonsense, you stole it from me, young ancestor. I saw it first and intended to offer it to you as a token of respect, Shen Xuanzi quickly interjected, taking a soul image from his small banner and, with a heavy heart, handing it to Bai Xiaochun. You, Left Dao's eyes were icy cold. Bai Xiaochun also had a headache. He didn't know who had stolen from whom, especially seeing the two of them fighting so brutally over a single nascent soul. He sighed. Just because of a single nascent soul, you two are fighting. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, directly patted his storage bag, and in an instant, he threw out 100 nascent souls. As soon as the 100 or so nascent souls appeared, both Shen Xuanzi and Left Dao trembled violently, both frightened and surprised. This is, oh my god. Seeing their astonishment, Bai Xiaochun was smug. He smiled and advised, we're all fellow disciples, what's there to fight about? It's just a nascent soul, over 100 of them. You can divide them up. As soon as Bai Xiaochun spoke, Shen Xuanzi let out a yell and rushed out. He was like a madman. One nascent soul was enough to drive him insane. Without further ado, he directly took half of it. He wanted more but didn't dare. After taking his share, he went to Bai Xiaochun's side. Young master, I've finally found you. You don't know how miserable I was without you, Shen Xuanzi said subtly, his eyes looking expectantly at Bai Xiaochun, as if he wouldn't leave even if Bai Xiaochun chased him away. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's 5,000 subordinates also approached. Stop pretending. When you left before, you didn't show such an expression. But I'm a magnanimous person. Come with me. Bai Xiaochun looked at Shen Xuanzi, patted, and turned to leave. The divine calculator quickly followed beside Bai Xiaochun, his emotions indescribable. He admired Bai Xiaochun like a surging river. Even when he saw Bai Xiaochun's rise in the Void City, he considered it a coincidence. Back in the savage wilderness, when he learned that Bai Xiaochun had become a 10,000-man commander, he was deeply moved. He felt an unimaginable sensation, and inwardly vowed that he would never leave Bai Xiaochun's side a third time in his life. Especially when he saw Song Qiu standing among the crowd, the divine calculator immediately became wary. Back then in the Void City, he was the first to follow Bai Xiaochun and was highly valued. Today, he was the second. He felt that Song Qiu was a worthy competitor. As Bai Xiaochun and his group were about to leave, the other party completely ignored him. Zhuo Dao's body trembled. Seeing the nascent soul cultivators before him, he suddenly felt a surge of indignation, perhaps due to a blow to his pride. He clenched his fists, finally turning away with difficulty, not wanting to see the nascent soul cultivators anymore. He watched Bai Xiaochun's retreating back. Bai Xiaochun! Zhuo Dao shouted. In an instant, his shout caused over 5,000 cultivators to turn and look back. Their icy gazes made Zhuo Dao's body stiffen. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun as he turned away. I want to join the Great Wall Legion. Zhuo Dao's eyes were filled with determination. Bai Xiaochun looked into Zhuo Dao's eyes, his body trembling slightly. In a daze, he saw a reflection of himself when he first arrived at the Great Wall, remembering the supremely majestic voice of Bai Lin. At that time, I must have been just as stubborn as Zhuo Dao, yearning to sacrifice my life for the sect. Recalling this, Bai Xiaochun felt a great deal of emotion. It seems Zhuo Dao is the same kind of person as me, both prioritizing righteousness and not caring about worldly opinions. Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhuo Dao, his heart slowly softening. Then his gaze turned fierce. The image of Bai Lin from back then flashed through his mind, so he tilted his chin up, clasped his hands behind his back, his gleaming golden armor accentuating his intimidating aura. His eyes shone brightly, filled with cold light as he looked at Zhuo Dao. I ask you, do you truly want to join the Bopai army? Bai Xiaochun spoke in a deep voice, his words and tone extremely similar to Bai Lin's from years ago. filled with majesty, as if carrying immense power. His words were like 9/10 of a mountain, shaking the spirit of anyone who heard them. I left out wanted to speak, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Before he could finish, Bai Xiaochun's gaze, filled with terrifying intensity, fixed directly on Left Dao. Think carefully before you answer. Bai Xiaochun spoke calmly, but his words struck Zhuo Dao like thunder in his mind. He gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Really? You're just like me back then." "Fine, I'm the third commander of the Bopai army, a subordinate of the 5 Great Wall Legions. I have the right to recruit anyone to join the Legion. From now on, you are a soldier under my command," Bai Xiaochun declared. "Recruitment for 5 years, with double the benefits of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. As for other rewards, you can exchange them for your achievements. I also make a promise to you. If you achieve many great accomplishments and one day become a commander of 10,000, you can recruit anyone you meet to become a member of the Bo Pai army." After saying this, Bai Xiaochun looked deeply at Zhuo Dao, sighing inwardly. The more he looked at Zhuo Dao, the more he felt that Zhuo Dao resembled him in his younger days. "Back then, I was just like him now, with such a vibrant and extraordinary spirit, so unlike ordinary people, such a peerless genius." Bai Xiaochun coughed, happily reminiscing about his past self, then turned and led his army of cultivators away. On the way back, Bai Xiaochun's army traveled even faster than before. After all, Bai Lin had ordered him to lead his men back at the fastest speed possible. He didn't specify how many days it would take, but Bai Xiaochun and his army saw the Great Wall in the distance. He also saw the blood-red mist outside the Great Wall, and the mist that condensed into the face of a woman. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful but full of majesty, like a high and mighty being looking down on the insignificant creatures below. She seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, and the aura of a celestial being enveloped the cultivators of the Great Wall. This woman is Hong Chen-nu, ranked first on the Great Wall's kill list. Hong Chen-nu is battling the three-eyed old man, Chen Zietia. The two are fighting in midair, explosions echoing in all directions. As they fight, the distant sky is filled with giant natives, numerous soul cultivators, and a few soul refining masters, their figures lined up in rows outside the Great Wall. Even with the protective barrier of the formation, the deafening explosions from outside the Great Wall can be heard, along with the sounds of slaughter. The barrier trembles, and the 5 great legions move out simultaneously. The formation within the barrier constantly counterattacks, each beam of light striking the barbarian natives, each strike resulting in death. The same was true for the giant eyes on the high tower. Their power was immense, attacking any large gathering of barbarian tribesmen. Therefore, the phenomenon of the Great Wall's ancient Che-based cultivation technique was impossible to achieve. In the distance, 3 enormous vortices surrounded the barbarian tribes, and countless tribesmen, filled with overwhelming killing intent, rushed out. Only one thing was missing: vengeful spirits. Clearly, the barbarians couldn't break the soul gathering pill in a short time, so they simply didn't conjure vengeful spirits to attack the Great Wall, but instead relied on the sheer number of giant tribesmen to compensate for the spirit's absence. Everything was observed by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun gasped, knowing he couldn't afford to be afraid of battle. He gritted his teeth and said, "Third Army, return to the Great Wall immediately." Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, leading the Third Army straight towards the Great Wall. Shen Xuanzi and Zhuo Dao watched from the sidelines, their hearts pounding. Shen Xuanzi's expression changed drastically, his eyes nearly popping out, his legs trembling, his heart filled with dread. He realized this place was too dangerous. He had previously wanted to follow Bai Xiaochun, but he knew that if he changed his mind, Bai Xiaochun would be the first to not spare him. As for Zhuo Dao, his breathing quickened, his eyes flashing with fervent excitement, as if spurred on by war, his blood boiling. Soon, Bai Xiaochun, along with his cultivators, entered the Great Wall through a side gate directly into the main city. With a single command, he assembled all the cultivators of the Third Army and advanced straight towards the city wall. In this war, the barbarians didn't mobilize any vengeful spirits, so the cultivators of the 5 great legions didn't use soul-gathering pills. As for self-destructing pill furnaces, they were very rare, as their number was limited and their effect wasn't significant in such a large-scale war. Fortunately, there were still pill furnaces. After all, this was Bai Xiaochun's foundation. Although he had been capturing souls for the past few days, he hadn't delayed creating pill furnaces, and those that had been sealed also appeared in the war. However, due to the limited number of pill furnaces, they quickly lost their effectiveness. The barbarians were well prepared. Within the 3 swirling vortices, giant tribesmen charged forward, clearly not just from 100 tribes, but from the entire battlefield. No fewer than 1,000,000 giant tribesmen were present. Explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield, and many self-destructing tribesmen even distorted the formation's light screen. There was a strange point. Even though the barbarians were so powerful, the 5 great army commanders, including Bai Lin, didn't order their subordinate cultivators to kill, but instead ordered everyone to stay within a single step of the barrier. When the barrier retreated, they retreated. They only surrounded and killed the soul-refining masters who could bypass the barrier. Therefore, the battle was tilted to one side, with countless giant natives roaring and relentlessly bombarding the barrier, causing it to shrink. Each time the barrier retreated, the cultivators of the 5 great army divisions also retreated, slowly withdrawing towards the city walls. At this point, the cultivators of the Great Wall were extremely tense. Bai Lin and his group were waiting for something, and they still ordered their subordinate cultivators not to leave the barrier. Almost there, Bai Lin's expression was slightly tense, his eyes flickering, a bright light shining in them. Just as the monks of the 5 great legions could no longer retreat, suddenly the great eyes on the high tower emitted a brilliant radiance, and at that moment, the illusory image of a bat flew out from the great eyes. The moment the bat appeared, cackling laughter echoed through the space, as if the bat itself was laughing. Simultaneously, the bat opened its mouth wide, and vengeful spirits flew out. 1, 10, 1,000, 10,000. The number of vengeful spirits was countless, as if the bat's mouth were a bottomless abyss. In an instant, 100 million vengeful spirits appeared, flying over the Great Wall, piercing the light screen, and heading towards the giant native army. And it wasn't over yet. Even more vengeful spirits flew out from the bat's mouth, a staggering number: 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. In a flash, 500 million vengeful spirits had appeared. At this moment, the monks of the 5 great legions widened their eyes in disbelief, revealing expressions of utter astonishment. The barbarian forces were terrified and could not believe what they were seeing. The natives were fine, the soul cultivators were fine, and there were even soul-refining masters. After seeing all of this, they all instantly let out cries of horror. This, impossible. My God, there are so many vengeful spirits. Aren't these vengeful spirits supposed to be on our side? Why are there so many of them on the Great Wall? Even if the Great Wall were constantly accumulating them, it would be difficult to find this many. At this moment, the shouts filled the air. The barbarians were terrified and shaken. In the eyes of the barbarians, this was the biggest joke in the world, even somewhat shattering the common sense of the soul cultivators and natives, who had always used vengeful spirits to attack the Great Wall. Now everything was reversed. The Great Wall was using vengeful spirits to attack them. Most importantly, 500 million vengeful spirits, a number even exceeding the previous largest-scale battle, were unleashed by the barbarians. While the number of vengeful spirits seemed endless, in reality, very few exceeded 100 million. All the barbarian natives trembled, their fear and terror beyond words. In an instant, 500 million vengeful spirits surged forth. The giant natives closest to the barrier bore the brunt of it, countless vengeful spirits burrowing into their bodies, followed by mournful screams and their bodies exploding. This collapse wasn't self-destruction, but rather a massive, fragmented destruction. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of giant natives perished, their bodies turning into blood mist. These vengeful spirits continued to advance, crushing the dominant giant native army like chickens and dogs. Even the savage wilderness was thrown into chaos. The battlefield was in turmoil for a short time. No matter how much those soul cultivators screamed, it was useless. Even the soul-refining masters, desperately trying to control the vengeful spirits, were overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. Most importantly, the bat on the high tower continued to spew out countless vengeful spirits, constantly joining the battlefield. After entering the battlefield, they transformed into a soul tide, unstoppable and invincible. It's the vengeful spirit of Bai Xiaochun. I remember now, it's the vengeful spirit of Lord Bai. Ha ha, unprecedented. This is the first time our Great Wall has used vengeful spirits to attack the savage wilderness. The cultivators of the 5 great legions were extremely excited, their blood boiling with joy. As the monks of the 5 great legions were stirred up, the 5 great legion commanders, like Bai Lin, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, feeling extremely exhilarated. All of the Bo Pai army will follow me to kill the enemy. Bai Lin laughed loudly, his words echoing before he charged forward, the entire Bo Pai army rushing out. The other 4 legions did the same. The 5 legions, like sharp blades unsheathed, took advantage of the chaos in the barbarian legion, using vengeful spirits to defend and kill their way out of the light barrier into the giant native army. The formation within the light barrier continuously unleashed attacks, the barrier not shrinking but advancing forward, showing a strong tendency to sweep everything away. By Xiaochun, a roar echoed across the battlefield. It was Hong Chennu, who was fighting Chen Xiaotia, shouting, her voice filled with overwhelming killing intent. Not only did she understand everything, but the continuously retreating natives also heard the joyful shouts of the cultivators from the 5 great legions. They knew that everything was related to the white demon. At this moment, countless natives cursed and shouted at Bai Xiaochun all over the battlefield. The white demon is not dead, a disgrace to the barbarians. White demon, our holy clan will not rest until you are dead, Bai Xiaochun. If you fall into my hands, I will torture you for 1,000 years. Each shout echoed through the barbarian army. Even the 5,000 cultivators under Bai Xiaochun's command, who had just stepped onto the city wall, heard the curses of the barbarians. Bai Xiaochun was stunned and didn't know what to say. What happened to me? Bai Xiaochun looked at the city wall in astonishment, seeing countless vengeful spirits attacking the barbarian army. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then took a deep breath, unable to believe his eyes. The 5,000 cultivators behind him also noticed something was wrong, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun's back, their expressions strange. Even the divine calculator was greatly shaken. He didn't know the reason, but amidst the countless shouts and curses from outside the battlefield, when he looked at Bai Xiaochun, the divine calculator felt his scalp tingle, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with reverence. Indeed, the young ancestor is no ordinary person. Not only has he become a commander of 10,000, but he can also make the barbarians hate him to this extent. The left Taoist was also dumbfounded. What he saw was too much of a shock. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, feeling disbelief. He turned his head to look at the bat on the high tower, then at the eyes of everyone staring at him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He realized this was an absolute opportunity to greatly enhance his reputation. He boosted his spirits 100-fold, tilting his head back in a defiant manner. Just a bunch of natives. Even if I, Bai Xiaochun, weren't here, I could still obliterate you all, Bai Xiaochun said, his hands clasped behind his back. The giant natives outside cursed angrily, and the cultivators of the 5 great legions cheered upon hearing this, feeling as if they had transcended heaven and earth. At this moment, Hong Chennu, who was fighting Chen Xiaotia in the sky, stared intently at Bai Xiaochun standing below the city wall. She gritted her teeth. In the previous war, she had been defeated because of Bai Xiaochun, and this time it was also because of him. Recalling the wars of the past few years, her heart was filled with overwhelming killing intent as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. She understood one thing: with Chen Xiaotia blocking her way, she had no way to kill Bai Xiaochun. Hear my command, barbarians of the wilderness. In the name of Hong Chen, I will place Bai Xiaochun at the top of the kill list and increase the reward. A bounty is offered on the entirety of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and heavenly beast souls. The entire world is hunting down Bai Xiaochun, whether he is a Saint Clan cultivator or a Great Wall cultivator, no matter who he is, regardless of his background or identity. Whoever kills Bai Xiaochun will receive the bounty. I, Hong Chen, swear by my own cultivation that I will never break my word, and will never let any information related to him leak out. If I violate this oath, my cultivation will diminish, and my body and soul will be annihilated. Hong Chennu looked up to the sky and swore a great oath. As soon as she finished speaking, a thunderous roar resounded, seemingly certifying her oath. The appearance of the thunder also confirmed Hong Chennu's oath. Once sworn, it must be kept. Her voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire battlefield. Immediately, the sounds of slaughter on the battlefield quieted down slightly. Countless people gasped for breath, their eyes instantly fixed on Bai Xiaochun. Every gaze was directed straight at Bai Xiaochun. Some were from the savage wilderness, others from the 5 great legions. This bounty was too heavy. A complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul, something comparable to a heavenly human soul. Whoever obtained it could use it to form a golden core. Its value was immeasurable. And there was the heavenly lightning as a testament to the oath. After killing Bai Xiaochun, the matter would be kept secret. At this moment, many people gasped for breath, unable to suppress their greed. Seeing the gazes of the entire battlefield fixed upon him, filled with greed and a vague murderous intent, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. His body trembled, and he unconsciously patted his storage bag, immediately donning his battle armor. At this moment, he dared not have the slightest thought of causing trouble. His whole body felt and well. This time, I can't be blamed. Who knew that would release vengeful spirits? Bai Xiaochun felt extremely wronged, too nervous to speak, his heart filled with immense regret. It was truly a case of being caught in the crossfire, a feeling of his life hanging in the balance. He felt a chill down his spine, the sensation of his life being lost at any moment. It's so unfair to me. The momentum of the entire battlefield reversed. Since the cultivators of the 5 great legions unleashed their attacks, since the vengeful spirit's offensive was like a splitting bamboo, the barbarian natives were constantly retreating. The sounds of slashing and killing, of mournful and tragic cries, all kinds of sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The ground was stained red with fresh blood. The sky was dim and devoid of light, and the aura of death constantly emanated from it. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, the entire battlefield was filled with hatred and madness, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He truly felt wronged. Whether it was the soul-gathering pill or the furnace explosion, he had accepted them all. But just when he thought it didn't matter much to him, he looked at his token and found that his battle merits hadn't increased. No increase in battle merits, and I'm carrying this injustice on my back. I've suffered a great loss. Bai Xiaochun waited anxiously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt cheated. While he was agonizing over this, amidst the chaos of the barbarian forces, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the 3 swirling vortices behind the giant native army, echoing in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black hand appeared from the vortex on the left. The hand had 9 fingers and was incredibly huge, each hand over 1,000 feet long. After extending it, it seized a giant native as easily as catching a chicken, then lifted him up and threw him towards the 5 great legions. The giant native screamed in agony, transforming into a beam of light and flying away. His body swelled up, and as he approached the 5 great legions, he collapsed, creating a shockwave. Although it didn't cause too much damage, the enormous hand continued to seize giant natives. It didn't stop there. The vortex on the right also extended a hand, similarly with 9 fingers and pitch black. After the 2 hands extended, a gigantic skull emerged from the center of the vortex. Atop the skull was an enormous horn, devoid of eyes, a terrifying demon with a blood-red mouth. After emerging, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! The sound transformed into a wave of sound, as loud as thunder, its roar drowning out the sounds of slaughter across the battlefield, becoming the only sound on the battlefield. It created invisible ripples, trapping the giant natives in its path, preventing them from retreating. The cultivators of the 5 great legions were terrified, their bodies trembling as if swept by a raging storm. The 3 vortices on the barbarian side resembled windows, with skulls and arms outstretched, giving the impression that behind the vortices lay another world, and within this world resided a giant, its arms and skull seemingly protruding from the windows. Especially the soul tides high above, upon hearing the roar, were impacted by the sound waves, causing them to collapse. This scene caused Bai Lin and Chen Zietia to change their expressions. This alone was clearly not enough to reverse the barbarians' defeat. This war was initiated by the barbarians, and they were undoubtedly well prepared and confident. Even though the unexpected collapse of the Soul Dynasty was a near miss, they still had other trump cards up their sleeves. Indeed, the moment the giants appeared on the battlefield, hundreds of swirling vortices, resembling windows, emerged. After the vortices appeared, arms and skulls successively emerged, their earth-shattering screams shaking the battlefield. This also drove the giant natives into a frenzy, seemingly lured by their own desires. They roared in anger, no longer fleeing, but turning around and howling, fearlessly attacking the 5 great legions. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious. The barbarians were far more prepared than before. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy. Without time to think, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Third Army, control the artifacts on the Great Wall to kill the demons in the barbarians' vortices. The 5,000 monks behind him dispersed at his command. At this moment, the battlefield was once again engulfed in chaos. Slaughter filled the air, screams echoed in all directions, and mournful sounds filled the air. The light of the formation constantly twisted and turned. It could be said that both sides were directly confronting each other. Although the Great Wall's numbers were inferior to the barbarians, and despite the support of the Soul Dynasty and the protective light of the formation, they gradually gained a significant advantage, but the price paid was too great. At this moment, the barbarian giants used their self-destructing battle techniques in a frenzied manner, inflicting considerable losses on the Great Wall and creating a stalemate. The entire battlefield was like a giant meat grinder. With every explosion, every moment, someone died. It was a tragic situation. The sky had already turned to twilight. Chen Zietie and Hong Chen Nu were fighting with bloodshot eyes, unable to pay attention to the changes on the battlefield below, locked in a life-or-death battle. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. Half of his army had already gone to the battlefield, and the other half were on the city walls, all fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and he knew he had to go into battle. Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Many soldiers on the Great Wall were about to charge out when suddenly, the entire land shook violently. Suddenly, a black column of light shot up into the sky from afar. At this moment, the ground vibrated intensely, and a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The sound was so immense that it created a storm that enveloped the heavens and earth, causing clouds to collapse, mountains to crumble, and countless plants to be destroyed. Although far from the Great Wall, the sound was louder than thunder, surpassing even the howling of demons, seemingly becoming the only sound in the world. Boom! The sound swept around. All the giant natives spat out fresh blood. The cultivators of the 5 great legions also spat blood, their ears temporarily deafened by the sound. Bai Xiaochun was no better than the others. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, fearfully looked up at the sky, and saw in the distance, next to the previous black pillar of light, a second pillar of light appeared. When the second pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, it directly pierced the void, creating countless ripples that spread throughout the heavens and earth. The two sides on the battlefield were constantly discussing. Another pillar of light has appeared. What? What is this? What happened? Both sides were simultaneously terrified. Bai Xiaochun was also greatly frightened. The feeling of terror was even stronger than before. Before he could react, the ground shook violently again. A second loud explosion rang out. The cultivators of the Great Wall and the barbarian natives all spat out fresh blood. And a third pillar of light appeared. At this moment, everyone was shaken, and the commotion was uncontrollable. Even Chen Zhaoxin and Hong Chen Nu, who were fighting high above, were terrified. Neither side had the will to fight, and they simultaneously retreated. What happened to more pillars of light have appeared? The events were far from over. Both sides were greatly surprised. After the third explosion came the fourth, fifth, and sixth. 8 consecutive explosions rang out. The ground shook violently. Some areas cracked into chasms. The sky seemed to split into pieces. And not to mention the mountains surrounding the Great Wall. All the surrounding mountain ranges seemed to be wiped out by a giant hand, easily collapsing and turning into dust. The earth and sky changed drastically, causing everyone to lose their balance. Many fell to the ground, bleeding from their orifices, their screams filling the battlefield. Some native giants and Great Wall cultivators even fainted from injuries or their cultivation levels. Even the protective barrier of the formation was on the verge of collapse due to the 8 resounding explosions. What terrified Bai Xiaochun the most was the appearance of cracks on the city wall. This. Bai Xiaochun was greatly shaken. The explosions continued to reverberate through the heavens and earth, and columns of light shot straight up into the sky. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. In an instant, 8 black columns of light shot up into the sky, followed by a final column of light. A total of 9 columns of light. 9 columns of light pierced the sky, forming some kind of formation, seemingly intending to split the heavens and separate all living beings. Chen Zhaoshan tried to calm his rapid breathing, his eyes fixed on the 9 pillars of light. On the battlefield, whether it was the natives, the barbarians, or the Great Wall cultivators, everyone forgot to start fighting. Blood flowed from their orifices as they stood stunned in place. Bai Xiaochun also spat out fresh blood. He saw the 9 black pillars of light shooting straight up into the sky, his mind greatly shaken. He vaguely felt something was wrong. Something big is about to happen. As the 9 pillars of light simultaneously appeared in the sky, Chen Zhaoshan and Hong Chenu both held their communication jade slips, clearly transmitting messages to someone. Their expressions changed considerably, their breathing becoming rapid. Then they looked up at each other, simultaneously transmitting messages. After a few breaths, the two simultaneously reached a consensus. Chen Zhaoshan waved his hand and ordered the cultivators of the Great Wall, the 5 great legions, retreat. As he spoke, Hong Chenu also looked down towards the barbarian giant army. Regaining her composure, she ordered the Holy Clan retreat. With their combined authority, the war could not continue. The battle ended quickly, and the barbarian natives continuously retreated. No matter how confused they were greatly terrified when they saw the 9 pillars of light that had just appeared. The same was true on the Great Wall side. The cultivators of the 5 great legions had countless speculations, and it was clear that the reason the 2 great heavenly beings could reach a consensus and abandon the war was because of those 9 pillars of light. This was a major event, almost certainly related to the 9 pillars of light that had just appeared. As the barbarian tribes retreated, Bai Lin and his men issued orders. The cultivators of the 5 great legions slowly withdrew, and upon returning to the Great Wall, they all looked into the distance. The sunset had faded, night had fallen, and the barbarian army had completely vanished into the darkness. Chen Zhaoshan's figure disappeared, reappearing several hours later, seemingly having just returned from outside. That night, he had summoned the 5 great army commanders, including Bai Lin, into the high tower of the council. During the hours Chen Zhaoshan was gone, the 5 great legions returned to their encampments. Bai Xiaochun returned with his 3rd army. After returning to their encampment, he looked up at the 9 pillars of light in the distance. Although it was nighttime, even though the 9 pillars of light were black, their color was not obscured by the darkness. The revolving radiance was still visible. A feeling of unease and mental instability arose within him. What exactly happened? Bai Xiaochun gazed at the 9 distant pillars of light, a sense of tension enveloping his mind. Since the first pillar of light appeared, others don't know what happened, but I understand clearly that it's because I held to many souls, causing too much commotion, which led to today's events. Could it be someone else provoked the great soul demon? Or is there some kind of upheaval in the underground palace? Bai Xiaochun thought more and more, feeling his conjectures were 80 or 90% correct. After all, in the past few days, both the Great Wall and the Savage Wilderness had sent many people inside to investigate. Or the Great Soul Demon escaped, wants to capture me. Realizing this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his heart trembling. Just thinking about the terrifying demon from before, Bai Xiaochun felt a profound lack of security. What should we do now? I hope it's not true. Bai Xiaochun worried and sighed. Chen Zhaoshan talked with Bai Lin and his group for about an hour. After an hour had passed, Bai Lin and his group flew out of the tall tower, their eyes shining, seemingly very excited. Commander Wan, Bopaijun Wan, quickly come to my place for a discussion. After returning to the army corps, still some distance from dawn, the first thing Bai Lin did was summon the commanders under his command for a discussion. After receiving the order, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, thinking he needed to investigate further. So, filled with anxiety and unease, he flew straight towards Bai Lin's coffin-shaped building. Upon arriving, he saw the other 9,000-10,000 mansions of the Bopai army gathered there. Everyone was speculating, and after exchanging greetings, they remained silent as they all flew towards Bai Lin's mansion. Upon entering the main hall, Bai Xiaochun and the 9,000-10,000 mansions saw Bai Lin's eyes shining brightly and bowed in unison. Something big has happened. Bai Lin raised his head, his gaze like lightning, then looked at Bai Xiaochun and the others. His first words sent shivers down their spines. Bai Xiaochun, in particular, trembled, fearing that Bai Lin's next words would be the release of a ghost. "We discovered a celestial human soul." Without waiting for further inquiries, Bai Lin's expression betrayed his excitement. He immediately spoke, and his words, except for Bai Xiaochun, caused a significant stir among the 10,000 commanders. Heavenly human soul it's a heavenly human soul. I've guarded the Great Wall for many years, and the heavenly human soul is just a legend. I've never seen one before. These people were all nascent soul cultivators, but the value of the heavenly human soul still moved them. The burden in Bai Xiaochun's heart was lifted. He possessed a heavenly human soul and knew what it looked like. Although the demon that day was incredibly powerful, it wasn't a heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaochun thought that as long as it wasn't a demon that had escaped, he would be fine. As for the heavenly human soul, since entering the Great Wall, through his interactions, he had long known that it was an invaluable treasure. Although a portion of a celestial human soul can be exchanged for 5 complete portions of a celestial beast soul metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thus forming the 5 elements. It is impossible to exchange the 5 elements of a celestial beast soul for a celestial human soul. No one in this world makes such an exchange. Celestial human souls are truly too rare. No matter who obtained it, they kept it a secret, using every means to obtain the other for parts. However, doing so was extremely difficult. To this day, only the heavenly venerate on Tongshan Island has succeeded. No one else has completed it. There are even rumors that the heavenly venerate doesn't like anyone using the heavenly human soul to form a nascent soul after him. However, this is just a rumor. If the heavenly venerate truly didn't want anyone using the heavenly human soul to form a nascent soul, cutting off this path would be very simple, and he wouldn't give anyone any hope. This kind of thing is just a rumor, but no one can guess the truth. Bai Xiaochun didn't dwell on this too much. He cared more about his own life. Now observing the expressions of the 10,000 commanders beside him, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt extremely smug. Bai Xiaochun thought this inwardly, but his expression remained the same as everyone else's, revealing a fervent longing. Bai Lin glanced at everyone, very satisfied with their expressions. He had been startled earlier when he heard Chen Zhou-Ocean mention this, not because of the inherent value of the heavenly human soul, but because Chen Zhou-Ocean had revealed something related to it. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lin deliberately remained silent. He thought that if he didn't speak, the other monarchs would. After all, this was the heavenly human soul, and he absolutely had to possess it. His biggest competitors were the other 4 monarchs, and to obtain the heavenly human soul, he needed assistance. Therefore, with a serious expression, he said, the heavenly human soul, once 5 portions are gathered, not only can it help cultivators form a heavenly down nascent soul, but this soul also helps nascent soul cultivators increase their chances of breaking through the heavenly human bottleneck. Even using only a portion of the heavenly human soul can increase the success rate. If you obtain 5 complete portions, gathering them into a 5 elements heavenly human soul, the success rate of breaking through to the heavenly human realm will be even greater. As Bai Lin said this, Bai Xiaochun didn't feel anything, but several of the other 10,000 man commanders widened their eyes, repeatedly gasping in shock. This time, they weren't just simply tempted, their minds and bodies trembled, increasing the success rate when breaking through to the heavenly human realm. The heavenly human soul has this effect. Bai Lin's gaze swept over everyone, not continuing the conversation. He observed their expressions. Except for Bai Xiaochun, 3 of the 10,000 man commanders had normal expressions, 2 showed subtle changes, and 4 had clearly visible changes in expression. At the same time, he saw that Bai Xiaochun was very calm. He understood that this matter was very attractive to a nascent soul cultivator, but for Bai Xiaochun, nothing was more important than forming a golden core. He didn't know that the reason Bai Xiaochun was so calm was because he had obtained 2 portions of the heavenly human soul. And he felt like a man who was full didn't know what a man who was hungry was. Naturally, he was very calm. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, looking at Bai Lin, then at the several 10,000 man commanders around him. He seemed to be deep in thought, quickly cleared his throat, and first bowed to Bai Lin. Lord, this is a good opportunity. If you obtain the heavenly human soul, wouldn't there be hope for becoming a heavenly human? Bai Xiaochun's words calmed the excited 10,000 man commanders. Although the heavenly human soul was a good thing, they understood that their cultivation was still a long way from reaching the heavenly human realm. Even if they obtained the heavenly human soul, the news would inevitably spread. Only the White Lin monarch was capable of using it to achieve a breakthrough, or even preserving the heavenly human soul. Therefore, their eyes lit up. They understood White Lin's meaning and grasped Bai Xiaochun's reminder. In fact, they were also shaken by the other effects of the heavenly human soul, momentarily losing their composure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed Bai Xiaochun's reminder. Now, understanding and seeing White Lin's icy gaze, they secretly appreciated him. Even the 4 or 5 10,000-man commanders, who hadn't shown any obvious changes, looked at Bai Xiaochun several times. One of them pondered for a moment before bowing and asking White Lin, "Monarch, where is the heavenly human soul?" Bai Lin looked at Bai Xiaochun with a half-smile, half-frown. He greatly appreciated Bai Xiaochun's reminder, though there were some things he himself found difficult to say. Then he nodded and looked at the 10,000-man commander who had just asked him. "You all saw the 9 black pillars of light outside, so you can probably guess that the underground palace is undergoing unpredictable changes," Bai Lin said slowly. "The reason the underground palace is changing like this is probably because it just collapsed, revealing a main entrance. Inside the entrance lies a labyrinth. Outside the labyrinth is a stone tablet, clearly stating that if one can pass through the labyrinth and then the test, they can obtain the heavenly human soul." Everyone fell silent. Bai Xiaochun was greatly shaken. The underground palace alone had already made him tense. Now, with the addition of the labyrinth, this completely matched his earlier suspicions, and it was the answer he least wanted to hear. Just thinking about the heavenly human soul in the place where vengeful spirits gathered, Bai Xiaochun felt an unparalleled sense of dread. Senior Chen Zhouocean has given the order to immediately select 30,000 people to enter the labyrinth. As for the specific personnel list, because the safety of the Great Wall cannot be ignored, Senior Chen will arrange the selection, and it will be announced tonight, Bai Lin continued. "Although I will go, I will not enter the labyrinth, but will join the other commanders in defending against the barbarian wilderness's attack. This time, the true spirit on the high tower has also appeared, so we must be fully prepared. After you return, you must make arrangements. In short, whoever in the Bopai army leaves and whoever brings back the heavenly human soul, I will definitely reward them handsomely." After Bai Lin finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled greatly. He didn't care about the heavenly human soul. He only cared about his own life. After hearing that so many people had to enter the labyrinth, Bai Xiaochun became anxious. Thinking of the terrifying evil spirits and the bounty on his head offered by the savage wilderness, his heart was filled with panic. "Such a big matter. My cultivation is weak. Surely it's not my turn to go," Bai Xiaochun reassured himself. But he still looked worriedly at Bai Lin. "Lord, this doesn't sound right at all. It's a labyrinth, and there's a stone tablet clearly stating the existence of a heavenly human soul. I feel there's an 80 to 90% chance of deception. Could this be a trap set by the savage wilderness?" Bai Xiaochun cautiously inquired. "Previously, I also considered this matter. Moreover, even if some of us attain the heavenly human soul, if Senior Chen makes a request. Also, Lord, I wonder if this information is reliable." As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a commander of 10,000 men inquired. "We previously discussed this with Senior Chen. He secretly visited that place and confirmed that there are no traps. He didn't elaborate on the specific situation, but the 5 lords and Senior Chen have an agreement." Bai Lin smiled. "We agreed to let him select 30,000 people, and he agreed that whichever side attains the heavenly human soul will receive his protection and approval." Because this news came from Senior Chen Zhaoshan's disciple Zhao Zhuangzhou and daughter Chen Yushan. They went into the savage wilderness for trials, and on their return, they encountered the first pillar of light. Senior Chen then ordered them to investigate. Today, their fate is unknown. It's speculated they were trapped in a labyrinth, thus losing contact. It's said that the labyrinth is enormous, and it's difficult for one person to find their way through. Therefore, Senior Chen dispatched 30,000 people to the labyrinth. Besides wanting to obtain the heavenly human soul, there's also the mission to find Zhao Jianzhou and Chen Yushan and ensure their safety. Bai Lin spoke slowly, causing Bai Xiaochun's heart to race. "Senior brother Zhao," Bai Xiaochun recalled Zhao Jianzhou's figure, the terrifying demonic soul, and the unknown fate of Zhao Jianzhou and Chen Yushan. He breathed heavily, filled with worrying. Before long, after handing over the tasks to the 10,000 commanders, Bai Lin dismissed everyone. Bai Xiaochun was extremely anxious, worried about Zhao Juanjia's safety on one hand, and on the other hand, nervously checking if his name was on the list. So many people are searching for senior brother Zhao and senior sister Chen. As long as they're alive, there shouldn't be any major problems. But please don't choose me. Bai Xiaochun sighed anxiously, returning to the military camp filled with worrying. Absolutely don't choose me. If I enter the labyrinth, the barbarians will be furious when they see me. Especially after leaving the Great Wall, without the protection of the 5 major legions, some might become greedy. Bai Xiaochun thought of Hong Chen-nu's bounty on the battlefield, and how the cultivators of the 5 great legions had looked at him with greedy and vague murderous intent. His heart grew cold and filled with endless worrying. Thinking of Zhao Jianzhao's perilous situation, Bai Xiaochun felt anxious and self-reproachful, feeling that the predicament Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yue-san were in was related to his own actions. As time passed and the sun began to rise, Bai Xiaochun sat alone in his room, gazing at the bright sky. He had no desire to do anything. He was waiting for the list to appear, his heart filled with anxiety, constantly praying. Meanwhile, in the room atop the tower, under the watchful eyes of the great man, Chen Zhaoxin's face was grim. He sat there, his heart filled with worrying and regret. After all, if he hadn't sent his disciples and daughter to explore the underground palace, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of his daughter and disciples' near-death experiences in the savage wilderness, their safe return now jeopardized by his orders, Chen Zhaoxin's heart ached. Although his daughter's life-saving artifact remained intact, and he had given her some life-protecting treasures, he was still deeply worried. He had carefully considered and weighed all options before agreeing to let the 2 of them go to the savage wilderness for trials. Even though he agreed, he was extremely worried. Only when he knew his daughter and disciple had returned safely did he breathe a sigh of relief. He never expected such misfortune to befall them today. He didn't tell the whole truth to Bai Lin and the others. In fact, Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yue-san were being chased by a savage wilderness soul cultivator, inadvertently triggering some secret forbiddance technique. This caused the 8 pillars of light to appear, and the labyrinth gate to also materialize. At the moment the labyrinth gate appeared, creating a gravitational pull that drew everyone inside, Zhao Tianzhou, in his last message, still carried fear and panic as he uttered a sentence. This place is the Labyrinth of Demons. It opens at sunset and closes at sunrise. Labyrinth of Demons. Chen Zhaoxin whispered softly. While the barbarian army retreated, he disappeared for several hours, venturing into the labyrinth himself. He even tried entering, feeling its vastness, and realized his spiritual sense was being severely suppressed. He feared that his spiritual sense would soon be suppressed to its limit, and he understood that he couldn't find his disciple and daughter with his own strength alone. He also saw some terrifying beings within the labyrinth. Even he was frightened. Fortunately, he hadn't gone too far and quickly returned. Thinking of his daughter and disciple constantly facing the threat of death, Chen Zhaoxin blamed himself. Therefore, he made an agreement with the White Scale Group. At his level of cultivation, the heavenly human soul wasn't something he needed to worry about. He was more concerned about the safety of his daughter and disciples. So he needed to send people into the labyrinth to search. If this place wasn't Zhangcheng, but within the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, with his status mobilizing not just 30,000, but even 3 million wouldn't be difficult. However, the 5 major legions here belong to the Iron Blood Sect, under the half-god ancestor, and 30,000 cultivators guarding the Great Wall was no small number. He couldn't forcibly order them, and he was also anxious to go to the rescue, so he decided to make a deal. At this moment, a jade slip appeared before him, recording information about the cultivators of the 5 major legions. It not only listed their cultivation levels, but also their areas of expertise. While Chen Zhaoxin was reviewing it, he selected names from each legion. Most of these cultivators were at the core formation stage, skilled in spiritual perception, making them easy to investigate, and some possessed extraordinary speed. Of course, there were also nascent soul cultivators, but Chen Zhaoxin couldn't choose too many nascent soul cultivators, so he could only select a few key ones. He quickly selected each name, and just as he was about to reach 30,000, Chen Zhaoxin's divine sense spotted a name. Bai Xiaochun. Chen Zhaoxin pondered, looking at Bai Xiaochun's introduction. After all, Bai Xiaochun had only joined the Bopai army a few years ago. While it seemed like a few years, for a cultivator, this was a very short time, so there wasn't much information about him, mostly about his performance on the battlefield. The document clearly indicated the speed. Chen Zhaoxin paused for a moment on the name Bai Xiaochun. He knew how important Bai Xiaochun had been to the Great Wall over the past few years, and he also understood that Bai Xiaochun had a good personal relationship with his disciple, Zhao Tianzhou. He also understood that at sunset, when they appeared outside the labyrinth, it wasn't just him leading 30,000 cultivators. Many natives and soul cultivators from the barbarian wilderness also appeared. The heavenly human soul for the barbarian wilderness was an invaluable treasure, especially when used with the barbarian wilderness's special secret techniques. This was the first reason. Secondly, and this was Chen Zhaoxin's biggest worry, once so many soul cultivators and barbarian natives appeared, his disciple and daughter, trapped inside the labyrinth, would be in great danger. Since then, he needed someone to attract the attention of the soul cultivators and barbarian natives. Someone who would distract them from killing others and instead make them frantically search for this person. No one was more suitable than Bai Xiaochun. The barbarians hated Bai Xiaochun to the bone, and upon meeting him, they would certainly not hesitate to pay any price to kill him. More importantly, the bounty on Bai Xiaochun's life was the 5 elements heavenly beast soul, which was a huge incentive for the barbarians. It could be said that as long as the barbarian natives and soul cultivators entered the labyrinth, unless they had a mission, they would choose to kill Bai Xiaochun as their first target. Once Bai Xiaochun appeared, he would definitely attract the attention of the barbarians, thus overlooking the others. Not only would this greatly reduce the danger for everyone, but it could even help the Great Wall obtain the heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaochun, Chen Zhaoxin's eyes gleamed. Bai Xiaochun was refining the soul gathering pill, and the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect had secretly begun to decipher it, something Bai Lin was unaware of. How could such important resources be in the hands of one person? The previous operation was silent and discreet, to prevent Bai Xiaochun from discovering it and feeling a chill in his heart. So they proceeded secretly. The deciphering process was almost complete, and the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect had even devised some methods to defuse the furnace. For Chen Zhaoxin or the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, Bai Xiaochun's value wasn't that great. If it weren't for today, it would have been fine. After all, Bai Xiaochun had contributed, and now, to reduce the danger to his daughter and disciples, even a small sacrifice of Bai Xiaochun was worthwhile. Thinking this, Chen Zhaoxin didn't hesitate. He added Bai Xiaochun's name to the list. At dawn, the list of 30,000 people was also compiled by Chen Zhaoxin. Although he was impatient, he knew the labyrinth didn't open during the day, but at dusk. Therefore, he handed the list to the Great Eye, using his status to order 30,000 people to depart. Very quickly, the tokens of many cultivators in the 5 major legions vibrated one after another. They all received Chen Zhaoxin's orders. I'm here. This time, going out is a life or death ordeal. We can seek wealth in danger. The labyrinth, heavenly human soul, haha, there must be quite a few soul cultivators there. Their artifacts have terrifyingly high cultivation levels. If we can obtain some this time, even if we don't get the heavenly human soul, it will still be worthwhile. In the 5 great legions, the cultivators who received the orders had varying moods and feelings. Many were extremely excited, thrilled by the opportunity to go into battle and even attain the rank of heavenly human. Some frowned, deeply conflicted by such orders, believing them extremely dangerous. But as cultivators of the 5 great legions, they ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, the order also included a sentence. If anyone evades it, they will be treated as a deserter. Once a deserter is found, according to the rules of the Great Wall, they will be executed by dismemberment. Deserter. Dismemberment. I'm not going. While others were simultaneously receiving the orders, Bai Xiaochun sat in his room, his token trembling. Seeing the message inside, he let out 3 terrified screams, utterly afraid to leave the Great Wall. He stared at the token, his face turning dark. He felt like he was walking into a trap, like a lamb being led into a tiger's den. A sense of mortal danger enveloped every inch of his flesh and blood, sending shivers down his spine. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Bai Lin. After a long wait, Bai Lin finally replied. This matter was decided by Senior Chen. I pleaded with him, but Senior Chen was very firm. I am powerless to change it. Xiaochun, I'm truly sorry. Seeing these words, Bai Xiaochun's heart shattered. He held the token, but his heart was filled with rage. I rendered great service to the Great Wall. I am the commander of 10,000. Bai Xiaochun was truly furious. He couldn't believe that Chen Zhaoshan didn't know that once he left the Great Wall, he would be hunted down by the barbarians. He himself had a huge bounty on his head, and he feared that even the cultivators of the 5 major legions would be tempted to enter the labyrinth. This kind of situation is extremely difficult to guard against. It's safe to say that once Bai Xiaochun goes, he'll be in a life or death situation, or even a death sentence. Bai Xiaochun believed that Chen Zhaoshan knew all this, yet he chose him again and again. Even Bai Lin couldn't change his mind. Obviously Chen Zhaoshan was doing it intentionally. This is to use me as bait to attract the attention of the barbarian wilderness. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes gradually turning red. His resolve wavered. At this moment, he had found the answer, but the answer filled his heart with utter resentment. His heart ached as if he had been stabbed in the back by his own family and then kicked into a fiery pit. He was so angry he couldn't breathe. This is to force me to my death if I don't go. I'll be executed by dismemberment, and it will even implicate the Reverse River sect if I go. I'll surely face a life or death situation. It's practically a death sentence. I've guarded the Great Wall for years, achieved countless victories, and this is how you treat me? Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He let out a bitter, ferocious laugh. With no other choice between being executed by dismemberment and facing certain death, he could only choose the second option. Even though he was terrified, he had to risk his life, gambling on a slim chance of survival. So, I'll give up. Thinking about how his soul-gathering pill had been neutralized, this was something he couldn't control. His body trembled slightly, making it impossible to tell if he was afraid or angry. Bloodlust filled Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he looked up, his resolve finally being made. This all started with the illusionary wisdom pill under the Void City. He had already seen through the trickery, and now this kind of thing had happened again. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't understood the hidden meanings, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Calming his emotions, Bai Xiaochun silently prepared his belongings. If there was no other choice, what he could do was ensure his survival and return, so he had to prepare more. He took out the Eternal Night Umbrella and the 8-colored flame. He intended to keep the 8-colored flame for later use. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate to use the spirit refining technique. When he took out the turtle pattern cauldron, 8 extremely dazzling silver clouds appeared on the Eternal Night Umbrella. There was no need to hide anything. Having spent several years in the Great Wall and witnessed many great battles, Bai Xiaochun had long since noticed that many soul cultivators in the savage wilderness used spirit refining artifacts multiple times. It seemed that spirit refining wasn't as prevalent in the Tongshan River as in the savage wilderness. He was initially quite shaken and wanted to find out the answer. He also asked Bai Lin, who told him it was related to soul refining masters, but Bai Lin didn't elaborate on the specifics. Bai Xiaochun also secretly investigated, and upon learning that it was related to soul refining masters, he could only keep this matter to himself. To this day, he doesn't know the specific reason. After refining the Eternal Night Umbrella 8 times, Bai Xiaochun rearranged the elixirs in his hands. He prepared more necessary elixirs, and even refined his magic weapons and armor. At the same time, Shen Xuanzi and Zhao Long also came to find Bai Xiaochun. Zhao Long was somewhat better off, but Shen Xuanzi cried out in despair upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, begging him to remove his name from the list. Both of them were on this list. No one is coming to save me. I just arrived. I'm so wronged. Hundreds of people from the Third Army received the order, and Song Qiu was also on it. When they learned that Bai Xiaochun's name was also on the list, they were all stunned. Shen Xuanzi was even more dumbfounded. The two of them wanted to say something but held back, finally leaving with a bitter smile. After all, Bai Xiaochun couldn't erase his name from the list, and they didn't need to think about it either. They could only use the remaining time to prepare. After seeing everyone off, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He went to the tall tower and used his battle merits to exchange for many talismans. He focused on exchanging them for spirit liquid to restore his spiritual power. Only with sufficient spiritual power could he ensure his recovery in the labyrinth. Moreover, the Third Army had hundreds of people, all his subordinates, and he needed to be responsible for their safety. Unfortunately, time was too short. Bai Xiaochun didn't have enough time to prepare. At the hour of the dragon, before the imperial celebration, Chen Zhaoxin's figure flew out of the tall tower and then gave an order. 30,000 cultivators flew up, and Chen Zhaoxin led them far away. Seemingly feeling the speed was too slow, Chen Zhaoxin chanted a spell, creating a sky-filling cloud of mist, and then quickly flew away with 30,000 people. From there, it only took an hour to reach the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun was also among the crowd. He looked at Chen Zhaoxin's figure in front of him, suppressing his anger and holding his breath. Thinking of the opponent's cultivation level, he sighed inwardly. Because of his unwillingness to accept defeat, he secretly swore to himself, "Old geezer, wait until I reach the demigod realm. After I reach the demigod realm, the first thing I will do is find you and take revenge." The 30,000 army flew swiftly. Bai Xiaochun stood among the crowd. He wanted to wear a mask, but there were too many people watching. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that wearing a mask here was inappropriate, so he sighed, his face full of sorrow, and followed the others. Along this path, he kept thinking of ways to protect his own life, but he couldn't find any other clues. The only thing he could think of was that he absolutely had to enter the labyrinth first, and upon exiting, he would wear a mask and change his identity. I can only do this. Bai Xiaochun felt wronged, his face darkened, and he made up his mind. Chen Zhaoxin, along with 30,000 cultivators, flew swiftly from the Great Wall towards the 9 pillars of light. The barbarians did the same. Compared to the heavenly human soul, war became unimportant. After all, the Great Wall was still there, ready to attack at any time, and they had fought countless battles over the years. But the celestial soul, only recently discovered by the savage wilderness, is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Since then, the celestial soul has been the primary weapon, and the Great Wall is wary of traps set by the savage wilderness. Therefore, for Hong Chennu, from the moment the first black pillar of light rose, she had already harbored certain suspicions. When 9 black pillars of light appeared simultaneously, her suspicions became reality. That place is almost certainly one of the 10 great burial palaces of the 2 great emperors. Hong Chennu's expression changed as she looked at the 9 black pillars of light. A historical account her father had told her years ago flashed through her mind. Before the heavenly venerable of Tongshan Island rose in rebellion, this world wasn't called Tongshan Continent, but the Kui Huang Continent. On the Kui Huang Continent, there were 2 powerful figures, the Kui Huang and the Ming Huang. The Kui Huang ruled the ancestral river, and the Ming Huang ruled the Ming River. The ancestral river is the Tongshan River. One rules life, the other rules death. One is a world-renowned master, the other is a religious master. Before the second emperor's lifespan ended, he summoned the forces of all beings in heaven and earth to construct 10 great burial palaces, except for the first palace, where his bones were buried, which remained unopened for eternity. The other 9 great burial palaces each contained incredibly vast wealth and various remaining inheritances. The main purpose was for future generations to rise up when they encountered an invincible enemy. The 9 great burial palaces were protected by forbidden formations, making them difficult for outsiders to find without knowing their specific locations. From then on, the burial palaces of the second emperor became a closely guarded secret passed down through generations of emperors. However, an unexpected event occurred during the reign of the 5th emperor. The 5th emperor died suddenly and unexpectedly without handing over the secrets of the 2nd emperor, so the burial palaces of the 2nd emperor became a lost secret, unknown to anyone ever again. Until the time of the 9 great emperors, Tongshan rose up, betrayed and disrupted the heavens and earth, and took his place. The lineage of the great emperors fled to the savage wilderness, and the burial palace of the 2nd great emperor became a legend. Outside the labyrinth are dozens of caves, each containing the remains of a ferocious beast of the heavenly human realm. Outside the labyrinth is a stone tablet reminding of the trial, and the reward is a heavenly human soul. I don't think anyone else could have done something like this except for the burial palace of the 2nd great emperor. Hong Chennu's face was filled with excitement. The thought that place was very likely the burial palace of the 2nd great emperor made her heart tremble. She didn't tell anyone, even if outsiders knew, they wouldn't know the news of the second generation of the Imperial Army. The mention of the heavenly human soul on the stone tablet outside the labyrinth was enough to drive the soul cultivators of this savage wilderness crazy. If she disturbed them, she would arouse suspicion. She decided not to disturb them. Any soul cultivator who wanted to could enter the labyrinth, and she could also do some concealment, secretly entering the labyrinth herself. Since then, soul cultivators and natives in this area constantly heard about the heavenly human soul, and crowds rushed into the labyrinth from all directions. Among them were many people, even those who had never fought on the battlefield, and rogue cultivators not belonging to the savage wilderness. At this time, the sky was nearing sunset, and many people had gathered outside the labyrinth. Because it wasn't yet sunset, the labyrinth hadn't opened, so the soul cultivators and natives who had come here were gathered in groups of 5 or 3, or waited alone outside. As the time came, at sunset, a resounding roar echoed from the direction of the Great Wall. 30,000 beams of light appeared, attracting the attention of the soul cultivators and barbarian natives. They looked up at the 30,000 figures, their killing intent rising. They're rogue cultivators, HMPH, rogue cultivators from the Great Wall. They brought quite a few people here, so what? This is the barbarian wilderness, the land of our holy clan. The discussions arose. Although the Great Wall cultivators were numerous, this place was filled with barbarian cultivators, numbering no less than 100,000 gathered around the labyrinth. They coldly watched the 30,000 cultivators suddenly descend from the sky. Leading them was Chen Ziyutia. His gaze swept across the labyrinth before he let out a cold snort. When he snorted, the barbarian cultivators felt as if thunder had struck their heads. They were all greatly frightened, clearly recognizing Chen Ziyutia. Chen Zhouocean didn't want to make a move here either. He could sense that the aura of Hong Chen-nu was focused on him the moment he arrived. Neither he nor Hong Chen-nu wanted to act before entering the labyrinth. So Chen Zhouocean snorted coldly, ignoring the gazes of the barbarian cultivators. He stood outside the labyrinth, staring intently at the entrance, waiting for the sunset to open the labyrinth's gate. Bai Xiaochun carefully hid among the 30,000 people, fearing being recognized by the barbarian soul cultivators. He cautiously moved, finding a burly man to hide behind. He saw that the place had transformed into a huge valley surrounding a deep pit. It was completely different from before. In the largest basin, there was a cave entrance, covered by a gray light screen that prevented others from entering and obscured the interior. Outside the cave entrance stood a massive stone tablet, 10 zhang high. The tablet exuded a sense of ancient, weathered beauty, seemingly having lain there for countless years. Above it was a line of text, written in a common but indistinct script. One had to concentrate their cultivation power to see the inscription. Below the labyrinth lies a trial area. Overcome the labyrinth and pass the trial. The top performer will obtain the heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaochun read it, then ignored it. His goal wasn't the heavenly human soul. He only wanted to protect his own life. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head, disregarding the discussions among the savage soul cultivators. His mind was restless, his gaze occasionally sweeping over them. Bai Xiaochun was worried. Don't look at me, don't see me. He mentally reminded himself, adjusting his direction to appear smaller than before. However, the number of soul cultivators and barbarian tribesmen was too large, scattered in all directions. A few people were flying overhead. Although Bai Xiaochun was hiding among the crowd, the 30,000 people here were easily noticeable. The barbarian tribesmen and soul cultivators were all sizing them up. Even if Bai Xiaochun hid completely, he couldn't hide for long because he couldn't make himself invisible. Even if some people didn't notice him at first, eventually someone would. Even if he could change his appearance, his aura wouldn't change. Unless he wore a mask, there were too many people around. The news of his arrival couldn't be kept secret, and the three-eyed old man had already spread the word. This time, Bai Xiaochun was in a passive position. If others knew he had the ability to change his appearance and aura, it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, the only way to be safe was to enter the labyrinth and put on a mask. At this moment, while he was dodging, suddenly, not far away, a young soul cultivator from the barbarian wasteland peered through the gaps in the shoulders of the 30,000 Great Wall. Cultivators and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Xiaochun's face. The young man's eyes widened, his breathing quickened. And then he pointed at Bai Xiaochun's location and shouted, "Bai demon, I see Bai demon." His words were like thunder reverberating in all directions. The barbarian wasteland cultivators were stunned, and they all looked in the direction the young man was pointing. Bai Xiaochun felt a bad premonition. He felt he had dodged well, but he hadn't expected the young man's gaze to be so sharp, recognizing him just by looking at one side of his face. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards him like sharp swords, and earth-shattering shouts erupted. Even without seeing him, some people from other angles spotted Bai Xiaochun. Bai demon. It's Bai demon. I can recognize his back. Haha, Bai demon is here. It really is him. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded with fear, his scalp tingling as if it were about to crack. Even though he was skilled in combat, there were too many barbarian cultivators. Just thinking about offending them all and the bounty on his head, Bai Xiaochun trembled. He wanted to change direction and avoid them. But those who saw Bai Xiaochun were shedding, and the gazes of the surrounding barbarian cultivators were even more intense. Some even flew high into the air, their eyes like sharp arrows focused on him. The cultivators of the 5 major legions surrounding Bai Xiaochun couldn't bear it and instinctively scattered. The 3rd legion could offer some assistance, especially the burly man in front of Bai Xiaochun, who bore the greatest pressure. Every gaze made him panic. Just as he was about to move away, he heard Bai Xiaochun say to him, "Brother, don't go. Shield me for a while. After this ordeal, I will definitely repay you." As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the burly man left without looking back. Bai Xiaochun was anxious. Just as he was about to find someone else to shield him, he noticed the surrounding cultivators scattering. In an instant, his figure appeared before everyone. In a flash, everyone stared at Bai Xiaochun. The white demon is not dead. He is the greatest disgrace to the savage wilderness. He actually dared to come here. Haha, I'm definitely going to take this white demon. What treasure? What heavenly human soul? I don't care. As long as I eliminate the white demon, I'll get the reward. This is a complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul. It's no different from a heavenly human soul. Too arrogant, he has a bounty on his head for a heavenly beast soul, and yet he dares to show up here. He's provoking us. Bai Xiaochun was indignant, his heart pounding. He saw the greedy and hateful eyes of the soul cultivators and barbarian natives, with greed being the majority. He also saw his companions scattering around, many of them looking at him with flickering eyes. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's heart turned cold. I didn't want to come either. I don't have the guts. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. Whether it was the cultivators of the barbarian wilderness or the Great Wall, not to mention all of them, there were too many people looking at him with greedy and sinister eyes. He shivered with fear. Bai Xiaochun also realized that whether it was his own people or the barbarians, there were always those harboring rebellious intentions. Cold sweat dripped from Bai Xiaochun's forehead. He vaguely felt that in the eyes of these people, he was a treasure. Whoever killed him could obtain the complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul, and outside, they could exchange a heavenly human soul for a complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul. Most importantly, after killing me, they would not only get the 5 elements heavenly beast soul, but also to heavenly human souls. Anyone who kills me will surely become rich overnight. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't thought about it before, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt his life was worth 2 or 3 times more than a treasure. How should I handle this? I'm even richer than a treasure. Bai Xiaochun was so overwhelmed with emotion that he wanted to cry out loud. He felt wronged and indignant. He felt he had rendered great service to the Great Wall, yet this was the outcome. This feeling made him grit his teeth in hatred, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins. At this moment, the soul cultivators and barbarian natives, even a few soul refiners mixed in, glared at him menacingly, some even wanting to immediately rush forward and kill him on the spot. Bai Xiaochun stood alone, and some of the 3rd Army cultivators in the Great Wall were worried, intending to come to his rescue. But it was too late. If any of the barbarian soul cultivators actually killed him, the situation would become uncontrollable, and Bai Xiaochun would be in mortal danger. He took a step forward, his eyes blazing red, and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone else who wants to die?" These words boomed like thunder, echoing in all directions. The soul cultivators and barbarian tribesmen who were about to rush forward stopped in their tracks, immediately remembering Bai Xiaochun's performance in the battle years ago. They had witnessed the great battle firsthand, and some had heard about it later. These people were terrified, and upon hearing these words, they halted their steps. After all, Bai Xiaochun's combat power was extraordinary. The first to charge forward would certainly not be able to kill him, and might even struggle to survive themselves. While the barbarian tribesmen hesitated, twilight descended. The entire world turned a golden hue, and the light screen on the entrance to the labyrinth disappeared. As soon as the light screen vanished, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the labyrinth's entrance. This sound was like countless vengeful spirits wailing, shaking everyone's hearts. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily. He felt he had no other choice. The moment the labyrinth's entrance opened, it was incredibly dangerous. But for him, it was an opportunity. So the instant the labyrinth opened, while everyone's attention was drawn to it, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and remained silent. He immediately used his fastest speed and transformed into a blur to enter the labyrinth. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was close. He even activated the mountain-shattering charge, and the sound of the wind tearing through the air was like thunder. Bai Xiaochun stepped into the labyrinth's entrance. After advancing, he felt someone might think he was afraid, so he immediately shouted, "Brother Zhao, Sister Chen, Bai Xiaochun is here to save you." With that shout, Bai Xiaochun's figure entered the labyrinth's entrance and vanished in the blink of an eye, as if he had been instantly teleported in. Where did the white demon run to? Kill the white demon and get a reward. Chase him. As Bai Xiaochun entered the labyrinth, the surrounding barbarian tribesmen and soul cultivators, along with some soul refiners, unleashed overwhelming killing intent. They rushed towards the entrance. Chen Zhou witnessed this scene firsthand, his face showing no change. However, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's shout, his skin twitched slightly, and he flicked his sleeve. 5 great legions, heed my command. Enter the labyrinth. As soon as he gave the order, 30,000 cultivators dared not disobey, continuously flying into the labyrinth. Chen Zhao also entered. In an instant, everyone entered the labyrinth one after another. When only a few remained, cultivators occasionally flew overhead, entering the labyrinth as soon as they got close. At the same time, news of Bai Xiaochun's appearance in the labyrinth spread from the barbarian soul cultivators, and soul cultivators and tribesmen in the surrounding areas learned the news. What? The white demon has appeared. In a barbarian tribe, the great chieftain, who was cultivating, looked up upon hearing a report from his tribesmen. The white demon must die. I will go myself. The great chieftain gritted his teeth and left the tribe. Similar scenes occurred in many tribes, and the rogue cultivators and soul cultivators in the barbarian lands learned of this through various channels. They gasped for breath before departing. The white demon, the Crimson Dust Saintess, has offered a reward for its life, a complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul. This is a complete 5 elements. Whoever obtains it will successfully achieve the nascent soul stage. Haha, I wasn't interested in that labyrinth originally. After all, obtaining a heavenly human soul requires luck and fortune. But now there's another option. It's like there are 2 treasures in the labyrinth. Go to the labyrinth. Not only were the cultivators and natives going crazy, but even the highly respected soul refiners in the savage wilderness were interested in the 5 elements heavenly beast souls. Upon hearing of Bai Xiaochun's appearance, they excitedly entered the labyrinth. As time passed, many figures from various parts of the savage wilderness flew to the labyrinth's entrance. After arriving and waiting for sunset, they entered without hesitation. Their goal wasn't to pass through the labyrinth or compete for the top position in the trials. They couldn't obtain the heavenly human soul because they considered the difficulty too great and the prospect too vague. Therefore, their goal was to kill Bai Xiaochun. Killing Bai Xiaochun would yield the reward of a heavenly beast soul. Moreover, many of them entered the labyrinth with the intention of finding the heavenly human soul, but in reality, they also wanted to use the heavenly human soul to exchange for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul. Therefore, for them, killing Bai Xiaochun was the most advantageous and easiest path. From then on, Bai Xiaochun's value in the labyrinth was no different from that of a heavenly human soul. Some even had the illusion that Bai Xiaochun was the treasure within this labyrinth. Eliminating Bai Xiaochun would grant them everything. Since Bai Xiaochun entered the labyrinth, the soul cultivators and barbarian natives all focused their search on him. What started as a treasure hunt in the burial chamber turned into a search for Bai Xiaochun, and a storm swept through the labyrinth. From the moment each figure entered the labyrinth, an hour later another figure appeared, causing ripples in the sky wherever they went, striking fear into the hearts of the natives and barbarian cultivators who encountered them. "Get out of the way," the figure sneered, ordering the others to move aside. The natives and cultivators around the labyrinth entrance scattered, not daring to obstruct this person. Upon reaching the labyrinth's entrance, the person paused briefly. The newcomer was a handsome young man dressed in expensive and luxurious clothes, appearing quite different from the other barbarian cultivators, seemingly possessing an air of nobility. A silver mark adorned his forehead, containing some strange power and an inexplicable oppressive aura. Most notably, he carried a large black bow on his back, its 9 silver markings causing those around him to recoil in fear. A soul-refining master from a soul-refining family. The surrounding soul cultivators were extremely terrified, their eyes filled with reverence. The bodies of the natives trembled as they quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. After all, soul-refining masters held the highest status in the savage wilderness, and soul-refining families were unpredictable entities. Some soul-refining families with significant backgrounds were even highly regarded by the savage wilderness's princes and nobles. To distinguish between a rogue soul-refining master and a family-based one, the mark on their forehead was the best proof. Only soul-refining masters from soul-refining families possessed this mark. Although the young man before them wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, his cultivation was at the great perfection of the golden core stage, and he was a soul-refining family soul master. While it wasn't said he could run rampant in the savage wilderness, it was enough to command respect from many. This young man, named Shi Yixing, indifferently glanced at the soul cultivators and natives around him, paying no attention to them. He had no intention of participating in this labyrinth expedition, nor had he even participated in the Great Wall War. Although his soul-refining family wasn't enormous, it still held considerable prestige in the region. His purpose in coming here was clear: Bai Xiaochun. The complete 5 elements heavenly beast soul. Even if my family reluctantly produced it, it wouldn't be for me. As long as I kill Bai Xiaochun, I can obtain it, then form a nascent soul, and perhaps even advance my soul refining level. Then I can try refining 10 colored flames, or even 11 colored flames. If I can refine 10 colored flames, my soul refining level will be at the peak of the 3rd rank. If I can refine 11 colored flames, from now on, I will be a 1-ranked soul refining master. Thinking this, Chu Yixing's eyes filled with anticipation. He entered the labyrinth, a radiant light enveloping his body as he was teleported inside. There were nearly 200,000 people in the labyrinth. Among them were 30,000 Great Wall cultivators, the rest being soul cultivators and barbarian natives, including several hundred soul refiners. Such a large number were randomly teleported to various locations, scattering throughout the labyrinth. However, the labyrinth was so vast that 200,000 people entering didn't cause much of a stir. Especially in this intricate and complex labyrinth, where spiritual senses were suppressed, those pursuing Bai Xiaochun were unknowingly scattered, making it difficult to find any trace of him even while searching. The more this happened, the more anxious the soul cultivators and barbarian tribesmen became, fearing that Bai Xiaochun would be killed by others first. Therefore, they increased their search speed, and even when they encountered Great Wall cultivators, they didn't waste any time. Most of the time, they only glanced at him briefly before moving on to search elsewhere. Although not all barbarian cultivators were like this, overall, Bai Xiaochun alone successfully attracted the attention of most barbarian cultivators, greatly reducing the pressure on the Great Wall cultivators. Of course, if a Great Wall cultivator was alone, murder and robbery would still occur. And this wasn't limited to Great Wall cultivators. Even barbarian soul cultivators frequently engaged in such acts. At the same time, all sorts of bizarre things happened within the labyrinth, and many places were truly perilous. Bai Xiaochun had already put on a mask, transforming into a middle-aged cultivator cautiously advancing through the labyrinth. He was so careful to avoid being recognized. After entering the labyrinth, he immediately used his fastest speed to turn left and right. Although he successfully evaded his pursuers, he got lost. He tried to use his heaven and earth fusion technique to see if he could leave, but he found that the labyrinth sealed the power of nothingness, so he couldn't use it. What's so bad about getting lost? Everyone gets lost in labyrinths, Bai Xiaochun reassured himself, rubbing his temples. He felt dizzy, and the walls around him all looked exactly the same. He also felt that the paths were all incredibly similar. Within the labyrinth, countless walls were attached to the ceiling, preventing anyone from flying very high. Naturally, it was difficult to get a glimpse of the entire scene, and spiritual senses were suppressed. Bai Xiaochun even tried to bombard the walls but found them incredibly sturdy and difficult to shake. As for markings, they naturally couldn't be left behind, but that wasn't the most important thing. From the moment he entered the labyrinth, Bai Xiaochun discovered it was filled with a chilling aura. This chill was different from cold air. It was the aura of the dead. The labyrinth seemed like a massive graveyard. Bai Xiaochun repeatedly felt someone staring at him from behind. When he turned around, he found nothing suspicious. What kind of cursed place is this? Bai Xiaochun bit his lip, becoming more cautious than before. After taking a few steps, he was terrified. He stopped, a terrifying light flashing in his eyes, his entire body transforming into a sharp, pointed sword. At that moment, 4 figures rushed out from a corner. 3 of them were soul cultivators, and the other was a native with a body of about 10 feet tall. Evidently, these 4 formed a team. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary, all reaching the great perfection of the core formation stage, especially the soul cultivator who possessed the initial form of a nascent soul. The one who failed in his core formation attempt had a false nascent soul cultivation level. This false nascent soul level was both good and bad for cultivators. The good was that their cultivation surpassed the great perfection of the core formation stage, a significant advancement. While the bad meant that forming a nascent soul was 10 times more difficult for them than for others. At this moment, the giant natives leading the way acted like bodyguards for the soul cultivators. Although the 3 soul cultivators weren't dressed in ornate clothing, they were surrounded by magical artifacts. 2 of them carried 2 flying swords, 1 blue and 1 red. Regardless of the materials of the swords, the most striking feature was the 6 silver clouds etched onto them. These 2 flying swords had been refined 6 times. Even more astonishing was the soul cultivator, Jie Ying, whose head was protected by a precious pearl with 7 silver clouds. The 4 men were extremely vigilant. After turning the corner, they saw Bai Xiaochun wearing a mask, his expression serious as he looked at them. Bai Xiaochun stood there, staring back at them. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered barbarian cultivators. He'd met many before. Because of the masks, those people hadn't paid attention to him, and after scrutinizing him, they left. After staring at each other for a few breaths, Bai Xiaochun stepped back a few paces to make way. The 4 men's eyes flickered as they looked at the armor on Bai Xiaochun's body. They slowly advanced, and when they were about 10 meters apart, they roared and simultaneously attacked Bai Xiaochun. They don't recognize my identity, and they value the armor I'm wearing. Since I'm alone, they want to kill me and seize the treasure. I must fight quickly and decisively to resolve this battle. Seeing the giant native charging forward, Bai Xiaochun didn't retreat but advanced at an extremely fast speed, causing the 4 people's expressions to turn grim. Before Bai Xiaochun's figure could appear, a deafening explosion and the giant native's agonizing screams were heard. The giant native's body stopped in midair, exploding and scattering blood and flesh, the fresh blood flying straight towards the 3 soul cultivators. At this moment, the 3 soul cultivators all saw Bai Xiaochun's figure at the spot where the giant native had just stood, and they also saw him retract his fist. The eyes of the 3 men narrowed, their hearts trembling slightly. They knew they had provoked a powerful expert, but now it was too late to regret it. All 3 were soul cultivators who had experienced the Great Wall battlefield, and they knew that the brave would not let the victor win. At this moment, their killing intent erupted in a terrifying manner. As for the fresh blood, because the toxins had affected the 3 of them, they also had a way to counteract it. The pearls above the heads of the 3 soul cultivators formed a protective barrier, blocking the blood from the outside. Although some still penetrated the barrier, the 3 didn't care, their killing intent erupting as they charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Die! 2 of the 3 soul cultivators chanted incantations, directing their flying swords to fly towards Bai Xiaochun at incredible speed, the sound of tearing wind echoing and the momentum astonishing. After all, these were 6 times refined spirit-infused magic weapons, and Bai Xiaochun knew the flying swords were incredibly sharp. His pupils contracted violently. At the same time, the soul cultivator began chanting obscure incantations. The color of the pearl above his head changed, and black smoke emerged from within, containing a malevolent spirit that attacked Bai Xiaochun with fangs and claws. Obviously, the three of them hadn't just teamed up once or twice. As soon as they attacked, they blocked all of Bai Xiaochun's escape routes. When their assault came close, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. "Spirit refining treasures, you have them, but I have them too." Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, taking out an umbrella from his storage bag. It was the Eternal Night Umbrella. When he first obtained this umbrella, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level back then couldn't utilize its full power. Now, with his great perfection golden core cultivation, his use of it, while not perfect, was no longer as forced as before. In an instant, he took out the umbrella, pressed the handle, and with a bang, the two flying swords and the demon closed in. The Eternal Night Umbrella opened. As it opened, it formed a protective shield, directly colliding with the two flying swords. The explosion echoed through the labyrinthine tunnel. The two flying swords, refined 6 times, could not maintain their flight ability and were thrown backward. Even the demons screamed in agony, trying to retreat, but a smiling demonic face appeared on the umbrella. This demonic face sucked them in with a powerful pull. The demons in the fog screamed but could not retreat, and in an instant, they were sucked into the umbrella. Although described slowly, it actually happened in an extremely short time. The umbrella opened, blocking the flying swords and absorbing the demons in the fog. The faces of the 3 soul cultivators turned extremely grim. They knew they had encountered an unpredictable powerhouse, especially the soul cultivator at the false infant stage. His eyes almost popped out. Seeing the 8 silver clouds on the Eternal Night Umbrella, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Taking advantage of the fact that his 2 companions' flying swords were swept away and their minds were injured, he raised both hands and pushed them forward. The expressions of the 2 soul cultivators changed. They hadn't expected their leader to be so ruthless. Unable to dodge in time, they were pushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the soul cultivator Jia Ying quickly retreated, wanting to escape immediately. He realized that the middle-aged soul cultivator not only possessed formidable strength and extraordinary cultivation, but also had such astonishing magical artifacts. He was like a ferocious wolf roaming the grasslands. No wonder he dared to travel alone. It turned out he wasn't afraid of being killed and having his treasure stolen, and even seemed to be deliberately doing so to entice others' greed. While the 3 were fighting amongst themselves, Bai Xiaochun retracted his umbrella and took a step forward. His speed was incredibly fast, transforming into a blur, and he instantly appeared near the 2 flying swords. He raised his right hand, retrieved his magical artifacts, and then struck directly at the 2 soul cultivators. The 2 soul cultivators screamed and spat out fresh blood, their bodies flying backward like kites with broken strings. Before they even hit the ground, their bodies trembled and withered visibly, all their life force turning into white mist that flew out of their 7 orifices, which was completely absorbed by Bai Xiaochun's Eternal Night Umbrella. The Eternal Night Umbrella devours life force, something Bai Xiaochun was no stranger to, especially after refining it 8 times. Its power had grown even greater. Although it couldn't absorb life force remotely, Bai Xiaochun was still shocked by what he saw. Without thinking, he immediately chased after the fleeing soul cultivator Jia Ying. Hearing the desperate cries behind him, Jia Ying turned around and saw the scene of the 2 being drained of their life force. His mind was greatly shaken, and he exclaimed, "You're not a soul cultivator, you're a soul refiner." Bai Xiaochun was startled, deliberately snorting coldly, his speed increasing dramatically. The soul cultivator, a false immortal, cried out in distress. Although he possessed false immortal cultivation, after understanding Bai Xiaochun's combat power, he knew he was no match. In this moment of crisis, he hastily shouted, "Lord, don't be impulsive. I'm willing to become your attendant. In this labyrinth, Lord, you are traveling alone. Wouldn't it be better to have an attendant by your side?" The false immortal soul cultivator spoke up anxiously. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat moved by what he heard, feeling that this person's words made sense. Traveling alone, he would inevitably encounter various situations, and if a fight revealed his identity, he would be in trouble. Having someone by his side could prevent many problems. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, using immense force to strike the false immortal cultivator. Blood trickled from the corner of the soul cultivator's mouth, his eyes filled with ferocity, yet he restrained himself, not fleeing. He stood there, then bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. "Chenju is willing to follow you, sir." Bai Xiaochun said nothing, glancing at Chenju several times before raising his right hand and pointing it at Chenju's forehead, instantly transmitting a wave of icy energy into Chenju's heart. With just a thought, he could instantly control the icy energy to destroy Chenju's heart meridian. Chenju's body trembled. He dared not dodge, allowing Bai Xiaochun to leave the restriction on him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that he could temporarily protect his life. Feeling the icy chill engulfing his heart was filled with bitterness. "Go," Bai Xiaochun deliberately feigned a hoarse voice, ordering him to go ahead. Chenju hastily agreed, maintaining his protective spirit around Bai Xiaochun. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to rely on this soul-refining master's protection, only hoping that after leaving this place, the other party would spare him. Bai Xiaochun appeared expressionless, but in reality, he was secretly observing Chenju, feeling very pleased with himself. He thought to himself how clever he was. Wherever he went, people bowed and groveled, begging to become his followers. He couldn't refuse, and he wondered how the other party would feel knowing Bai Xiaochun's thoughts. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more amused he found it. He decided that he should pretend to be a silent and reserved person, thus increasing his intimidating power. Moreover, Chenju's words make some sense. "It's safer to have more soul cultivators by my side." Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then followed Chenju. Every area in the labyrinth looked exactly the same, making it impossible to distinguish directions or leave any markings. The more Bai Xiaochun looked, the more dizzy he became. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a sudden inspiration struck him. He decisively focused his attention on the right wall, following it closely, and at every turn, he chose the right. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaochun and Chenju encountered many barbarian and great wall cultivators. Among these people, Bai Xiaochun noticed that some had made the same choices as him. After scrutinizing each other, everyone immediately avoided confrontation, clearly not wanting to easily cause conflict. Although they encountered more savage soul cultivators, seeing Chenju's attitude towards Bai Xiaochun, and noticing Bai Xiaochun taking out the eternal night umbrella and the 8 silver clouds on it, they were all shocked, vaguely guessing that Bai Xiaochun was a soul-refining master, and therefore did not want to provoke him. Thus, for the past 3 days, the two had experienced no major incidents, until the 4th day, when Bai Xiaochun stopped walking, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. "Something's wrong ahead," Bai Xiaochun said hoarsely. Chenju beside him was stunned. He saw nothing extraordinary about the path ahead. Bai Xiaochun couldn't see it either. After the battle in the Luochen mountain range years ago, he had discovered that he was very sensitive to danger, so he trusted his intuition completely. At this moment, in his perception, the area ahead, though seemingly ordinary, concealed a deadly threat. Without further delay, Bai Xiaochun immediately retreated. Although Chenju didn't understand anything, he followed suit. As the two retreated, a cold laugh echoed from the seemingly ordinary area. In an instant, ripples appeared before them like water, and numerous figures rushed out. There were more than 10 of them. All of them possessed extraordinary cultivation, and upon appearing, they immediately targeted Bai Xiaochun. Killing intent surged in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He raised his right hand, gripping the eternal night umbrella. 8 dazzling silver clouds shimmered, and a demonic, grinning face appeared and disappeared. Just as a great battle was about to ensue, a loud shout suddenly rang out from within the water screen. "Don't be disrespectful." As the words rang out, the group of soul cultivators flying towards Bai Xiaochun stopped in their tracks. At that moment, a figure emerged from the water's surface. It was a young man with a somber expression, wearing an extremely precious robe, and with a mark on his forehead. This man was Chu Yixing. A powerful soul force enveloped the surroundings. This soul force was different from that of other soul cultivators. It seemed far more profound, and contained a certain hidden feeling that could be discerned at a glance, especially the flame in his hand. The flame's color changed constantly, revealing 9 different colors upon closer inspection. Bai Xiaochun only glanced at it, but his mind was greatly shaken. He recognized it as 9-colored flame. 9-colored flame, a level 3 soul refining master. Chen Ju's expression changed upon seeing the nine-colored flame, his gaze towards Zhou Yixing filled with considerable awe. Zhou Yixing didn't look at Chen Ju. It seemed that soul cultivators like Chen Ju were insignificant in his eyes. His attention was solely focused on Bai Xiaochun, or more accurately, the eternal night umbrella in Bai Xiaochun's hand. He looked at it repeatedly, yet seemed somewhat puzzled. Are you a soul cultivator or a soul refining master? Zhou Yixing's gaze swept over the eternal night umbrella before returning to Bai Xiaochun. Nine-colored fire. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He looked at the nine-colored fire in Zhou Yixing's hand, sensing that the other party's cultivation wasn't nascent soul, but rather the great perfection of the golden core stage, just like himself. Even so, Bai Xiaochun was even more terrified by the power contained within the nine-colored fire. It seemed that simply crushing it would unleash astonishing strength. At this moment, the other party was also scrutinizing him, and he was also scrutinizing this young man, noticing the other party's gaze on the eternal night umbrella. In fact, he had used this umbrella to intimidate his opponent. When he realized that this person's cultivation wasn't stronger than his own, yet he possessed the nine-colored fire, especially judging from Chen Ju's expression, he could recognize the other party's identity. Savage wilderness, spirit refining, soul refining. Bai Xiaochun recalled the information he had gathered over the past few years and remembered that the savage wilderness soul cultivators had used spirit refining artifacts many times. A vague suspicion arose in his heart. This wasn't the time for deep thought. Zhou Yixing looked at Bai Xiaochun, and Bai Xiaochun looked back at the young man. Their eyes flickered, both sensing each other's shock. Then they were both extremely pleased. There are few things I don't recognize. Let me ask you again, are you a soul cultivator or a soul refining master? Zhou Yixing frowned, a cold glint in his eyes, and asked again. As he asked these words, the killing intent of the surrounding soul cultivators erupted, and they stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. Soul refining master. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, feeling that the other party wouldn't believe him. Sensing the soul power fluctuations on the other party, he immediately unleashed his cultivation. Because the magical mask transformed spiritual power into soul power, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation erupted. What outsider soul wasn't a surge of spiritual power, but rather soul power, powerful and domineering soul power, not the power of a soul cultivator, but a force only a soul refining master could control. The expressions of the surrounding soul cultivators changed. Zhou Yixing withdrew his gaze, and after sensing the soul power, he looked at the eternal night umbrella in Bai Xiaochun's hand, frowning in thought. Was it my imagination? Why did my nine-colored flames tremble when he approached earlier, feeling as if they were about to leave my hand and fly towards him? Even if it was just a momentary change, and then return to normal, this has never happened before. It's that umbrella. It's not the same. This person is not right. Killing him first will give us the answer. Zhou Yixing was perplexed, and Bai Xiaochun was equally conflicted. His mind raced, assessing the nine-colored fire in Zhou Yixing's hand, considering whether to kill him and seize the treasure. He weighed the strength of both sides, then looked at the nine-colored fire before him and hesitated. He wasn't wary of the opponent's numbers, but rather of the destructive power of the nine-colored fire. Only by obtaining the nine-colored fire could Bai Xiaochun refine the eternal night umbrella for the ninth time, making its power even greater. For him, even a slight increase in his survival rate in the labyrinth was worth the risk. This person doesn't know my speed. If I launch a sudden attack, I can steal the nine-colored fire. Both men had their own thoughts, their eyes flickering before staring directly at each other. A cold glint appeared in each other's eyes. Zhou Yixing made up his mind. He raised his left hand and pointed it at Bai Xiaochun. Kill! In an instant, Zhou Yixing opened his mouth, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward. He used his extreme speed, his afterimages appearing and disappearing with incredible speed. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhou Yixing, raising his right hand to punch him. He originally intended to steal the nine-colored fire, but he concealed it when he attacked, and this punch landed on Zhou Yixing's chest. Zhou Yixing was shocked. No matter what, he never expected Bai Xiaochun's speed to be so fast. At this moment, his mind was shaken, and he quickly retreated and swung his hand, instantly transforming the nine-colored fire into a sea of flames to try and block Bai Xiaochun's attack. The surrounding soul cultivators also snapped out of their daze, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun. Chanju gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stop him, and in a short time, earth-shattering slashing and killing occurred. Speaking of the nine-colored flames engulfing him, Bai Xiaochun was terrified. Today, he had to risk everything. He had only felt a little of the nine-colored flames' power and was already terrified. He didn't know if his body could withstand it. At this moment, it was a desperate situation, so he gritted his teeth. As the nine-colored flames spread closer, an incredibly terrifying cold energy erupted from his body. The power of extreme cold burst forth, instantly enveloping all directions. Soul cultivators who tried to stop it couldn't. Their bodies were instantly frozen. The ground and walls, in the blink of an eye, transformed into ice realms, colliding with the nine-colored flames. The extreme cold energy instantly caved in, like a huge mouth directly devouring the nine-colored flames. A loud explosion echoed through the labyrinth. "Freeze for me!" Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, and the icy air immediately enveloped the surroundings, forming layers of seals. Just as he was about to seal the nine-colored flame, the flame itself was no ordinary thing. The surrounding icy air continuously melted it. However, the nine-colored flame was like a rootless water lily. As it melted the surrounding icy air, its own color dimmed considerably, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Chu Yixing's expression changed. He wanted to retract the nine-colored flame, but Bai Xiaochun didn't give him the chance. The nine-colored flame clashed with the extreme cold, and suddenly the eternal night umbrella unfolded, blocking the way. A grotesque face appeared on the umbrella, drawing Chu Yixing in with immense force. Chu Yixing was terrified, his life force-bound. He couldn't believe how powerful his opponent was, especially the ice realm that could freeze his inner self. Upon seeing the demonic face appear, he gasped for breath, then struck his forehead. At that moment, a bright light emanated from the mark on his forehead, illuminating all directions and bombarding Bai Xiaochun's eternal night umbrella. The eternal night umbrella vibrated, using its power to help Bai Xiaochun snatch the nine-colored fire. As the starlight on Zhou Yixing's forehead spread outwards, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and grabbed the sealed nine-colored fire. He also carried the sealed cold air into his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun retracted the umbrella and quickly retreated, knowing that the sudden burst of cold air might reveal his identity. Zhou Yixing's starlight magic and divine abilities were extremely bizarre. Thinking he had already seized the nine-colored fire, Bai Xiaochun decided not to linger and fled. "You want to die?" Zhou Yixing roared, his hair slightly disheveled, his eyes blazing with anger. He hadn't yet discovered Bai Xiaochun's identity, and now Bai Xiaochun dared to openly steal the nine-colored fire right in front of him, preventing him from using his magic. He felt like he had fallen into someone's trap, and his rage soared. He raised his right hand and patted his storage bag. He directly took out the large black bow he always carried on his back. During the pursuit, he pulled the bowstring, and after releasing it, a sharp sound tore through the void as it flew forward. There was no actual arrow, but rather soul power transformed into a soul arrow. Upon leaving the bowstring, it flew at an extremely fast speed, directly shattering the void and heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun. This was his supreme spirit-refining treasure, possessing immense power. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. As he retreated, the eternal night umbrella suddenly opened to block the arrow. A tremendous force exploded within him, causing Bai Xiaochun's body to tremble. He used the impact to accelerate his retreat, suddenly stopping and staring directly at his opponent's great bow. "You still have this treasure on you, tell me sooner." Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. At this moment, he stopped running and immediately advanced towards Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such an arrogant person before. After stealing his nine-colored flame, he didn't run away upon seeing him draw his great bow. "You want to die?" Zhou Yixing roared angrily, pulling the bowstring again. This time, his soul power condensed into 3 soul arrows. Not far away, Chen Zhao trembled. Zhou Yixing didn't recognize Bai Xiaochun, but when Bai Xiaochun used his cold energy, he immediately recognized him. His mind reeled violently, and his first reaction was that he was certainly going to die. In his despair and helplessness, he didn't know whether he should run or not. Just as the great battle was about to begin, a sudden change occurred. Red hats, blue hats, we're a bunch of bowler hats. Red heads, green heads, we like white heads the most. These eerie rhymes suddenly echoed, swirling within the gloomy labyrinth. The sound carried a shocking force that assaulted the ears of Bai Xiaochun and the other two, causing their minds to tremble violently, their scalps tingling and almost splitting. Most importantly, it wasn't just one sound, but many. It was as if countless children were playing nearby, their rhymes transforming into invisible waves that impacted in all directions, even causing the surrounding walls to shift and tremble. Different faces materialized on the walls, male and female, young and old, all displaying expressions of fear and screaming. The red hat is coming, run! The red hat is coming! The faces on the wall kept calling out as if trying to hide, and even more bizarrely, many faces appeared on the ground, screaming in terror. Even more shocking was that the wall was moving and changing direction, completely sealing off the path behind the three of them. Their previous location had become a dead end. This scene terrified Bai Xiaochun and Zhou Yixing, and Shen Zhao was no better off. Their minds were violently shaken, and they felt a chilling sensation. This feeling wasn't related to their cultivation level. It seemed to come from deep within their souls, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Their entire bodies felt as if they had fallen into an icy cold. Even Bai Xiaochun, who practiced the cold gate cultivation technique, felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. What happened? At this moment, the three were extremely terrified and no longer had the mood to continue fighting. Suddenly, from the corner where they had met earlier, a blind spot, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The screams were filled with disbelief, and they continued incessantly. A hand reached out from the corner of the wall. Bai Xiaochun and the other two looked over. The arm was covered in fresh blood, gripping the wall tightly as if something was pulling it from behind. Bai Xiaochun and the others couldn't see, but they felt a strong force pulling the person backward. Boom! The arm couldn't hold on any longer and was violently pulled backward. Immediately afterward came a devouring sound, a terrifying sound beyond imagination, replacing the previous chanting. Chen Zhao trembled uncontrollably as he approached Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he didn't care about Bai Xiaochun's identity. Compared to the terrifying events unfolding, he felt safer being near Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, his body shaking incessantly. He stared wide-eyed at the corner, his heart pounding with fear. He tried to retreat, but although there was still a path behind them, they knew it was a death trap. Zhou Yixing was terrified, his breathing unsteady. On his way here, he had recruited many followers and killed many people. He had been in the labyrinth for several days, but had never encountered anything so bizarre. The fear, deep in his soul, caused his eyes to narrow as he stared at the bloody hand behind the corner. Just then, the swallowing sound disappeared, and a folk song began to play. Red hat, green hat, we're a bunch of melon-shaped hats. Red head, green head, we like white head the most. The folk songs rang out along with joyful laughter, and the three who heard them were so terrified they couldn't speak. Immediately afterwards, from the corner of the wall, suddenly, a red hat flew out. The hat was a deep crimson, even the brim had fresh blood dripping down. The hat wobbled as it flew towards them and then stopped, seemingly seeing the three of them. White head! A voice echoed from the hat. As it flew towards them, the three of them retreated. In an instant, they retreated, but the red hat's target wasn't them, but more than 10 soul cultivators whom Bai Xiaochun had frozen with his cold energy. In a flash, the red hat flew to the head of one of the frozen soul cultivators. As it fell onto the ice layer, it cracked, and the ice shattered, revealing the soul cultivator's body. This cultivator's soul was not completely dead. A spark of life still lingered. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide, his face contorted, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Anyone who heard this scream would feel their hair stand on end. What shocked Bai Xiaochun and the other two even more was what happened next. The red hat was placed on the head of the soul cultivator, his body trembled violently, and muffled sounds emanated from within the hat. Get out! Get out! The soul cultivator screamed desperately. He tried to remove the hat but couldn't. After a few breaths, he stopped struggling and lay motionless. Blood trickled down from under the red hat. After the red hat flew up, Bai Xiaochun and the other two saw that the top of the soul cultivator's head was white. It was a skull. The skull wasn't intact. A large chunk was missing. They saw that there was nothing left inside the soul cultivator's skull. Red head, green head, we like white head, that's the red hat chuckled, circling before landing on another frozen soul cultivator. At the same time, a chorus of singing voices rang out from around the corner, and a group of red and green hats flew out. Red hats, blue hats, we're a bunch of melon-shaped hats. There were dozens of hats, each dripping with fresh blood. They flew around, singing folk songs, and when they spotted the frozen soul cultivators, they flew over and landed on their heads. There were too many hats, and only a dozen or so soul cultivators, so there weren't enough to go around. Therefore, the remaining hats circled around, focusing on Bai Xiaochun and the other two. The moment they spotted Bai Xiaochun and the other two, the faces on the walls and ground simultaneously shouted loudly, "It's over! They're coming!" At this moment, more than a dozen laughing figures flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun and the other two. With no way to retreat, Bai Xiaochun's body tensed in the face of imminent danger. He raised his right hand and threw thousands of talismans towards Chenju. "You'd better run away to avoid death," Bai Xiaochun shouted. He charged forward, his body crackling. In an instant, more than 10 sets of armor appeared, along with tens of thousands of dazzling talismans. Then a chilling aura erupted around him, spreading in all directions before he vanished. When he reappeared, he was far away, flying incredibly fast, with 7 or 8 figures chasing after him. Chenju gritted his teeth, affixing the talismans Bai Xiaochun had given him. His cultivation surged, and he desperately used his magic to fly forward, with 5 or 6 figures pursuing him. Chu Yixing's jaw dropped. He was on the verge of tears, feeling it was unfair. Only 7 or 8 hats were chasing Bai Xiaochun, 5 or 6 were pursuing Chen Zhao, and he was left here, with more than a dozen staring at him. The number of hats was several times greater than Bai Xiaochun and Chen Zhao. How can this be? Chu Yixing's face turned pale. He cried out miserably, gritting his teeth and making a firm decision. The mark on his forehead shone brightly, a radiance enveloping him in all directions. The moment the radiance appeared, he had already passed dozens of hats. The hats pierced through the radiance but couldn't find Chu Yixing. When the radiance disappeared, Chu Yixing's figure was gone. These hats searched in all directions but couldn't find him, so they formed a group, singing folk songs as they advanced. In another part of the labyrinth, a burst of light suddenly appeared, and Chu Yixing's body staggered to the ground, spitting out fresh blood. His face was as white as paper, and the mark on his forehead had faded considerably. Damn it, they forced me to use my family star mark power again. Chu Yixing gritted his teeth, still terrified by the thought of those bizarre demonic hats. He looked around, seeing no hats, and breathed a sigh of relief. They stole my 9-colored fire, and they want to steal the treasure palace. This person, cold aura, powerful body. Damn it, why does he look so similar to Bai Xiaochun? Chu Yixing recalled the previous battle, combining it with the intelligence he knew about Bai Xiaochun. He had narrowed down his understanding of Bai Xiaochun's identity, but he wasn't entirely certain. After careful consideration, he was about 6 or 7 parts certain. If he is Bai Xiaochun, and he can change his aura, this guy must have some treasure. Damn it, I just teleported and lost my way on the previous path. I have to retrace my steps again. Chu Yixing sighed and walked away. In the area where the head appeared, Bai Xiaochun and the other two were constantly fleeing, leaving only more than 10 corpses of soul cultivators in an open area. The heads of these soul cultivators had large holes in them, and their internal organs were gone. The faces on the surrounding walls breathed a sigh of relief, and they were now discussing as if they were very frightened. Finally gone. The red hat is gone. Ha ha. The red hat was very unusual today. They didn't come to bully us. Yes, that's very unusual. No, that's not right. As the group of people excitedly chatted, their expressions suddenly changed. They all stared wide-eyed in one direction, their mouths agape as if someone were strangling them. Their eyes filled with fear even greater than when they saw the red-hatted group. In the area they were looking at, the void twisted, and a blurry figure gradually became clear. It was a girl with long hair, a beautiful face, but for some reason, she possessed a strange aura. So many people. Little brother has come too. The girl covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. She was even more beautiful now, and her strange aura intensified. Because in her eyes there was another pupil, seemingly overlapping in an extremely eerie way. This scene left many speechless with fear. If Bai Xiaochun were still here, he would recognize this girl. It was Gongsun Wanner. Bai Xiaochun was currently running like crazy, with 6 or 7 hats chasing after him. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun tried to counterattack, but no matter what magic he used to attack the hats, it was ineffective. The more he tried, the more anxious Bai Xiaochun became. Even with his extreme speed, the hats were still close behind. "Why are you chasing me? My head can't be eaten." Bai Xiaochun was extremely frightened, covering his head with both hands. Fortunately, he encountered many soul cultivators and barbarian tribesmen along the way. It seemed that the hats weren't necessarily after Bai Xiaochun, and they were gradually distracted by others. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast, and he gradually left the hats behind. Finding that the pursuing group of hat-wearing figures was no longer behind him, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. The hat-wearing group had been too bizarre. He was still frightened. He wondered why they were chasing someone else instead of him. Bai Xiaochun felt frustrated. Could it be that my head really can't be eaten? Bai Xiaochun muttered something, quickly dismissing the thought. He found a secluded spot, hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand, creating a mist that enveloped the surroundings. He then used his cold energy to seal off the area, and only then did he lick his lips and take the 9-colored flame out of his storage bag. After carefully removing the ice, he held the 9-colored flame, his eyes filled with excitement. Although the flame had dimmed considerably, it was still the 9-colored flame. Holding it in his hand, Bai Xiaochun felt the incredibly powerful force within. Recalling the events that had transpired, he felt it was all worthwhile. The 9-colored flame is extraordinary. If it didn't lack other resources, I doubt my cold energy could have sealed it. With this flame, my eternal night umbrella can undergo its 9th spiritual refinement. Once refined 9 times, its power will increase, and its ability to protect my life will also greatly improve. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun looked around, immediately taking out the turtle pattern cauldron and the eternal night umbrella, and began the spirit refining process. This is a labyrinth. I wonder if the heaven and earth power is sufficient. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. Before coming here with the 30,000 people, he had refined spirits in the Great Wall, and at that time he felt the heaven and earth power was very sparse, making the refining somewhat unstable. Fortunately, the miraculous turtle pattern cauldron allowed him to barely succeed in refining. Now, not only was the 9-colored fire dim, but he was also in a labyrinth. After hesitating for a while, Bai Xiaochun decided to refine the spirits. To increase my ability to protect my life, it's worth a try. If it fails, there's nothing I can do about it. Because of his small network, even the usually stingy Bai Xiaochun became decisive and began refining his spirit. When the 9-colored fire was absorbed by the turtle pattern cauldron, the patterns on the cauldron began to shine brightly. Bai Xiaochun stared intently, slightly nervous. After all the patterns lit up, his spirit trembled, and he hurriedly threw the eternal night umbrella into the turtle pattern cauldron. Upon throwing the eternal night umbrella in, the cauldron vibrated violently and shone brightly. The strange power within the cauldron poured directly into the eternal night umbrella, then condensed into the 9th silver cloud on the artifact. When the 9th silver cloud appeared, the eternal night umbrella trembled, and Bai Xiaochun faintly heard a joyful roar emanating from within the artifact. Very quickly, the turtle pattern cauldron calmed down. Everything returned to normal, leaving Bai Xiaochun stunned. Success! I haven't felt the power of heaven and earth pouring in yet. Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He picked up the eternal night umbrella and observed it for a while, discovering that the spirit refining was successful. He looked at the turtle pattern cauldron in astonishment, then at the eternal night umbrella. Previously, when he refined spirits, he always drew upon the power of heaven and earth. Why wasn't it there this time? Recalling that there were no other differences, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly lit up. It's the different flames before. When I refined spirits, I only used multicolored fire materials, which, after ignition, created multicolored flames. This time, I directly used multicolored flames. Moreover, the flames belong to the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, associating it with the soul cultivators of the savage wilderness, especially soul refiners. They possessed so many spirit refining artifacts, and he vaguely sensed a clue. Perhaps the savage wilderness's spirit refining doesn't require the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with such weak forces of heaven and earth, how could so many spirit refining artifacts appear here? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time. knowing that the labyrinth was fraught with danger and couldn't afford to be distracted. Therefore, he suppressed his joy, waiting for the fog and cold air to dissipate before resuming his journey through the labyrinth. 2 more days passed. Bai Xiaochun, being cautious, didn't encounter any strange things like the hat. He gradually noticed that the number of Great Wall cultivators and savage wilderness soul cultivators seemed to have decreased significantly. A few days ago I encountered more than 10 people. Now I encounter 5 or 3 a day at most. The number has decreased considerably. Bai Xiaochun looked at the surrounding walls, feeling a strong sense of danger. The labyrinth was like a giant mouth devouring everyone. Bai Xiaochun fearfully observed his surroundings. No, I must find the exit, he thought. But everything here looks the same. Where is the exit? Bai Xiaochun frowned in distress. He tried various methods, such as marking the exit, but nothing worked. Finally, he resorted to a rather foolish method, staring intently at the right wall and slowly moving forward. 3 days passed, and Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy and his face contorted in pain. As he rounded a corner, his scalp suddenly tingled. A gloomy feeling enveloped his body, turning into icy coldness. He held his breath, staring ahead, cautiously backing away, afraid of attracting attention. Before him were no red or blue hats. Instead, it was an area resembling a square, connected to all 4 sides. 2 enormous candles burned in the square, their flames a blue hue, enveloping the entire area. Between the 2 trees lay a large tray, piled high with objects countless. Blood-stained steamed buns. Each bun was a vivid red, like blood, shocking anyone who saw them, as if they had been soaked in blood before being taken out. This wasn't the strangest thing. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was about to burst. Hundreds of people were in the square. These hundreds included Great Wall cultivators, soul cultivators, barbarian natives, and even soul refiners. They stood motionless, their expressions dazed, staring at the blood-stained steamed buns. No one spoke. The only sound in the square was the heavy breathing. A strong, pungent aroma emanated from the steamed buns, a scent that also assaulted Bai Xiaochun's nostrils. The aroma was sweet, but after entering his body, it transformed into the smell of rotting corpses. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. This kind of thing wasn't related to cultivation level. He saw that among those hundreds of people there were nascent soul cultivators, and that was what terrified him the most. Just as he was about to retreat and take another path, he suddenly stopped, staring intently at several figures among the hundreds standing in the square. Zhao Long, Shen Xuanzi. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted. He saw Zhao Long and Shen Xuanzi among those hundreds of people. Like the others, they were staring at the blood-stained steamed bun, their faces filled with madness and ferocity. Bai Xiaochun stood there, his heart struggling. No matter what, Zhao Long has followed me for many years. He's loyal and devoted to me. Outside the labyrinth, I saw him wanting to rush to help me. Bai Xiaochun pondered, conflicted and struggling, bloodshot eyes appearing. The divine calculator is my protector, accompanying me into the starry sky Dao extreme sect, yet I summoned him into my army. It could be said that his calamity was caused by me. Bai Xiaochun's heart wavered, his breathing quickened, and more blood vessels appeared in his eyes than before. He was also afraid. He feared death indescribably, especially since this square concealed immense danger. If he left, he might be able to avoid it, but if he entered, he feared even he would fall into calamity. Bai Xiaochun was extremely conflicted. He felt as if he had become 2 people, one telling him to go save him, the other telling him to run away. Bai Xiaochun recalled the Luochen mountain range from years ago. Although the circumstances were different, the essence remained the same. As Bai Xiaochun was agonizing over the situation, the 2 mountains in the square suddenly burned even more intensely, their flames shaking violently. Hundreds of people in the square screamed wildly, rushing towards the blood buns as if, in their eyes, they weren't just blood buns, but cultivation-enhancing elixirs, or immortality-granting items in short, a great fortune. In an instant, hundreds of people charged forward, then began to slash and snatch the blood buns. Those who managed to grab them excitedly stuffed them into their mouths, gnawing and laughing like madmen. Those who couldn't get any word with anger, even resorting to slashing and snatching from each other. In a short time, the square descended into chaos. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled considerably, his eyes filled with fear and goosebumps all over his body. Because he saw a different scene than the people in the square, he saw that those people weren't eating blood buns. Initially, he thought that blood buns were real and that not everyone among those hundreds of people could snatch one. Those who didn't manage to snatch the blood buns didn't notice, but those who did were excitedly gnawing and biting their own hands. Bai Xiaochun witnessed firsthand those who had snatched the blood buns biting their own hands. Some bit their mouths full of fresh blood, yet showed expressions of satisfaction and excitement as they continued to gnaw, some even devouring their own fingers. Even more audacious, some ripped off entire arms and tore them apart. Those who didn't manage to snatch the blood buns became even more enraged and started stealing from others, turning the entire square into a chaotic brawl. But they were all fighting over other people's arms. Some were even beaten to pieces, their bodies torn apart, and others rushed forward to grab and tear them apart. Two mountains in the square swayed, and the sound of women singing filled the air. Eat, eat, isn't it delicious? Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken as if struck by lightning. He couldn't suppress his trembling body because the scene before him was a human tragedy. When he saw the divine calculator snatch the steamed bun, he laughed loudly and then raised his right hand, wanting to eat his own hand. Zhao Long, next to him, because he couldn't snatch a steamed bun, squatted down wanting to snatch a corpse. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, his eyes blazing red, then he let out a loud shout. With determination and madness, he rushed into the square at extreme speed. As he took a step forward, the surrounding scenery slowed down. A chilling aura enveloped the area in all directions, instantly covering the square. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's speed reached its peak. Combined with the ice mirror teleportation technique, he disappeared and then reappeared beside Shen Xuanzi, grabbing Shen Xuanzi's hand as he was about to raise it to his mouth and pulling it forcefully backward. Divine calculator, snap out of it, Bai Xiaochun roared. Unable to bite, the divine calculator raised his head and yelled at Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he didn't care about anyone else. Anyone who prevented him from seizing the creation was his enemy. The divine calculator screamed, chanting a spell and pointing a finger at Bai Xiaochun, struggling like a mad dog, trying to continue devouring his own right arm. Bai Xiaochun was anxious. He saw Zhao Long frantically hacking and plundering the remaining corpse. He himself was now somewhat disoriented. Even the surrounding illusions began to overlap, and the blood-red steamed buns in his eyes gradually transformed into elixirs that would grant him immortality. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. He bit his tongue, and the cold air around his body dissipated. Damn it! Bai Xiaochun roared, raising his hand to grab Shen Xuanzi's neck. No matter how much the other man struggled, he wouldn't let go. He reappeared beside Zhao Long, seizing Zhao Long's mouth full of blood and flesh. His body staggered, barely maintaining his consciousness. Just as he was about to leave, a strange phenomenon occurred. From the two candles, a soul-shattering scream erupted. Floating above the candles were the illusory figures of two women, identical in appearance, middle-aged, with disheveled hair, screaming at Bai Xiaochun. You dare interfere in other people's affairs, you'll stay here too. As the voice appeared, Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently. His surroundings were rapidly changing. He saw countless elixirs, each seemingly capable of granting him immortality. Immortality! Immortality! Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. His breathing became rapid, as if he were about to fall into a state of madness. Suddenly, a surge of mental power condensed within his golden core erupted. The power surged straight into Bai Xiaochun's mind, the mental power like a cool stream washing over his spirit. In an instant, all the illusions enveloping Bai Xiaochun disappeared. His body trembled, his face pale as he looked around. He discovered that 8/10 of the cold energy around him had been eroded, about to disappear completely. Once it disappeared, he would be unable to move, and even using his physical strength would be unable to stop the illusions. At the same time, hundreds of cultivators around him also noticed Bai Xiaochun. In their eyes, Bai Xiaochun was a great fortune. Simply devouring him would grant them immortality and greatly increase their cultivation. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout. He used all his strength to teleport once again. Boom! The cold air collapsed, and his body left the square. As he left the square, his mind trembled. Without looking back, he rushed into a passageway. As he entered the passage, the two illusory figures of women on the mountain in the square roared. You want to run? After shouting, the two women simultaneously flew out, wanting to chase after Bai Xiaochun. Suddenly, the void outside the passageway twisted, and the figure of Gongsun Waner appeared. She walked slowly, then raised her right hand and pointed at the two illusory figures of women. "Run back! You dare to touch us!" The two women trembled and screamed in agony. A single point, without any magical power, had caused their illusory figures to almost dissipate. Their screams were filled with unimaginable terror. The two illusory figures of women dared not advance further, trembling and kneeling down. "Go ahead and perform your blood sacrifice. You don't need to do anything else." Gongsun Waner spoke, a second pupil appearing in her eyes, within which a dark aura emanated. This aura caused the two women to tremble even more violently than before, their expressions becoming even more reverent. Bai Xiaochun sped through the passageway. He didn't know what had happened after leaving the square. All he wanted now was to get as far away as possible. Only after he could no longer smell the sweet scent did he stop to survey his surroundings. After determining his location, he found himself far from the square. He threw Zhao Long and Shen Xuanzi to the ground. Both were still unconscious. Shen Xuanzi was slightly better off, but Zhao Long still had blood and flesh in his mouth. Bai Xiaochun gave them some pills to eat, then patted their heads. Their bodies trembled, then they slowly opened their eyes, their faces hazy as they saw Bai Xiaochun wearing a mask. They also looked around, but before they could figure out where they were, they immediately recalled the scene in the square. After they recalled everything, their expressions changed, and they vomited uncontrollably, especially Zhao Long, who collapsed on the spot, his body convulsing as he vomited blood and flesh. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life." Shen Xuanzi was extremely grateful. He bowed deeply in thanks to Bai Xiaochun, recalling the scene before, shuddering at the thought. It was terrifying. If it weren't for the person in front of him saving him, he would have probably eaten himself, or eaten the flesh of others, or even been eaten by others. Just thinking about this filled him with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Long suppressed his nausea, and when he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he clasped his hands in gratitude. Even though Bai Xiaochun gave him the feeling of a soul cultivator, his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. "This place is very dangerous. You take care of yourselves." Bai Xiaochun was somewhat exhausted. After entering the labyrinth, he not only fought against people but also against some terrifying beings within the labyrinth to survive, so his body and mind were extremely weary. Whether it was the red hat or the blood bun, Bai Xiaochun felt his life was seriously threatened. At this moment, he sighed, threw some pills and talismans to Shen Xuanzi and Zhao Long, and then left. He couldn't take the two of them with him. Once his identity was exposed, they would be even more in danger. This place was extremely eerie, and Bai Xiaochun felt it would be much safer to go alone. After he left in a hurry, Zhao Long and Shen Xuanzi fell silent. They looked at the pills and talismans Bai Xiaochun had given them, deep in thought. After a long pause, they exchanged bitter glances before parting ways. Time passed, and several more days went by. Bai Xiaochun cautiously navigated the labyrinth. After leaving the square he had been in before, he realized he was lost. He gritted his teeth and continued his previous method, searching for the way. He grew increasingly frightened because he found that he had been wandering in the labyrinth for 2 days without encountering anyone else. The entire labyrinth was eerily silent. He didn't see even a corpse. Bai Xiaochun's heart tightened like a taut string. Something's wrong. Could it be that all over 100,000 people are dead? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. He didn't know which direction he was, nor could he find an exit. He even felt like he was going in circles. Time and again he couldn't leave any markings, nor could he use the scenery for reference. His heart was filled with anxiety, and he didn't encounter anyone else. He felt like he was completely alone in the labyrinth. His heart pounded, and his mood was extremely bad. Another day passed, and even though Bai Xiaochun increased his speed, he saw no one, which frightened him. "That damned Chen Zhou, I've rendered so much service to the Great Wall, and you want to harm me." Bai Xiaochun remembered the culprit who had caused him so much suffering, gritting his teeth. Just as his anger grew, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, as if someone was rushing towards him. The sound was so abrupt that Bai Xiaochun hadn't heard it in days, and hearing it again brought him joy. He suddenly retreated, his gaze fixed on the last corner of the tunnel. At the same time, the sound of the wind disappeared, as if the other party also sensed someone's presence. Bai Xiaochun didn't know if it was a person or a ghost at the corner, and the other party didn't know what kind of being Bai Xiaochun was. Therefore, both sides were silent for a while, a sense of pressure and tension enveloping the tunnel. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, grabbed his flying sword, and threw it out. He controlled it with his power, guiding it towards the corner. Suddenly, as the flying sword reached the corner, it was struck by a beam of light. This beam of light was a soul arrow. The arrow collided with Bai Xiaochun's flying sword, a clanging sound echoed, and Bai Xiaochun's flying sword shattered into pieces, completely ineffective in stopping the soul arrow. The arrow appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. As it approached, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and swung it, and a large illusory cauldron appeared to block it. A loud explosion reverberated through the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly. "So it's you, Big Ape." Bai Xiaochun recognized the soul arrow immediately, remembering the bow, remembering Zhou Yixing. He didn't know Zhou Yixing's name, but he remembered the star-like mark on the other's forehead. He was very impressed, so he decided to name him. Knowing that the other party was a human, not some strange spirit toy, Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted. He immediately flew to the corner, and upon reaching it, he saw Zhou Yixing emerge, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun, his face twitching slightly. He had lived in terror these past few days, encountering many bizarre things. It was a near-death experience, if not a near-death one. If it weren't for the mark on his forehead, he would have died long ago. Although he escaped today, he was in a terrible state. His hair was disheveled, 7 or 8 parts of the consumables in his storage bed were gone, and the mark on his forehead was so dull it was unbearable. He feared that if he used it a few more times, it would shatter. To reform the mark, he would have to return to his family and prostrate himself before it could be formed again. He believed all of this was due to Bai Xiaochun. Before meeting Bai Xiaochun, everything had gone smoothly for him. But after meeting Bai Xiaochun, he had been constantly plagued by misfortune. Now he was even more surprised that after not seeing a single person for several days, he finally encountered Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Xiaochun, you're the real ape. Your whole family are apes." Zhou Yixing roared. He didn't care whether it was the other person or not. He was certain it was Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun attacked, Zhou Yixing drew his bow, and with a whoosh, 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 he fired 9 arrows in quick succession, all aimed directly at Bai Xiaochun. As the arrows approached, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, let out a long laugh, and the eternal night umbrella unfolded, blocking the 9 arrows. His speed didn't decrease as he flew straight towards Zhou Yixing. Seeing the 9 shimmering silver clouds on Bai Xiaochun's eternal night umbrella, Zhou Yixing became enraged, his eyes blazing red. He remembered that this umbrella previously had 8 silver clouds, clearly indicating it had only been refined 8 times. At this moment, there were 9 silver clouds. Without much thought, he could guess that this must be related to his 9-colored fire. Just thinking about Bai Xiaochun using his 9-colored fire to refine the spirit and succeeding on the first try, this kind of luck and frustration drove Zhou Yixing mad. "Big Ape, don't be angry. Tell me, what is your name?" Bai Xiaochun approached with the eternal night umbrella. He retracted the umbrella and chanted a spell, urging the cold energy to form countless things to attack Zhou Yixing. He was overjoyed to see Zhou Yixing. He hadn't seen anyone for days, and now he finally met someone. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to kill the other party. He even regretted not bringing Shen Xuanzi and Zhao Long with him. "Your grandfather's name is Zhou Yixing." Zhou Yixing roared in anger. As the ice shards approached, he quickly retreated, his hands forming a series of incantations. Vengeful spirits emerged from his body, condensing into a series of talismanic symbols in the air, transforming into a spiritual barrier to block the ice shards. The ice shattered with a crackling sound, like ice and fire colliding and breaking apart. Zhou Yixing retreated again, drawing his great bow and firing 18 arrows. "Die for me." Facing 18 arrows, Bai Xiaochun would be in trouble without the eternal night umbrella. After all, it was a great bow forged 9 times through spirit refinement. Zhou Yixing, haha, as expected of a big ape. Bai Xiaochun laughed. As the 18 arrows approached, the eternal night umbrella stretched out to block them again, the erupting cold energy urging the ice to attack Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun intended to capture it, so that he could not only extract some secrets from the soul refining master, but also relieve his boredom, and even use it as bait at crucial moments. A constant rumbling sound echoed through the labyrinth. The Eternal Night Umbrella displayed its immense power. Despite being bombarded by 18 soul arrows, it remained completely unharmed. Bai Xiaochun couldn't see it, but Zhou Yixing could see the smiling demonic face on the umbrella. Each time a soul arrow struck the demonic face, its smile deepened. The devilish smile on the demon's face sent shivers down Zhou Yixing's spine. He even felt as if he'd encountered a red-hatted figure. What kind of monstrous umbrella is this? Zhou Yixing's scalp tingled. Bai Xiaochun charged forward, a chilling aura enveloping him, his entire body radiating icy coldness. Facing the imminent danger, Zhou Yixing's eyes blazed with madness. He quickly retreated and drew his great bow again. This time, instead of condensing a soul arrow, he took out a red arrow from his storage bag. The red arrow, upon appearing, generated an astonishingly high temperature, preventing the surrounding chill from penetrating. Bai Xiaochun's expression also changed. He stared intently at the 3 arrows. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm seeing 9-colored fire? No, it's 10-colored fire. My God! Bai Xiaochun was greatly shaken. Only now did he realize how many treasures Zhou Yixing possessed, especially that arrow, which made Bai Xiaochun feel breathless. He looked at the arrowhead and saw a cluster of flames. The flames seemed to be transforming from illusory to tangible, appearing incredibly extraordinary. What moved Bai Xiaochun even more was that he saw golden cloud on the arrowhead. Golden cloud. Bai Xiaochun didn't know what a golden cloud was. He vaguely remembered hearing about it somewhere before, and now he was trying to figure out what it was. This is a treasure refined 11 times. 10 refinements result in silver clouds. Only after 11 refinements can the silver clouds transform into golden clouds. Bai Xiaochun was right. This was indeed an arrow. An 11 times spirit refined arrow. Zhou Yixing had no choice. If he could, he wouldn't want to use this arrow. It was his ultimate weapon, and he only had one. His family had given it to him for self-defense. This very item was a spirit-refined treasure, not 9 times, but 11 times. An 11 times spirit-refined treasure, combined with a 9 times spirit-refined bow, the arrow could kill a nascent soul cultivator. The moment he brought out the arrow, it was clear how much Zhou Yixing hated Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, die for me! Zhou Yixing roared, drawing his bow and knocking the arrow. Bai Xiaochun's hair stood on end. He gasped for breath, his eyes narrowed, and a sense of imminent death enveloped him. He felt this arrow could kill him. Without time to think, Zhou Yixing was about to shoot an arrow when Bai Xiaochun shouted, his third eye opening. The moment it opened, it stared directly at Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing's body trembled, his face blank, and he lowered his bow. Just waiting for this moment, Bai Xiaochun's entire body swelled. He unleashed the human mountain technique, flying forward. As he rushed, he unleashed the water marsh kingdom. The ground transformed into a swamp, and the cold air contracted around Bai Xiaochun, creating a storm that swept in all directions. Not stopping there, he used the immortal longevity technique, closing in on his opponent with extreme speed. The description was slow, but the action was incredibly fast. At the same time, a starlight appeared on Zhou Yixing's forehead. He struggled free from Bai Xiaochun's control, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In an instant, he raised his bow and released the string. Boom! 11 times the amount of refined spirit arrow flew out. As it flew out, it was no longer an arrow, but transformed into a true fire dragon. The fire dragon attacked Bai Xiaochun, first colliding with Bai Xiaochun's icy storm. A deafening shockwave erupted, the icy storm being struck by the fire dragon. The collision was ear-splitting. Bai Xiaochun's figure flew up, transforming into a stone figure. He raised his right hand and unleashed a mountain-shattering charge, followed closely by the throat-shattering lock. Relying on the stone figure's explosive power, he advanced instead of retreating, attacking directly. He knew that if he dodged under the arrow's power capable of killing a nascent soul, he would undoubtedly die. The only way to escape death was to seize it. His golden core erupted, and he used all his strength to cope with the danger. Amidst the continuous explosions, a dark light emanated from Bai Xiaochun's body, and the turtle pattern cauldron appeared, blocking the arrow's sharp edge. Amidst the explosive impact, the turtle-patterned frog blocked the arrow, suddenly letting out a howling scream. A shockwave enveloped the surroundings. Everything happened so fast that Bai Xiaochun deliberately shielded it, preventing Zhou Yixing from seeing it. Before the fire dragon arrow could collapse, Bai Xiaochun gathered his strength and physical power, further amplified by the mountain-shattering strike, and condensed the throat-shattering lock to collide with the fire dragon. He grabbed the fire dragon's neck and then used the immortal seal to prevent its collapse. A massive explosion echoed through the labyrinth, the terrifying impact sweeping in all directions. Zhou Yixing spat out blood, his body flying like a kite with a broken string. His face was filled with terror and fear, his eyes hazy and disbelieving. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the arrow capable of killing a nascent soul cultivator, and now Bai Xiaochun had caught it. Bai Xiaochun caught the arrow, and amidst the resounding explosion, the ice in the Watermarsh Kingdom and the cold storm shattered. His stone body collapsed, and even his core was severely injured, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. He even continuously retreated backward to lessen the impact, his entire armor turning to dust. He still clutched the arrow tightly in his hand. The fire dragon roared and struggled, but to no avail. Finally, Zhou Yixing watched helplessly as the fire dragon shrunk into an arrow held in by Xiaochun's hand. Impossible! Zhou Yixing choked with horror, his body trembling, his eyes almost popping out. He gasped for breath, a sense of danger enveloping him. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. His fear was unparalleled. He immediately activated the mark on his forehead, urging the power of teleportation. Zhou Yixing, you want to die. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his killing intent soaring. He took a step forward. This step struck Zhou Yixing's heart. Zhou Yixing's body trembled, and he shouted loudly. Even the spirit-refining arrow couldn't kill his opponent once, so what right did Zhou Yixing have to kill Bai Xiaochun? Zhou Yixing's mind exploded. Without time to think too much, he struck the mark on his forehead. A bright light enveloped his entire body, and he was teleported to another area. He didn't dare not run. The mere thought of Bai Xiaochun's figure sent a powerful tremor through his mind. When Zhou Yixing disappeared, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. After spitting out the blood, he saw Zhou Yixing even more resolutely fleeing, leaving Bai Xiaochun stunned. Why so fast? I haven't even finished spitting out blood yet, Bai Xiaochun grumbled. He realized Zhou Yixing wanted to escape, sensing the teleportation force in the mark on the other's forehead. Therefore, he devised a plan intending to make Zhou Yixing appear weak, luring him into his trap. He intended to show Zhou Yixing his weakness by spitting out blood, helping to reassure Zhou Yixing and make him abandon the teleportation. This would allow him to confidently eliminate his opponent. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yixing feared Bai Xiaochun would attack him after spitting out the blood, and thus decisively fled. Bai Xiaochun sighed, took out a divine void pill and swallowed it, feeling the spiritual power enveloping his entire body. His injuries healed quickly. He looked at the arrow in his hand and laughed loudly. Zhou Yixing, honestly, I didn't want to kill you. Every time you give me treasures, the 9-colored fire, the 11 times refined spirit arrow, haha, and that great bow too. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted, but he still felt scared remembering what had just happened. The power of the 11 times refined spirit arrow was immense. Even he was terrified. If he hadn't used his heaven-penetrating Dharma eye to buy time and used the turtle pattern cauldron to block the arrow's sharpness, he would have been annihilated, body and soul, let alone managed to seize it. That bow is good. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. He felt his acting was too obvious. Otherwise, why would he have scared the lucky star away? From now on, don't call him a big ape. He's a lucky star. It's a pity this labyrinth is so vast. Perhaps it will be difficult to meet him again. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his eyes filled with anticipation for seeing Zhou Yixing again. He pondered for a moment, then picked up the 11 times spirit refined arrow to examine it. The more he observed, the more his mind trembled. This arrow was extraordinary. Not only could it transform between illusion and reality, but after observing it for a long time, Bai Xiaochun even felt his soul being drawn into it. Is the arrow itself extraordinary, or did the 11 times spirit refinement cause this transformation? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He remembered the heavenly horn sword of the reverse river sect. This sword had also undergone 11 spirit refinements. If it underwent a miraculous transformation after 11 times of spirit refinement, then once the heavenly horn sword was successfully refined again, it would undoubtedly become an extraordinary treasure. A good thing. Bai Xiaochun hastily put the arrow into his storage bag. He felt satisfied and invigorated, sensing that this trip into the labyrinth had been quite fruitful. Humph, look around this labyrinth. Is there anyone richer than me? What about the celestial beings? Bai Xiaochun took out the items from his bag, and even the celestial beings were left speechless. Bai Xiaochun was very confident. After his moment of triumph, he thought about how he hadn't been able to find his way out of the labyrinth in the past few days, and how many strange things had happened inside. His body stiffened, and his earlier smugness vanished. He immediately reminded himself to be careful. More wealth is not as important as my own life. Bai Xiaochun recoiled, cautiously looking around, and carefully advanced. Not far from Bai Xiaochun, a flash of light appeared in the labyrinth passage. Zhou Yixing emerged, looking around in a disheveled state, and immediately spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. After spitting out fresh blood, the mark on his forehead was on the verge of collapse, even showing clear cracks. Realizing his mark was fading, Zhou Yixing was on the verge of tears. Bai Xiaochun, it's all your fault. His face was pale, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with anger. My nine-colored fire, my fire soul arrow, you damned Bai Xiaochun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have entered this cursed labyrinth. Zhou Yixing was on the verge of madness. He could feel that the mark on his forehead could only be used one more time before it would officially vanish into thin air. When he entered the labyrinth, he never imagined such danger. He had repeatedly used the power of the mark to teleport away, but now he regretted it terribly. However, it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and persevere through the labyrinth. Under no circumstances should I encounter such bizarre things. And I shouldn't see Bai Xiaochun again. The fire soul arrow can't kill him. Bai Xiaochun isn't human. Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth, slowly pacing through the labyrinth. His only thought was to find an exit, to leave this place quickly, and never enter the labyrinth again. As for Bai Xiaochun, he had made up his mind. When he returned to his family, he would definitely gather his brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts to go near the Great Wall and find an opportunity to kill Bai Xiaochun. While Zhou Yixing prayed not to encounter Bai Xiaochun continued pacing through the labyrinth, cautiously observing his surroundings and scrutinizing the walls. Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy. Where is the exit? Bai Xiaochun pondered, thinking for a while but not knowing what to do. I'm confused, of course. I'll use my current position as a fixed point. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, took out a jade slip, and walked to the right. He was calculating his steps while simultaneously drawing a line on the jade slip, carefully searching for a path. He kept going to the right at every turn, and many winding paths appeared on his jade slip. Time passed, and several more days went by. He had been in the labyrinth for a month. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun had prepared a large amount of restorative spiritual liquid, allowing him to maintain his cultivation and combat power at a standard level. However, constantly maintaining a combat state consumed a great deal of energy. If this continued, he would run out of spiritual liquid in just a few months. While Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought, not knowing what time it was, he suddenly saw a figure appear in the passage ahead. The figure wasn't moving fast, but was approaching him. Who is it? Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise, holding the eternal night umbrella in his hand. The figure ignored him and continued forward. Bai Xiaochun was terrified. Just as he was about to retreat, he was stunned upon recognizing the person. This person was a cultivator from the Great Wall, someone Bai Xiaochun recognized. One of the 30,000 people who had entered the labyrinth, but that wasn't the reason for his shock. What stunned him was the person's eyes a vacant, lifeless gaze. Their cultivation had also regressed to the early foundation establishment stage. Their legs felt weak as they moved forward, and although their body wasn't floating, they felt as if something was propelling them. He seemed not to see Bai Xiaochun, only vaguely moving forward. Bai Xiaochun sensed something was wrong. He saw the cultivator still approaching. He wanted to attack, but hesitated for a moment, not wanting to alert him, so he stepped aside to let the cultivator pass. Very quickly, the cultivator approached without stopping. He acted as if he didn't see Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun slightly tilted his body to let him pass, as he walked past, Bai Xiaochun's eyes fell on the cultivator's back. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun shuddered, his hair standing on end. He was greatly frightened. What is this? Bai Xiaochun gasped, stepping back because he saw a 7-inch tall paper figure behind the cultivator. The paper figure had arms and legs, a head with all 5 facial features, looking very lifelike. The paper figure clung to the cultivator's back, seemingly absorbing the cultivator's life, force, and cultivation. The paper figure was closing its eyes, its expression one of utter contentment, its appearance even changing, subtly transforming into the face of the other person. Bai Xiaochun trembled at this bizarre sight, covering his mouth, afraid that a cry would startle the paper figure. Only after the cultivator staggered away did Bai Xiaochun breathe a sigh of relief. This place is too eerie. Bai Xiaochun was apprehensive. Whether it was the hat or the blood bun, now even the paper figure gave him an overwhelming sense of terror. These things aren't something you can resist with cultivation, but rather beings that can affect the souls of others. Bai Xiaochun was like a bird startled by a twig. After hesitating for a while, he felt wrong and didn't dare continue along the original route. He could only take the new jade slip and change direction. He sketched again, carefully, without daring to make any mistakes. When he arrived, he found 5 figures appearing ahead. Upon closer inspection, there were Great Wall cultivators, soul cultivators, and barbarian natives. These 5 looked exactly like the cultivators from before, walking slowly with a dazed expression and vacant eyes. Behind them were also paper figures. Bai Xiaochun breathed softly, slowly retreating. He changed direction again, and soon he was surprised to find more than 10 people with paper figures stuck to their backs. Damn it, why is this happening? Bai Xiaochun was anxious and changed direction again. This time it was a little better. He didn't see any cultivators with paper figures stuck to their backs along the way. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, but the good times didn't last. A day later, Bai Xiaochun stopped. He saw someone running away quickly. This person was a soul cultivator. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, his expression turned gloomy, seemingly assessing each other's strength. He didn't attack, but instead snorted coldly and walked away. Bai Xiaochun also saw the soul cultivator, and seeing that the other's expression wasn't bewildered, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to ask a question when suddenly Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He noticed that this soul cultivator also had a paper figure stuck to his back, but obviously this soul cultivator didn't notice it. As he passed Bai Xiaochun, the paper figure flew away, then opened its eyes and stared straight at Bai Xiaochun, even smiling eerily, raising its paper hand to its mouth. It seemed to be reminding Bai Xiaochun that it was playing hide and seek, telling him not to speak. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale with fear, cold sweat dripped down his body, and goosebumps covered his entire body. He nodded, afraid the paper figure would misunderstand, even patting his chest, indicating that he absolutely wouldn't say anything. The paper figure seemed to understand Bai Xiaochun's expression, so it nodded in satisfaction and closed its eyes. After the soul cultivator had gone far away, Bai Xiaochun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He realized that the soul cultivator hadn't noticed the paper figure behind him. These paper figures can approach people silently and stealthily. Bai Xiaochun was nervous, and suddenly he turned around. Bai Xiaochun turned around extremely quickly and abruptly, without any prior warning. He looked behind him and found nothing. He then raised both hands and reached behind him, but still felt nothing, so he felt somewhat relieved. Thank goodness there's nothing behind me. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel nervous. The soul cultivator he had seen earlier was the only one who still had consciousness, yet he didn't know there was a paper figure behind him. This was of immense significance, causing Bai Xiaochun to feel uneasy and uncertain. He looked around again, unsure of which way to go. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and chose a direction. As time passed, he saw more and more cultivators in the area. It seemed that those he hadn't seen before had all gathered here. But Bai Xiaochun became even more frightened because these people all had lifeless eyes, and behind each of them was a paper figure. Those with clear minds were furiously enraged, frantically waving their arms behind their backs. Some even stripped off their clothes, but no matter what they did, the paper figures clung tightly to their backs. Bai Xiaochun was even more terrified, repeatedly turning his head only to breathe a sigh of relief when he found nothing behind him. As he moved forward, he even discovered some scattered magical artifacts on the ground, and people lying on the ground, seemingly having their life force drained away by the paper figures. All of this pushed Bai Xiaojun to the brink of despair. He tried to leave the area covered by the paper figures as quickly as possible, turning left and right. Although he encountered fewer cultivators along the way, he felt the surroundings growing increasingly cold, a chilling sensation that made his hair stand on end. He stopped and changed direction. Another day passed, and Bai Xiaojun was horrified to find that no matter how he changed direction, the chilling sensation still clung to him. "Don't come looking for me," Bai Xiaojun pleaded, his heart burning with anxiety. He channeled his cultivation to dispel the chilling sensation. Gradually, the icy aura diminished, but then, as Bai Xiaojun flew rapidly, he saw a corpse in front of him. Bai Xiaojun's heart pounded violently. He saw over 1,000 corpses. As expected, they had all been sucked dry, each with a paper figure on its back. Those with paper figures were either sleeping or absorbing the life force, and many corpses didn't just have one paper figure, but 7 or 8. What terrified Bai Xiaojun the most was seeing a gray-robed soul refiner with dozens of paper figures on his body, absorbing his life force. The soul refiner wasn't dead yet. His consciousness hadn't even vanished. The more desperate he looked, the more worried Bai Xiaojun became. "This is the lair of the paper figures." Bai Xiaojun trembled all over. He counted roughly 2,000 paper figures here. He was on the verge of tears, never imagining that after all his running around, he had stumbled upon a den of paper figures. "Don't look at me. Don't see me. Bai." Xiaojun suppressed his trembling. He was afraid of attracting the attention of the paper figures. He felt he shouldn't disturb them while they ate, so he cautiously and slowly retreated. But after Bai Xiaojun had moved about 5 or 6 steps away, one of the dozens of paper figures clinging to the soul refining master suddenly heard something. It raised its head and looked around, immediately spotting Bai Xiaojun. Upon seeing Bai Xiaojun, the paper figure looked at him with a strange expression and beckoned. Bai Xiaojun stopped, terrified, swallowing nervously. He stared wide-eyed at the paper figure, trembling as he raised his right hand to his mouth, making a gesture of silence to the paper figure. Upon seeing this action, the paper figures were stunned, then bowed their heads low, ignoring Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun's tense nerves relaxed. Before Bai Xiaojun could retreat further, his companions noticed the commotion and looked up, all staring at him. "I didn't mean to disturb you. Please continue eating. I'll leave now." Bai Xiaojun was so frightened that tears welled up in his eyes. He tremblingly raised his hand to his mouth, but before he could finish his hush, the paper figures let out a blood-curdling scream. This sound had a soul-shattering effect, instantly awakening over 2,000 paper figures. They raised their heads and let out long screams, charging towards Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. He screamed and ran like mad. "You guys are cheating. I once met your companion, and he was corrupt, but I didn't expose him." Bai Xiaojun cried and complained, then ran away at top speed, flying far away. More than 2,000 paper figures simultaneously pursued him. When Bai Xiaojun and the paper figures disappeared into the passage, the place became quiet and silent, and a cloud of mist appeared. The mist enveloped the thousands of corpses lying on the ground. Wherever it passed, the corpses quickly decayed, turning into dust in an instant. Even their storage bags and magic treasures couldn't withstand the corrosive mist. After disappearing completely, the mist gradually condensed into a single point, swirling and then forming a human figure. When it fully solidified, it transformed into a beautiful and alluring woman. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter echoing through the passage, eerie and unpredictable, sending chills down the spines of anyone who heard it. Long, glossy black hair, exquisite features, and a long blue dress that couldn't conceal her beautiful curves it was Gong Senwaner. She smiled, her second eye condensing into a smiling little girl. "Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm playing hide and seek with you." The girl's voice was gentle yet infinitely cold. She stepped forward, instantly transforming into mist and disappearing into the passageway. At this moment, Bai Xiaojun was screaming in agony, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Over 2,000 paper figures were chasing him from behind. He dared not slow down even a little. No matter how fast Bai Xiaojun ran, no matter how far he got ahead, the paper figure's eyes seemed to have a strange connection with him. The faster Bai Xiaochun ran, the faster they moved. Upon discovering this, Bai Xiaochun became even more terrified. He screamed in agony and ran like crazy. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and swallowed it, trying to maintain his incredible speed. After another half hour, he despairingly discovered that the paper figures had closed in on him. He even used his divine abilities and spells, but to no avail. Even the power of the cold realm couldn't affect them. These paper figures were unaffected by divine abilities. Only the eternal night umbrella, when stretched out, could offer some protection, but there were too many of them, and he couldn't stop them all. If he slowed down even slightly, they would roar and charge forward. Just thinking about over 2,000 paper figures absorbing his life force and cultivation, he feared they would suck him dry in a few breaths, turning him into bones. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. "I haven't offended you. Why are you chasing me like this?" In his mind, Bai Xiaochun pictured over 2,000 paper figures plastered all over him. He imagined what he would look like after turning into a skeleton, and his fear intensified. He even considered using the Water Marsh Kingdom to see if he could kill these paper figures. The Water Marsh Kingdom consumed too much spiritual power. Unless absolutely necessary, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't use this technique. After all, the spiritual power used to use the Water Marsh Kingdom was enough for him to maintain his top speed continuously for a day. Damn it, I've been running for over an hour and the paper figures are still chasing me. I should try using the Water Marsh Kingdom. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, maintaining his maximum speed. Time passed, another hour went by, and Bai Xiaochun was desperate. Along the way, he discovered that the paper figures were relentlessly pursuing him. Bai Xiaochun was about to go mad, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. Just as he was about to use the Water Marsh Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could get close, the figure trembled, seeing Bai Xiaochun approaching, and also noticed the more than 2,000 paper figures behind Bai Xiaochun. The figure took a deep breath, and without stopping, immediately fled. Although he reacted quickly, Bai Xiaochun recognized him. Zhou Yixing! Bai Xiaochun was stunned, then overjoyed. Bai Xiaochun was genuinely happy, seeing Zhou Yixing's back. He even felt like he'd met an old friend. He hadn't encountered anyone else along this path, and now he'd met Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun felt a connection with Zhou Yixing. Thinking about how every time he met Zhou Yixing he gained something, Bai Xiaochun became excited. "Zhou Yixing, don't run. This time I don't want your bow. Just help me lead those 2,000 paper figures away. You're my lucky star." Bai Xiaochun shouted excitedly. The cry, though tinged with joy, sounded like thunder in a clear sky to Zhou Yixing's ears. He was on the verge of madness. He tilted his head back and roared, feeling utterly unlucky. "You're the lucky star. Your whole family are lucky stars." Zhou Yixing shrieked, consumed by indignation. When Bai Xiaochun looked at him, he reacted quickly, turning to flee, but was still recognized. Hearing the other man call him a lucky star, Zhou Yixing wanted to kill himself. The pain was overwhelming. Along the way, he had prayed not to encounter Bai Xiaochun, yet he still did. Zhou Yixing was on the verge of tears. This was the third time he'd felt his luck had run out. The first time he encountered Bai Xiaochun, his 9-colored flame was stolen. The second time, his fire soul arrow, refined 11 times, was also stolen. And today, the third time, Bai Xiaochun shamelessly brought over 2,000 paper figures here. Over the past few days, Zhou Yixing had encountered these bizarre and terrifying paper figures. Thinking about the more than 2,000 behind Bai Xiaochun, he was utterly terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. Did I owe him something in a previous life? Zhou Yixing roared, his eyes bloodshot, his expression contorted. He turned and glared at Bai Xiaochun, who was fleeing behind him. "Bai Xiaochun, you want me to bring paper figures for you? Fine, this is your death wish. Our meeting again is fate. You are destined to die at my hands." Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth, realizing this was his chance to kill Bai Xiaochun, especially with over 2,000 terrifying paper figures behind him. A great opportunity, Zhou Yixing shouted, disregarding the consequences. He directly wielded his 9 times refined spirit-infused great bow, drawing the bowstring and firing 36 soul arrows at Bai Xiaochun. 30 soul arrows exceeded his limit. After unleashing them, Zhou Yixing spat out fresh blood. Even so, he didn't care, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Bai Xiaochun. The 36 soul arrows shrieked, piercing through the void and striking directly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He had been overly excited by his encounter with a lucky star earlier, and now he realized this was Chu Yixing's best chance to kill him. "Big Ape, you're too arrogant," Bai Xiaochun roared. As the 36 arrows approached, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. The 36 arrows blocked all escape routes, leaving him no chance to dodge. With paper figures pursuing him from behind, facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, extending the eternal night umbrella to block them. A deafening explosion resounded as the 36 soul arrows shattered and exploded. Zhou Yixing, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Bai Xiaochun, you finally met your match." Ignoring his own injuries, he drew his bow and fired another 36 soul arrows. Swoosh! 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 The 36 soul arrows flew forward like lightning, directly striking Bai Xiaochun. Another deafening explosion followed. The impact force was immense. Even the strong Bai Xiaochun was momentarily stunned, the impact even forcing him to retreat slightly. As he retreated, over 2,000 paper figures accelerated, closing the distance between them and Bai Xiaochun in an instant. One paper figure, grinning eerily, greedily, and frantically, flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Chu Yixing, watching from a distance, trembled with excitement, overjoyed to the extreme, and laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Bai Xiaochun, it's not that I, Chu, want to destroy you. This is the will of heaven." Chu Yixing felt his inner turmoil vanish completely, a feeling of exhilaration rising from his soul. He breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits greatly uplifted. Bai Xiaochun, Chu Yixing saw many paper figures flying towards him, engulfing Bai Xiaochun. Before Chu Yixing could finish his mocking laughter, his eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Chu Yixing gasped in shock, only to see a screen of light spreading outwards from where Bai Xiaochun was standing. This screen was 1,000 feet wide and more than 10 feet thick. When the loud explosion occurred, more than 10 feet of light enveloped Bai Xiaochun, and the paper figures flying towards him could only stick to the screen of light. Because there were so many paper figures, a ball of paper formed around Bai Xiaochun. Inside the ball of paper, Bai Xiaochun was drenched in sweat from fear. That moment was too dangerous. He was momentarily held back, and the paper figures rushed forward. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun reacted quickly. Although he didn't have time to activate the Watermarsh Kingdom, he had talismans. He used a large bundle of them to stick to his body, and in an instant, the rushing paper figures were blocked by the screen of light, forming a ball of paper. Luckily, the aura of the talismans could stop the paper figures. Bai Xiaochun looked up, and through the gap, he saw Chu Yixing's mouth agape. Chu Yixing! Bai Xiaochun was furious, and he immediately charged straight towards Zhou Yixing. Chu Yixing was stunned. He saw the paper ball hurtling towards him with incredible speed and momentum. The paper figures on the ball caused Chu Yixing's mind to collapse. "I can't die." Chu Yixing was distraught, almost dying of grief. He turned and fled, but although his speed wasn't slow, Bai Xiaochun's was even faster. The two chased each other, one after the other. "What do I do now? What do I do now? Do I have to use my last teleportation ability?" Chu Yixing wanted to explode with anger. He was racking his brains, wanting to use the teleportation mark, but he noticed over 2,000 paper figures clinging to the paper ball. They were simply stuck there, not doing anything else, seemingly absorbing energy. The paper ball was shrinking rapidly. Huh? Chu Yixing was overjoyed. He abandoned the thought of teleporting, his heart pounding. He realized that the method Bai Xiaochun was using was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once the light screen disappeared, Bai Xiaochun would surely be annihilated. Thinking of this, Chu Yixing became excited and immediately advanced. He laughed loudly, and the paper sphere behind him exploded, then restored to its 10 thickness. Chu Yixing was startled, and only after observing the sphere continue to shrink did he feel relieved. "Bai Xiaochun, let's see how long you can last," Chu Yixing shouted. Bai Xiaochun also sneered. Chu Yixing didn't know that while his storage bag didn't contain 1,000,000 talismans, it certainly had 18,000. HMPH, if I take them out, I'll definitely scare you to death. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, feeling worried again. Even if he had many talismans, they weren't limitless. Eventually, they would all be used up. At this moment, his heart was racing. He looked around and noticed that the paper figures were absorbing talismans, causing significant depletion. He vaguely sensed that the paper figures seemed more interested in absorbing the talisman's light screen. His heart stirred, and after some thought, he threw a talisman aside, instantly transforming it into a layer of light screen. In an instant, several paper figures flew out, heading straight towards the light screen. Even other paper figures were attracted, clearly showing that the paper figures preferred the talisman's light screen. Upon discovering this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He stared intently at Zhou Yixing, who was fleeing in the distance, and gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. The paper sphere enveloping Bai Xiaochun was so large that it obscured his vision. Zhou Yixing, distracted by his rapid flight, didn't notice this. His heart was pounding with excitement as he occasionally glanced at Bai Xiaochun, eagerly anticipating the shrinking of the paper sphere. And indeed, his prediction was correct. The paper sphere, not being replenished, continued to shrink from 10 feet to 1 foot. Simultaneously, his own speed slowed, seemingly reaching a point of no return. Zhou Yixing heard Bai Xiaochun's desperate cries. Bai Xiaochun, you finally met your match. Zhou Yixing felt incredibly relieved. He laughed loudly as he ran, feeling triumphant and satisfied, thinking that he had orchestrated everything. His whole body trembled with excitement. I want you dead. Do you dare not die? Zhou Yixing laughed maniacally. Bai Xiaochun's speed slowed down more and more. At this point, the paper sphere was only 3 meters away, and he became even more confident, slowing down even further. He wanted to see Bai Xiaochun being absorbed into a dry corpse with his own eyes. Zhou Yixing, Bai Xiaochun inside the paper sphere seemed to be panting with anger, shouting incessantly. His speed also slowed down more and more, until finally he was powerless to move forward. He struggled in place, and Zhou Yixing became even more delighted. He also stopped and looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with anticipation. HMPH, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will save you. Zhou Yixing was overjoyed. He felt his whole body filled with inexhaustible strength. The light screen surrounding Bai Xiaochun's body was only 1 meter wide. Gradually, he could no longer see Bai Xiaochun's figure, only a pile of paper. At this crucial moment, Zhou Yixing breathed heavily, even picturing the final scene in his mind. The sphere would shatter, the paper figures would swarm down and engulf Bai Xiaochun, followed by a blood-curdling scream, and Bai Xiaochun would be utterly annihilated. Then he would seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. If he had the chance, he would take Bai Xiaochun's relics. If not, he would use his final teleportation ability, relying on this record to exchange for the 5 heavenly beast souls of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus completing the 5 elements heavenly beast soul. As Zhou Yixing was lost in thought, he was filled with excitement. Bai Xiaochun's paper sphere shattered, and in that instant, Zhou Yixing's eyes widened. He watched with excitement. Suddenly, after the sphere shattered, a swarm of talismans was thrown like tofu. The action was so sudden that Zhou Yixing couldn't predict it. In a flash, more than 1,000 talismans fell in front of him. Zhou Yixing was stunned, instinctively wanting to stop it, but the talisman automatically erupted, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped him. The talisman shield had no destructive power, but rather provided protection, directly shielding Zhou Yixing within. At the same time, the paper figures surrounding Bai Xiaochun raised their heads, ignoring Bai Xiaochun completely. Their eyes blazed with fervent, frenzied light as they flew straight towards the shield surrounding Zhou Yixing's body. These events, though described slowly, actually occurred in just 2 seconds, from the moment Bai Xiaochun's shield shattered until the talisman enveloped Zhou Yixing, and the paper figures covered the new shield. Zhou Yixing's expression changed drastically. His mind reeled. Everything was happening so differently from what he had imagined. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The paper figures moved too fast, crowding together to cover the shield, engulfing Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun. Inside the paper sphere, Zhou Yixing let out a mournful wail, filled with utter regret. His mind was reeling, his body trembling. Shameless, shameless, Bai Xiaochun, you won't die in peace. In an instant, Zhou Yixing transformed into a paper sphere. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale as he retreated. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Zhou Yixing had taken his place. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare covet Zhou Yixing's great bow, retreating rapidly. Compared to the bow, my life is more important. This Zhou Yixing, he truly is my lucky star. Bai Xiaochun turned to look at the shrinking paper sphere. Fearing the pursuing paper figures, he instantly turned and fled far away. After Bai Xiaochun had gone, Chu Yixing stood inside the paper sphere with a dejected look in his eyes, his heart almost going mad. He watched the surrounding light screen gradually diminish. He felt that Bai Xiaochun was his nemesis, a true nemesis. At this moment, he didn't think much. Tears streaming down his face, he used teleportation one last time. Boom! A radiant light enveloped him. The teleportation opened, and in an instant the light disappeared. His figure was gone. Not long after he left, the light screen was also devoured by the paper figures. The paper figures, having missed their target, flew around searching, and after finding no trace of him, they gathered in a group and left. In the labyrinth, in another passage, a radiant light appeared, and Chu Yixing's figure stepped out of the light. He immediately spat out fresh blood, not just one mouthful, but several mouthfuls in quick succession. He leaned against the wall, his face pale. The mark on his forehead faded, gradually turning into ashes as time passed. The mark is gone. Chu Yixing was filled with grief and indignation. He recalled every encounter with Bai Xiaochun, feeling like he had met his nemesis, tears streaming down his face. I didn't kill him. I only pray I never see him again in this life. Chu Yixing gritted his teeth and roared, his face showing signs of aging. His body was battered, his spirit wounded. Chu Yixing began to doubt his own existence. Some were indignant, others joyful. Chu Yixing was the most indignant, while Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He felt like he had survived a disaster, and even more so, he felt like he had saved his own life. Thinking of Chu Yixing's treachery, Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry anymore. He felt Chu Yixing had been too good to him. He had nothing to complain about. Chu Yixing had sacrificed himself for righteousness to save him. Let it go, brother Chu. We are destined to meet. You surely won't die. I hope we meet again next time. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anticipation for the future, and he happily walked through the labyrinth. As he moved forward, Bai Xiaochun felt something was amiss. He turned around, but there was nothing behind him. He then reached out and patted his back, searching for something, but found nothing. He wondered if he was hallucinating, but something felt wrong, especially since a great wall cultivator in front of him, with a tense expression and looking like he'd survived a disaster, was cautiously approaching Bai Xiaochun. Their eyes met, and Bai Xiaochun saw fear in the cultivator's eyes. Very quickly, the cultivator lowered his head and stepped aside. Bai Xiaochun was suspicious and considered asking a question, but then dismissed the idea because behind the cultivator was a paper figure. After seeing the paper figure, Bai Xiaochun quickly left. But after flying past the cultivator, Bai Xiaochun turned his head and saw the Great Wall cultivator nodding fearfully at him. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze, the cultivator shouted and ran away. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He remembered a soul cultivator who had been possessed by a paper figure before, and the paper figure had even given him a nudge, and he had nodded. Thinking of this, he recalled his appearance at that time, which was exactly like the Great Wall cultivator's current state. This scene terrified him. Behind me, I wonder, is there a paper figure there? Bai Xiaochun's head buzzed, his face turned pale. He turned his head repeatedly until his neck ached, but he couldn't see anything. His spiritual sense was suppressed, preventing him from using it to probe, and he couldn't feel anything with his hands either. Finally, he resolutely took out a bronze mirror to look, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anything. Bai Xiaochun continued forward, his expression growing grim as time passed. He felt someone behind him. This feeling terrified Bai Xiaochun, sending shivers down his spine. Behind me, there's someone. Bai Xiaochun shouted, jumping up, his body trembling. He immediately turned around, trying to grab something, but couldn't find anything. However, the feeling of someone behind him grew stronger and stronger, even feeling an increasing weight pressing down on him, almost suffocating him. There must be someone. Bai Xiaochun's eyes welled up with tears of anger. He roared, then conjured a talisman and placed it on his back. After forming a protective shield, he looked again, but there was nothing there. He sensed someone lying behind him. Why can't I use it? Bai Xiaochun was anxious. He gritted his teeth and, with a bang, used the human mountain technique to transform into a stone figure again. After transforming back, there was still nothing. His expression grew even more grim. Bai Xiaojun cried out in despair, realizing that his life force was being drained away. No, that's my lifespan. I want immortality. You can't do this. Can't we negotiate? Please leave. Bai Xiaojun pleaded, his voice filled with sorrow. He even poked himself in the back with the eternal night umbrella, still sensing someone behind him, but unable to do anything. As time passed, Bai Xiaojun felt his vision blur. He desperately used the Water March Kingdom technique once more, but to no avail. What do I do now? Am I, Bai Xiaojun, destined to die here? I'm so unwilling. I'm so young. I haven't married yet. I haven't had any descendants. Bai Xiaojun was filled with indignation. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, his head almost spinning. From afar, Bai Xiaojun's face was hazy, his steps heavy, his body staggering forward, as if it wasn't his own strength, but someone behind him helping him. If he could see behind him, there was a piece of paper with its eyes wide open, seemingly growing on Bai Xiaojun's body, greedily absorbing his life, force, and cultivation. This paper figure was different from others. It wasn't white, but red. Especially, it had 6 eyes, all wide open at this moment, creating an extremely bizarre image. Bai Xiaojun didn't notice that along the path he was walking, a few paper figures had silently appeared all around him. They were greedily staring at him, but before they could get close, they noticed the red paper figure behind Bai Xiaojun and trembled, immediately leaving. As time passed, there was nothing else around Bai Xiaojun. His steps became heavier and heavier. His eyes glazed over, and if you looked closely, you would notice his body aging. Suddenly, a woman with hands as white as jade appeared. She ignored the paper figures on his back and patted Bai Xiaojun on the shoulder. Under this pat, Bai Xiaojun's body trembled violently. He was like a person awakened from a deep sleep. In his awakened state, he looked around, shouted, and took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned around. In that instant, Bai Xiaojun was stunned. Gongsun Water. Standing before Bai Xiaojun was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a long dress, a sinister smile on her face, and a trace of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth, as if she had eaten something and forgotten to wipe it away. This girl was Gongsun Water. In her hand, she held a red paper figure. This paper figure screamed in agony, struggling incessantly as if trying to escape but unable to, its eyes finally pleading. You dare bully my little brother? How audacious! Gongsun Water ignored the red paper figure, smiling faintly. In her eyes, a second circle of pupils emitted a cold light. She lightly squeezed a red paper figure, crushing it. As the paper figure was crushed, a wisp of white mist shot out and flew directly into Bai Xiaojun, instantly restoring his vitality. Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale. He unconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Gongsun Water. Bai Xiaojun felt that Gongsun Water was extremely strange at this moment. He even carefully recalled his experiences with her, carefully remembering that since returning to the Bloodstream sect, Gongsun Water had been acting strangely. Especially the fresh blood at the corner of her mouth didn't seem to be spat out, but rather something stuck to it. Bai Xiaojun's breathing quickened, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire body. The surrounding cold intensified. After a moment, Bai Xiaojun felt that even encountering the red hat, the blood-stained steamed bun, or entering the paper figure's lair couldn't compare to her. What frightened Bai Xiaojun the most was her calling him little brother, which felt strangely familiar. When, Water, why are you here? Bai Xiaojun asked in a trembling voice, taking a few steps back, his gaze fixed on the fresh blood at the corner of Gongsun Water's mouth. Gongsun Water noticed something, raised her hand to wipe the fresh blood from her mouth, then licked it up. Afterward, she smiled at Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun felt a chill run down his spine at her smile. He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but it seemed as if he saw a second mouth inside Gongsun Water's mouth. At the same time, he noticed Gongsun Water's eyes. They had 2 pupils. Bai Xiaojun's body trembled several times. He was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. Since entering the labyrinth, perhaps all the fear he had experienced in his entire life combined couldn't compare to this moment. Cold sweat covered his entire body. Water, I have something to do. I'll go first. Bai Xiaojun stammered, backing away. Little brother, play with me. Gongsun Water covered her mouth and giggled, her voice slightly altered, transforming into a childlike voice echoing through the labyrinthine passage. Bai Xiaojun's entire body stiffened. He widened his eyes. He found the 3 words little brother very familiar, and it was a child's voice. After thinking for a moment, he let out a pained cry. Bai Xiaochun retreated even faster, his eyes filled with disbelief as he pointed at Gongsun Wanner, his voice choked with shock. You, who are you, little brother? Why have you forgotten me? Gongsun Wanner spoke, her voice gentle, but to Bai Xiaochun's ears it was like a thunderclap. Unlocking his memories of the past, he recalled the eternal sword world of that time, where there was a soul altar and a little girl holding a skinned bear. How could this be? Bai Xiaochun's mouth was dry, his mind in turmoil. He took several deep breaths but couldn't calm down, as if someone had hit him on the head with a hammer. He still hadn't woken from his dream. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's expression, Gongsun Wanner smiled. After smiling, she waved her hand, and a cloud of blood mist appeared beside her. The blood mist condensed rapidly, finally transforming into a tall figure. This figure was a burly but terrifying man, his entire body devoid of skin, his flesh a frighteningly reddish hue, even his veins clearly visible. Bai Xiaochun looked at the burly man's face, and a name immediately came to mind. Lei Shan. This was Lei Shan, the prodigy of the Zhuangzi sect. His cultivation level was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, but his eyes were empty and lifeless, devoid of consciousness. He resembled a puppet without self-control. Little brother, wait here for me. I haven't eaten yet. I want to take the little bear to get something to eat. I'll come find you to play later. Be good and stay here. If you don't listen, I'll lose my temper. Gongsun Wanner said, looking very cheerful. She turned and jumped a few times, and Lei Shan also turned and walked quickly, his face expressionless, his footsteps making a banging sound. This scene was extremely bizarre. Bai Xiaochun was in agony. He felt a bone-chilling cold throughout his body. He thought he was going to die here. Looking at the backs of Gongsun Wanner and Lei Shan, he recalled everything that happened that year. He understood clearly that the terrifying little girl from the fallen sword world had possessed Gongsun Wanner's body to get out. Whether it was the ghostly events at the Reverse River sect or the deaths on the ship, it was obviously this little girl who did it. Thinking that the little girl had eaten his elixir and transformed like this, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. You, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Oh right, there's a guy named Zhou Yixing. He's fair-skinned and soft, looks delicious. You can go find him to play with. Bai Xiaochun shouted, and after making sure the little girl had gone far away, Bai Xiaochun turned and ran. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored Gongsun Wanner's request, feeling that it would be foolish to obediently wait here. I'm not stupid, I'm not waiting here. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his mind unsettled. He felt something was off about this little girl. She still believed he would listen to her. Isn't deception acceptable in warfare? Never mind, I'm not staying here anyway. Bai Xiaochun was restless and anxious, then pondered for a while. He still didn't understand the little girl's thoughts. At this point, he left, continuing his clumsy search for an exit. Several days later, Bai Xiaochun didn't encounter any other people on his journey, nor any strange occurrences. With no one to disturb him, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased. As time went on, the paths in his jade slip became more numerous, and his curves were very precise. Bai Xiaochun used his footsteps to calculate the path. Finally, Bai Xiaochun stopped, holding the jade slip and deep in thought. He looked around for a moment, then looked at the jade slip again. Even though he couldn't tell if it was the same path he had traveled before, he used the jade slip to examine it. He discovered he had passed this place. It was indeed a death loop. The labyrinth was formed by many death loops, and because the labyrinth was so large, the range of the death loops was considerable. We thought the wall was on the right, but in reality, it was a different path on the left. Both the left and right sides are the same wall. So there are two possibilities. If the labyrinth has 100 loops, then 99 are dead ends, returning to the same place, with only one way out. The second possibility is that the exit isn't a loop, but somewhere else. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his temples, sighing inwardly. He had been in the labyrinth for too long, and he didn't know if others had found their way out. Although the labyrinth was enormous, Bai Xiaochun felt that there were many extraordinary cultivators among them. Just because he couldn't do it didn't mean others couldn't. Lost in thought, Bai Xiaochun looked at the jade slip in his hand. He searched for a path to the left, continuing to mark the way. Once he found a return route to the starting point, he would immediately go back there, choose another path, and continue on the left. I must find the connecting point in this cycle of death. It must exist. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. My method doesn't necessarily guarantee an exit, but as long as no one disturbs me, I'm guaranteed not to get lost. I can still do it. Time passed, and half a month later, Bai Xiaochun's face was haggard. Not only had he failed to find the next loop, but even after going around in a circle, he found himself on the same old path. Undeterred, Bai Xiaochun continued his search. As time went on, it seemed that his bad luck had passed, and good fortune kept appearing. Another month passed, and the jade slip in Bai Xiaochun's hand contained countless intricate paths. His mind was immersed in these routes, and finally, one day, he stopped. He saw a square at the end of the path ahead. This square had no blue candlelight, nor any blood-red steamed buns. In the center stood a staircase-shaped altar, and on top of the altar was a gate of light. Upon seeing the gate, Bai Xiaochun was overwhelmed with excitement. He breathed heavily, his body trembled, and he was ecstatic. Finally found it. Bai Xiaochun took several deep breaths, suppressing his excitement. Instead of immediately rushing forward, he carefully observed his surroundings. Only after confirming there were no obstacles did he slowly approach. He walked step by step to the end of the path. Upon reaching the square, Bai Xiaochun saw the gate of light. What kind of maze? Bai Xiaochun, can shatter it into dust with a little thought. With a little effort, I can find the way out. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased. He directly flew onto the altar and stepped through the gate of light. Without a sound, his figure touched the door of light and disappeared. Bai Xiaochun was dazed. When he could see his surroundings clearly, he became wary. After examining himself, his whole body trembled. There was no land here, but void. Around him was an immeasurable expanse, filled with countless spheres of light formed by countless stars. These spheres were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Inside each sphere was a figure, some cultivators, some soul cultivators, even natives. These people sat with their eyes closed, their expressions changing, some gnashing their teeth, others ecstatically joyful, a myriad of emotions. Many of the figures were people Bai Xiaochun recognized. After carefully identifying them, Bai Xiaochun realized that they were all people from the savage wilderness and the Great Wall who had entered the labyrinth. So, thousands of people have already broken through the labyrinth before me. Bai Xiaochun looked at each person. He saw Chen Zhaoshan, and even Zhao Jianzhou and Chen Yuesan. Among the people from the savage wilderness, Bai Xiaochun saw Hong Chennu wearing a long red dress, sitting in a sphere of light. Hong Chennu was incredibly captivating. The sphere she sat in emitted a brilliant radiance, arguably the brightest among everyone present. The immense radiance seemed to be formed by hundreds of spheres of light, yet even hundreds of spheres of light couldn't compare to her brilliance. Bai Xiaochun looked down, and at this moment, he noticed that he was also surrounded by a halo of light. He then understood that his position was also a sphere of light, just like the thousands of other spheres floating in the void. At the center of these thousands of spheres of light was an enormous stone tablet existing in the void, a tablet that gave off an earth-shattering, mind-shaking aura. The stone tablet was so enormous that Bai Xiaochun couldn't even gauge its size. It seemed boundless and infinite, towering in the void. He looked at the text on it, which recorded the rules of the trial. All the light spheres revolved around the stone tablet, and upon closer inspection, he could even see that each light sphere was connected to the tablet by a thread. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. This was the second stone tablet he had seen. Outside the labyrinth, there was another stone tablet, which stated that passing the labyrinth and the trial, becoming the first, would grant him the heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaochun knew he had already passed the labyrinth, so it was clear that this was the trial ground. If he achieved first place in this trial, he could obtain the heavenly human soul. Although the heavenly human soul is good, my life is more important. This place looks safe. I'll hide here and wait until someone takes the heavenly human soul, then I can get out. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun reached out and touched the light, wanting to see if he could get out. Suddenly, he found that the light sphere seemed to block him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't step out. Bai Xiaochun was happy to discover this. Just as I guessed, this is good. Ha ha, I can't get out, others can't get out either. and they can't get in. That's great. Everyone can be safe and sound. Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed, feeling that the trial ground was extremely thoughtful. While he was happy, Bai Xiaojun saw a beam of light appear in the distance, then form a light sphere, and inside appeared a figure. This figure was initially blurry, but then became clear. Zhu Yixing! Bai Xiaojun was stunned, not expecting the cultivator in the light sphere to be Zhou Yixing. His face was extremely excited, seemingly thrilled at the prospect of finding an exit. Just like Bai Xiaojun, who had just arrived, Zhou Yixing surveyed the surroundings. He was shaken by the monument and the number of people around him, and finally, he saw Bai Xiaojun. The two were far apart, but their eyes met, and Zhou Yixing's eyes widened in shock. Bai Xiaojun laughed heartily, not knowing if the other party heard him, but he could imagine Zhou Yixing's great luck. Not only had he survived, but he had also found an exit. He was truly his lucky star, so he raised his hand in greeting. Zhou Yixing's face twitched several times. He stared at Bai Xiaojun, gritting his teeth and averting his gaze, worried that further stares might lead to something unfortunate. Seeing that Zhou Yixing ignored him, Bai Xiaojun cleared his throat and rubbed his nose, utterly bored. These people are too slow. Isn't this a trial? Shouldn't it be over when it's finished? Bai Xiaojun yawned, his eyes scanning the stone tablet. He intended to observe what the trial was. He looked at the inscription on the stone tablet and then at the monk in the sphere of light. The inscription on the stone tablet was very simple. In any type of trial, whoever could be the first to complete it would automatically become the first. Regardless of who it was, what the trial was, or when it started, whoever finished first would be teleported to the third level. The heavenly human soul was located on the third level, and after being teleported in, it could be taken. The inscription also mentioned other things. Whether the others finished after the first person was chosen. It seemed that the rules dictated that if the first person hadn't yet taken the heavenly human soul, then the second, third, or even more people who completed the trial would also be teleported to the third level to take it. Aside from that, the higher the completion rate, the more dazzling one's aura becomes. Seeing this, Bai Xiaojun understood everyone present. He suspected that only Hong Chen-nu was the one with the highest completion rate. Unless something unexpected happened, she would likely be the first to complete the trial and obtain the heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaojun felt regretful. Although he didn't necessarily want to obtain the heavenly human soul, if he could, he wouldn't let it go. He stopped joking around now. After all, he arrived too late, with thousands of people ahead of him. Bai Xiaojun sighed, his gaze shifting to the stone tablet, paying attention to some of the trial choices. First, there's the combat power test. This one won't do. Just looking at it, I know it's all about fighting and killing. It's not suitable for me. Bai Xiaojun shook his head, looking at the second test. After a moment, his eyes lit up. The second test was alchemy. Alchemy, I'm good at that. Bai Xiaojun braced himself and continued to look. Divine ability test, chair refining test, soul test. No, I can't compare to the Hongqian old woman in the divine ability test, chair refining. I don't know, only the soul test, cough cough. I haven't even condensed a soul yet. It seems only alchemy is suitable. Bai Xiaojun was excited. At this moment, whether out of boredom or amusement, he wanted to participate in the test. Bai Xiaojun looked at the list, automatically ruling out many trials and also considering the physical strength trial. It seems like a physical strength trial. No, that's too dangerous. Bai Xiaojun continued looking down. The stone tablet listed hundreds of trials of all kinds, many of which Bai Xiaojun had never heard of. After glancing at them, his gaze shifted to two types of trials, alchemy and spirit cultivation. He pondered. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time, otherwise, I would choose alchemy. Although spirit cultivation, Bai Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, a mischievous glint in them, his heart pounding. He realized this was his chance to cheat. If I can use the turtle pattern cauldron in the trial, then spirit cultivation wouldn't be difficult at all. Once I can use it, I'll become number one. Surpassing Hong Chen-nu isn't impossible. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaojun became uncontrollably excited. That's right, refining medicine is hopeless. I can gamble on refining a spirit once. If I win, I'll get the heavenly human soul. If I lose, I won't lose anything. With this thought, Bai Xiaojun made up his mind. He looked at the spirit refining trial, and according to the method described on the stone tablet, he focused his mind on the 4 words spirit refining trial. After staring intently, Bai Xiaochun's head buzzed. The scenery before his eyes became chaotic, as if the heavens and earth were reversed, and his soul left his body and flew into the stone tablet. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He turned to look at his light sphere. His body was sitting cross-legged, motionless, as if only his soul had left, his body losing its vitality. Suddenly, the mask on his face fell off. Bai Xiaochun was startled. He hadn't expected the mask to fall off in this situation. His appearance remained unchanged, and his soul touched the stone tablet. A loud explosion rang out, and countless wails of vengeful spirits filled his ears, as if trying to tear his soul apart. Fortunately, it didn't last long. After only a few breaths, all the sounds in Bai Xiaochun's ears disappeared. He felt dizzy, and when he could see clearly, he found himself in a secret chamber. The walls of the secret chamber were pitch black, giving off a feeling of pressure and coldness. The surroundings were empty, with only 3 half-height stone pedestals. On the central pedestal rested a withered leaf. It was a dried leaf, seemingly ordinary, and indeed it was an ordinary leaf, more ordinary than anything else. To the left of the stone platform, a cluster of flames hung suspended, slowly burning red. The temperature was slightly higher than ordinary flames, yet Bai Xiaochun recognized them as the common single-colored flames of the cultivation world. On the right platform, scattered materials were placed: stones, herbs, and some metal. Bai Xiaochun only recognized the herbs. He didn't know what the others were. They looked somewhat familiar. He carefully considered his options, remembering that Zhang Dapeng had used similar materials when he was refining spirit essence years ago. Aside from the 3 stone platforms, the secret chamber contained nothing else. Clearly, this was a spirit essence refining room, and one had to use the provided materials to complete the refining process. Bai Xiaochun glanced around, focusing his attention on the single-colored flames. He took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous, remembering his physical body being outside. After carefully examining his surroundings, he stopped before the flames, gritting his teeth. Never mind, the light sphere is very sturdy, probably unbreakable. Otherwise, those who entered before would have been killed. Most importantly, can I summon the turtle pattern toad? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He realized that after entering this place, he had no storage bag, nothing at all. He took a deep breath and followed the method he had used before to summon the turtle pattern toad. After a while, a dark light appeared in his body, floating before him, transforming into the turtle pattern toad. The moment he saw the turtle pattern toad, Bai Xiaochun was stunned, then laughed triumphantly. I brought it in, haha, I really can bring it in. Bai Xiaochun was excited, his eyes shining brightly. Thinking about becoming first and obtaining the heavenly human soul, Bai Xiaochun became even more excited. From now on, who can compare to me? Humph, I, Bai Xiaochun, want first place. Who dares to snatch it? Bai Xiaochun casually flicked his sleeves and tilted his chin up, feeling smug for a moment, but also understanding the urgency of the situation. Therefore, he suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, grabbed the flame, and placed it into the turtle pattern cauldron with anticipation. In an instant, the fiery energy touched the turtle pattern cauldron. The cauldron vibrated and then absorbed it, causing the patterns on the cauldron to light up. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun felt even more confident. He chuckled, then stepped forward and examined the leaf, confirming it was perfectly ordinary. He muttered to himself, "It's a waste to use this leaf for refining." Bai Xiaochun understood that he couldn't use any other item, so he didn't hesitate and threw the leaf into the turtle pattern cauldron. As he threw the leaf inside, the patterns on the cauldron shimmered and then condensed into the leaf. In a flash, a dazzling light appeared and disappeared, and a bright silver cloud appeared on the dry leaf. Bai Xiaochun took the leaf out and examined it, finding it was just a silver cloud, with no other changes. It's such a waste. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. He looked up at the stone platform and discovered a second flame had appeared there, a 2-colored flame, a 2-colored fire. It doesn't matter. It's just a trial anyway. It's not mine. No need to feel bad. Bai Xiaochun didn't care. He used the 2-colored fire to refine the leaf. Very quickly, 2 silver clouds appeared on the leaf, then a third, a fourth, until 8-colored flames appeared on the stone platform. Bai Xiaochun refined the leaf again, and when 8 silver clouds appeared on the leaf, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of regret. I've refined the leaf 8 times. Bai Xiaochun looked at the leaf in his hand. It was still withered, but its resilience had clearly increased significantly, and there was even a faint aura circulating within it. What was originally an ordinary leaf had transformed into a treasure. Bai Xiaochun thought that since the leaf had transformed into a treasure, if he could leave his mark on it, and if it could become his, he might be able to take it with him when he left this place. Hoping for good fortune, Bai Xiaochun immediately chanted a spell and imprinted his mark on the leaf. A radiant light enveloped the leaf, completing the process of becoming its master. After doing this, Bai Xiaochun noticed that the 9-colored fire had also appeared. He took the 9-colored fire and began refining it. 9 times, 10 times. At this point, 10 silver clouds had appeared on the leaf. Although the leaf was withered, it gave the impression that its material had changed and the radiance flowed like a reflective jade. 10 times. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the stone platform. As soon as he looked up, he saw the 11-colored fire appear, and he was immediately captivated by it. To be precise, the 11-colored fire wasn't 11 colors. Bai Xiaochun looked and confirmed that this was indeed the 11-colored fire. It was an indescribable feeling. The color of the flame had changed. It was silently burning, yet it contained a power that terrified Bai Xiaochun. I once speculated that after 11 rounds of spirit refinement, some miraculous transformation would occur. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up as he remembered the golden cloud on the fire soul arrow. Bai Xiaochun's soul was currently merged into the stone tablet. He was unaware of what was happening outside, and even the other participants in the trial were unaware of each other's situation. Zhou Yixing was sitting in the light sphere. He hadn't yet chosen his desired trial, but as he was making his choice, he felt something was amiss. His eyes spotted a bright radiance, which was growing brighter and brighter. He was stunned for a moment, his gaze shifting to the source of the dazzling light. He saw Bai Xiaochun's true face without the mask. Bai Xiaochun's light sphere was now much brighter than before, even ranking among the top 500 out of 1,000 light spheres here. It really is Bai Xiaochun. It's too fast. What trial did he choose? Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth, feeling a little unconvinced. After a few breaths, he suppressed his urge to look further and continued to consider his own trial. At the same time, in the spirit refining chamber, as the turtle pattern cauldron absorbed the 10-colored flames, Bai Xiaochun waited expectantly, and the leaves inside the turtle pattern cauldron emitted a dazzling radiance. This radiance was 10 times brighter than the previous spirit refining combined. Even the silver radiance transformed. Bai Xiaochun stared intently, watching as 10 silver clouds began to emerge, finally forming a golden cloud. Indeed, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He thought the spirit refining process was over, but at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. As the golden patterns appeared on the leaves, they vibrated intensely and turned green. In an instant, the green color enveloped the entire leaf, even giving it a life force. Then, an unimaginable scene unfolded, shaking Bai Xiaochun's mind. He exclaimed, How is this possible? In his eyes, as the leaves turned green, they extended, forming branches that continued to spread. More leaves appeared on the branches, and the branches grew incessantly. Bai Xiaochun forgot to breathe. He stared at the branches, which eventually formed a trunk. Other branches appeared on the trunk, and finally, a small tree appeared inside the green cauldron. The small tree trunk, brimming with vitality, seemed to truly exist. A dazzling golden cloud flickered across it, and even Bai Xiaochun's imprint on the leaf had changed, seemingly erased by some dark force. The tree trunk was no longer connected to Bai Xiaochun. A leaf, after 11 rounds of spirit refinement, has transformed into a small tree trunk. The previous imprint has also disappeared after 11 rounds of spirit refinement. The silver cloud, indeed, has become a golden cloud. Bai Xiaochun gasped, carefully observing the leaf. He gradually discovered that the tree trunk wasn't fixed but rather indistinct, as if the leaf and the small tree were constantly transforming into each other. Its characteristics were identical to the fire soul arrow. Bai Xiaochun was greatly moved. This spirit refinement experience was incredibly valuable. From this, he gained a deeper impression of spirit refinement. He raised his right hand and chanted a spell, trying to imprint his mark on the tree trunk again to see if it would recognize him as its master. From the moment he imprinted his mark on the tree trunk, Bai Xiaochun understood that after 11 times of spirit refinement, its nature had changed, yet it could still recognize its master. From that, It seems that a treasure refined 11 times has undergone a complete transformation. Regardless of who it belonged to before, the imprint has been erased, giving it a second chance at recognition. Bai Xiaochun fell silent, forgetting the purpose of this trial. His entire interest was focused on the spirit refinement process. 10 times is silver cloud. After 10 times it should be gold cloud. So what kind of cloud will appear after the gold cloud? Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. He immediately looked at the stone platform, where a new cluster of flames had appeared. Without hesitation, he excitedly continued refining the spirit. 12 times, 13 times, 14 times. The golden markings remained on the trunk of the tree. Now 4 markings had appeared on it. At the same time, the small trunk grew stronger, gradually becoming thicker and larger, its branches dense, and a faint aura of power emanated from the great tree. The immense pressure was so strong that even Bai Xiaochun felt it intensely. He was incredibly excited, his mind captivated by the spirit refining process. After staring intently at the giant tree, Bai Xiaochun took the 15 colored flames and continued refining its spirit. This time, after successfully refining the spirit, an unprecedented tremor occurred within the turtle pattern cauldron. Bai Xiaochun had never encountered such a tremor before. A golden radiance appeared within the turtle pattern cauldron, illuminating the heavens and earth with an extremely dazzling light. Bai Xiaochun understood that 15 times. The spirit refining treasure had undergone a new transformation. I wonder what kind of transformation it will undergo. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, excitedly staring at the radiance. The golden radiance in the turtle pattern cauldron disappeared, and the trunk of the giant tree grew thicker and thicker. A ray of heavenly human power appeared on its trunk. Heavenly human! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't encountered many celestial beings, but he hadn't had many either. He sensed the power of a celestial being emanating from the base of this ancient tree. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, stepping forward to examine it, even reaching out to touch it. As he stroked the tree, he suddenly felt the sky reflected in its roots. The further you go in refining the spirit, the more mysterious and unpredictable it becomes. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He retreated a few steps, his eyes filled with fascination. He then picked up the newly appeared flame and began refining the spirit again. Boom! 16 times, 17 times, 18 times, 19 times, 20 times. After each 5 rounds of refining the spirit root, the ancient tree grew larger. At this point, the tree occupied the entire secret chamber, towering majestically, seemingly wanting to break through and grow out. The tree was incredibly huge. Bai Xiaochun couldn't see its top. Fortunately, there were still a few openings beneath the turtle pattern cauldron that allowed him to continue refining the spirit root. The massive tree had 10 golden clouds, radiating an extremely dazzling light. A powerful heavenly human force erupted from its trunk, causing Bai Xiaochun to tremble. The heavenly human force was incredibly strong. Bai Xiaochun felt that what he was facing wasn't a tree, but a heavenly human far stronger than Chen Zietie and Hong Chennu. It seemed like the power of a peak heavenly human. It was like a storm. If Bai Xiaochun touched it even slightly, no matter how powerful his body was, he would be utterly annihilated. Bai Xiaochun even sensed that if Chen Zhuoxin and Hong Chennu were standing there, although they wouldn't be annihilated, they would definitely be crushed and unable to move. Bai Xiaochun gazed excitedly at the giant tree. He felt his mark still lingered on its trunk, and he could even command it with a single thought. It had become his magical treasure. With this treasure, Bai Xiaochun was incredibly confident. What were Chen Zhuoxin and Hong Chennu compared to him? I only managed to forge such a treasure with the turtle pattern cauldron. I wonder if there's any other treasure in this world that has undergone 20 spirit refinements. If I can take it out, I'll definitely strike it rich. If I bring it back to the reverse river sect. Bai Xiaochun's excitement turned into apprehension. He felt this object was too powerful, and he feared he wouldn't be able to take it with him. A glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. He tremblingly placed the newly appeared flame into the turtle pattern cauldron. 21 times, while Bai Xiaochun was refining his spiritual power, Zhou Yixing, outside, was greatly shocked. He had chosen the place for his trial and was preparing to enter, but suddenly noticed that the aura around Bai Xiaochun was very bright. Because Bai Xiaochun's aura brightened so rapidly, even Zhou Yixing, upon glancing over, saw it was already much brighter than before. Zhou Yixing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had seen Bai Xiaochun's light sphere constantly shining, directly surpassing the auras of all other light spheres. Although others had entered this place earlier than Bai Xiaochun, their light spheres were not as bright as Bai Xiaochun's. In the void, only Hong Chennu's light sphere shone the brightest, and now Bai Xiaochun had joined in. Although Bai Xiaochun's light sphere was not yet as bright as Hong Chennu's, it still radiated boundless brilliance in the void. Judging by its speed, catching up to Hong Chennu was not impossible. Zhou Yixing's eyes popped out of their sockets in surprise. He thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find in horror that he hadn't seen it. Why is this happening? Damn it, he can reach the #1 spot. Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth and roared, his jealousy of Bai Xiaochun reaching its peak. 21 times. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the secret chamber. The entire chamber trembled, and even cracks appeared on all sides. Only 3 stone platforms remained. Bai Xiaochun held a tree trunk, his face pale. He looked at the large tree before him, the 10 golden clouds on its trunk overlapping each other. Bai Xiaochun held his breath, his eyes wide as he observed, carefully examining the base of the large tree after 21 rounds of spirit refinement. He wanted to see what kind of transformation it had undergone. Bai Xiaochun believed that this opportunity was probably rare for anyone else to witness, and only here could he truly understand the profound mysteries of spirit refinement. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere, not only shaking the large tree, but even the stone tablet outside trembled. This process lasted for 10 breaths. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes wide. The 10 golden clouds on the giant tree were overlapping, and unexpectedly, they turned purple. Finally, they transformed into a single purple cloud. As the purple cloud appeared, the entire tree stopped growing. Under the dazzling purple light, it seemed as if new life was being born, and a face materialized on its thick trunk. This face was incredibly sorrowful, yet after opening its eyes, it held the radiance of a newborn child, filled with bewilderment and curiosity about the world around it, constantly scrutinizing everything. The celestial being aura on its body had vanished, replaced by an even more terrifying pressure than that of a celestial being. However, this pressure was contained and did not radiate outwards. Bai Xiaochun clearly felt that if it were to radiate outwards, the entire heaven and earth would likely be transformed. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was about to crack, his mind constantly exploding with tension. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his mark was still intact. His mark had grown with the great tree, and even after 21 rounds of spirit refinement, it still remained. After 10 times, the leaves transformed into a great tree. After 20 times, the great tree transformed into a spirit. What is this? A tree spirit? A wood spirit? Bai Xiaochun swallowed several times, sweat beading on his forehead. He stared at the great tree for a long time, noticing the face on the tree was staring blankly. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. No matter what it is, it has my mark. 21 times was already so extraordinary. What will 30 times be like? Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun eagerly awaited what would happen after 30. Therefore, his gaze shifted to the stone platform, and with the same stubbornness and madness as when he was refining medicine, he continued spirit refinement again. 22 times. After 20 attempts, each time the spirit refining process brought earth-shattering changes, explosions resounding in all directions. The entire secret chamber had long since collapsed. The ancient trees trembled and shook with increasing intensity, and the radiance in his eyes and face became more profound, even carrying a hint of shrewdness. It seemed that after countless years, the aura of vicissitude grew stronger and stronger. The heavens and earth shook, even the stone tablet outside trembled considerably, as if it could not withstand the power of Bai Xiaochun's spirit refining. As for Bai Xiaochun's light sphere outside, it was radiating a dazzling light, even surpassing Hong Chennu, becoming the most magnificent among the thousands of surrounding light spheres. Zhou Yixing was already in despair, and after calculating the time, his despair deepened. Bai Xiaochun is a monster. I never want to see him again in my life. Zhou Yixing was greatly devastated. He was utterly disheartened. While the stone tablet was vibrating violently, Bai Xiaochun was frantically refining his spirit. Thousands of surrounding light spheres had already forcibly interrupted the trials of some people. It seemed the stone tablet's power was insufficient to support everyone's trials. It needed to cut short the trials of the weaker ones to use its greater power to support Bai Xiaochun's spirit refining. What's happening? I suddenly went outside. The trial isn't over yet. Oh my god, this stone tablet. It's vibrating. What is that? Who is it? This radiance is terrifying. Bai Xiaochun. The awakened individuals felt bewildered. After observing their surroundings, they all gasped in shock, their voices echoing throughout the trial grounds. The stone tablet trembled. Even though it had already interrupted the trials of many, the vibrations grew stronger and stronger. Bai Xiaochun was frantically refining his spiritual power. 23 times. When 3 streaks of purple clouds appeared, the stone tablet exploded with a tremendous bang, interrupting the trials of hundreds of people. And as if that wasn't enough, it interrupted them again. Except for Hong Chennu and Bai Xiaochun, it severed the trials of everyone else. Regardless of their trial level, everyone was instantly cut short by the stone tablet. From then on, over 1,000 people simultaneously awoke, their cries of reproach echoing throughout the trial grounds. When their trials were interrupted, the radiance on their light spheres dimmed, leaving only 2 shining light spheres in the void, one belonging to Bai Xiaochun and the other to Hong Chennu. Bai Xiaochun's light sphere shone dazzlingly, while Hong Chennu's was considerably weaker but still shone like the sun and moon, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. It's Bai Xiaochun. My god, this white demon is undergoing trials. Even a celestial being can't compare to him. While the outside world was buzzing with excitement, Bai Xiaochun, with disheveled hair but a very excited heart, shouted loudly from within his trial grounds. 24 times, boom! A 4th purple cloud appeared on the great tree, its face on the trunk much more intelligent, seemingly looking down at Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, a crack appeared on the stone tablet outside, a cracking sound echoing, the appearance of the crack causing a powerful shock to everyone's hearts. It wasn't over yet. Bai Xiaochun roared angrily again, 25 times. Ignoring the color of the flames, he directly picked them up and placed them into the turtle pattern cauldron. The turtle pattern cauldron vibrated violently, and in an instant, a brilliant purple light appeared, pouring into the tree. 5 purple clouds appeared on the trunk. When the 5th purple cloud appeared, the face on the tree trunk let out a sigh, as if from ancient times. The sigh echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Countless lives existed on its body, constantly reproducing and growing. Bai Xiaochun couldn't imagine what direction it would evolve. It seemed a little short, perhaps. Perhaps only a few more spirit refinements remained. A world. Could it be that after 30 spirit refinements, the tree will transform into a world? Bai Xiaochun's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. At that moment, he understood. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was trying to condense the 26 colored flames on the stone platform, but it couldn't. Boom! The platform crumbled into dust. 2 other platforms also collapsed, and the ancient tree. Bai Xiaochun saw everything clearly. His mind was constantly being struck by lightning. He knew that this trial had brought him crucial insights into spirit cultivation. Although it wasn't a stroke of luck, it was an unprecedented great fortune. It could be said that it had compensated for his lack of fundamental knowledge of spirit cultivation. He also understood his own direction in spirit cultivation. He feared that throughout the Tongshan continent, people with his knowledge were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was highly likely there was no one else. He was even more deeply moved. He realized that he had previously underestimated spirit cultivation. Spirit cultivation. It possessed the power to transform decay into wonder. It could be said that spirit cultivation was the greatest creation in the universe. His heart was filled with terror. His breathing was ragged, and deep down, he was even more determined to cultivate spirit, just as he had been determined to cultivate medicine in the past, because he realized that cultivating spirit could also lead to immortality. It could also transform into a world, not to mention immortality. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He felt this path was even more direct than cultivating medicine because he had the turtle pattern cauldron. My turtle pattern cauldron. What kind of treasure is it? The power of spirit cultivation was immense. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head to look at the turtle pattern cauldron in his hand. Bai Xiaochun didn't know its origin. Bai Xiaochun was greatly shaken. The stone tablet outside kept exploding. Even the trial ground trembled along with the stone tablet. You become the number 1. A voice rang out, and Bai Xiaochun's mouth dropped open. He wanted to say something, but suddenly a strange force appeared, shattering the spirit refining trial. Boom! It seemed to completely sever some kind of seal. Before Bai Xiaochun could react, a giant vortex sucked him in. As Bai Xiaochun was pulled into the vortex, his body outside the stone tablet opened its eyes, his gaze slightly hazy. Before he could react, the light sphere instantly transformed into a vortex, pulling him inside and disappearing without a trace. When Bai Xiaochun vanished, his light sphere disappeared without a trace. After the light dissipated, the entire stone tablet trembled and then returned to normal, a crack appearing on it. At this moment, all the participants in the alchemy and spirit refining trials were wiped out. At this moment, over 1,000 people around were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Xiaochun is gone. He must be the number one. He's already reached the 3rd level, going to retrieve the celestial soul. Why could it be him? That damned white demon. Why him? HMPH. It's good that it's him. If it fell into Lord Hongchen's hands, we wouldn't have a chance. If it fell into the white demon's hands after he got it, he wouldn't be able to keep it himself. That's right. From then on, Bai Xiaochun's value would be even greater. Killing him would not only allow us to exchange for 5 portions of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth heavenly beast souls, completing the 5 elements heavenly beast soul, but we could also obtain the heavenly human soul. Everyone continued discussing amongst themselves. They noticed that the Hongchen woman's light sphere outside the stone tablet still existed, even more dazzling than before. Not only had her qualification not been revoked, but she was also incredibly close to completion. At this moment, everyone realized that the ultimate owner of the heavenly human soul might not necessarily be Bai Xiaochun. If Bai Xiaochun was slow to seize the heavenly human soul in the 3rd level, not only would he not obtain it, but his life would also be in danger. After all, he would have to face a heavenly human expert. In that place, everyone knew what his fate would be. Moreover, it was obvious that without Bai Xiaochun's appearance, the 1st place would definitely belong to Hongchen Nu. Chu Yixing was trembling, his eyes filled with excitement, his heart overflowing with joy. Hongchen ancestor, keep going, quickly go to the 3rd level and kill that damned Bai Xiaochun. Chu Yixing looked forward to it. In the 3rd level of the underground palace, this was where the heavenly human soul was located. This was an enormous burial palace, octagonal in shape, not to mention brightly lit with torches, each corner of which stood a colossal statue. Each statue was over 100 feet tall, appearing enormous but incomparable to the palace itself. The palace's bricks and stones were intricately carved with intricate patterns, and upon closer inspection, 9 golden dragons were embedded in the ground. Even at a glance, one could discern that at the location of the 9 dragons, a sacrificial altar resembled a celestial body surrounding the moon. That was only the ground. In the air, the 4 walls of the burial palace had countless small holes, each emitting a radiant light of various colors, which coalesced into a colossal golden dragon in the sky. This golden dragon was incredibly lifelike, constantly circling the burial palace, its head drooping towards the altar, its eyes closed as if in deep sleep. These features made the altar within the burial palace extremely conspicuous, becoming the center of attention. Instead of a coffin, there was a blue stone tablet on the altar. The stone tablet, steeped in sorrow and grief, seemed to have lain there for countless years. Its surface bore traces of inscriptions, clearly intended for future generations. Anyone standing nearby would notice that the tablet wasn't lying on the ground. It was suspended a short distance above it. A mysterious force seemed to lift it, and it remained motionless. Between the tablet and the altar was a green jade ring. Within the jade ring, the essence of heaven and earth was condensed, enveloping a green mist. This mist rotated slowly, sometimes transforming into a droplet of water, giving rise to an extremely dense celestial being aura. It was the celestial being soul, a water attribute celestial being soul. At this moment, 1,000-foot-tall golden light shone on the yellow ground to the right of the burial palace, and Bai Xiaochun's figure appeared. When he first appeared, Bai Xiaochun was still in a dazed state. Because of the continuous and rapid teleportation, his consciousness was still in the spirit refining trial. The next moment, he appeared inside the light sphere. After his soul returned to his body, he felt dizzy and then appeared here. Bai Xiaochun looked around blankly. When his eyes fell on the golden dragon bowing its head down to the altar, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He took a deep breath, retreated a few steps, and looked at the golden dragon with a hint of suspicion. He then saw the light shooting out from the small holes in the wall, forming the golden dragon. I thought it was the real golden dragon, but it's fake. You scared the Bai family to death. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. His mind was now a little clearer. He recalled the scene from before and realized where he was. He had entered the 3rd level. I've become number 1. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with excitement, especially remembering the immense gains from refining the spirit. After examining everything, he was about to rush towards the altar when his expression suddenly changed. My cauldron! Bai Xiaochun suddenly remembered that he had teleported too quickly earlier and hadn't had time to retrieve the turtle pattern cauldron. He immediately summoned it, and a dark light appeared. Seeing that the turtle pattern cauldron was still there, he confidently retrieved it. Then, thinking of his mask, he looked down and found it stuck to his chest. He quickly removed it and excitedly rushed to the altar. On the altar, he carefully observed the golden dragon, even reaching out to touch it, but it passed right through him. Bai Xiaochun was completely reassured. This place is beautifully arranged. It constantly creates golden dragon light images, and there are 9 golden dragons carved on the ground. It looks like a burial ground, but without coffins. Bai Xiaochun was astonished. He walked to the stone tablet, seeing the floating stone tablet, and even more so, the blue mist within the jade ring. Many people have never seen a heavenly human soul in their entire lives, and cannot distinguish them. Bai Xiaochun had 2 heavenly human souls in his storage bag, and upon seeing the mist within the jade ring, he immediately recognized them as true heavenly human souls. Obviously, this heavenly human soul was suppressed by the stone tablet and was not easily taken away. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the stone tablet, observing the inscription above. He observed for a while, his eyes widening, unconsciously taking a few steps forward, his face showing an expression of disbelief. I am the 2nd generation Emperor Kui. Besides my burial place, I now leave behind 9 underworld palaces. My cultivation is inferior to my father's. According to my father's wishes, even if I lose my 3 souls and 7 spirits, I will not regret it. I will use them to guard the underworld palaces, temporarily leaving them for future generations to reap and achieve their own creation. All the people of heaven and earth share my bloodline. Those who reach this place are my descendants. This place is guarded by my 7th soul. This soul is the heavenly human soul. Reading this text, Bai Xiaochun was terrified. He had countless speculations, vaguely feeling that it contained a secret. He breathed heavily, continuing to read. After reading it all, his mind was greatly shaken. This stone tablet recorded the method of using the heavenly human soul. After carefully examining the method of use, Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that he had previously not known how to properly use the heavenly human soul. He even felt that to achieve the heavenly Dao nascent soul, all he needed was 5 heavenly human souls gathered together. Just like using the 5 elements heavenly beast souls to form a nascent soul. Absorbing them all would be enough to break through the core and form a nascent soul. But in reality, it wasn't like that. The heavenly human soul also requires all 5 elements to help one form a heavenly Dao nascent soul, but it's not necessary to wait for all 5 elements to be gathered before absorbing them. In fact, it can be absorbed at any time. After absorbing each heavenly human soul, a clone with the same cultivation level as the main body will be formed. This was the first time Bai Xiaochun had heard of this. He had never heard anyone mention it before, and no one knew about it because this information had been deliberately erased from history. After absorbing 5 elements heavenly human souls, 5 great clones will be obtained. These 5 great clones have the same cultivation level as the main body and equivalent combat power. This is hard to imagine. If one wants to form a nascent soul, they need to merge the 5 clones with the main body, thereby forming a terrifying force that cannot fail, instantly achieving the nascent soul. Achieving the heavenly Dao nascent soul, the extent of its combat power can be clearly seen during the process. It's not without its drawbacks, though. Once you absorb the first heavenly human soul, you'll be unable to use the heavenly beast soul formation technique for the rest of your life. To break through, you'll only be able to take the path of the heavenly Dao nascent soul. Bai Xiaochun was very tempted. With the heavenly human soul in front of him, he would have 3, each with different attributes. But heavenly human souls are extremely rare. He didn't know when he'd get to more with different attributes. By Xiaochun sighed. Thinking about it, it would be better to use the heavenly beast soul formation. Bai Xiaochun thought this and looked at the stone tablet again. He still regretted not being able to form a heavenly Dao nascent soul. He remembered the method of using the heavenly human soul inscribed on the stone tablet. Outsiders didn't know much about it. This might be important intelligence to use, and perhaps later he could exchange this information for something he needed. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to try and erase the text above. Only then would others not know the information after arriving here, thus keeping it a top secret only for Bai Xiaochun. After trying once, Bai Xiaochun was delighted to find that the words on the stone tablet, because they had existed for so long, could be partially erased with a little force. He took a few steps forward, intending to erase everything at once, when he suddenly noticed the small text next to the information. This inscription was left by me. Whoever destroys it will be cursed by me, cursed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his body trembled, his hair stood on end, and his hand, touching the stone tablet, felt like it was on a burning stove. He immediately withdrew his hand. The second emperor is too insidious. The writing is too small. You can't see it unless you get close. Besides, you said you didn't want anyone to destroy your inscription. If you increase your magical power, no one will be able to destroy it. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. He didn't want to take the risk. The thought of the word curse terrified him, and he gave up. I only erased a few words. No, it wasn't intentional. Maybe nothing will happen. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then reassured himself, abandoning the idea of destroying the inscription. He obediently followed the instructions on the stone tablet, chanting a spell and pointing at the tablet. The stone tablet vibrated incessantly before flying backward. As it moved away, a cloud of green mist rose from below. Bai Xiaochun had already noticed it and raised his right hand to grab it. Heavenly human soul, it's mine. Just as Bai Xiaochun caught the jade ring containing the heavenly human soul in the trial area outside the burial palace, the stone tablet vibrated, and the light sphere containing Hong Chen Nu lit up. She opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, her light sphere formed a vortex, instantly sucking Hong Chen Nu's figure inside, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed in shock. Hong Chen ancestor has disappeared. She must have completed the trial. This is going to get the heavenly human soul. What a pity. We are not destined for the heavenly human soul. While those around him were expressing their astonishment, Chu Yixing's eyes were filled with joy and excitement as he laughed loudly. Bai Xiaochun, this time you're definitely dead, ha ha. Although I can't do anything to you, I don't believe that even with the heavenly human cultivation of the Hongchen ancestor, I can't kill you. As the people present were whispering to each other, the enormous stone tablet suddenly shook violently. A creaking sound echoed from within, caused by Bai Xiaochun's previous spirit refining. This crack widened, and 7 or 8 more cracks appeared behind it. At the same time, thunder roared in the void, as if an invisible giant was crashing down. The entire trial area shook violently, and those present felt the void about to collapse. Their faces turned pale with fear and unease. What's happening? Is this area about to collapse? Hurry, this place is underground. Once it collapses, we'll all be reduced to dust. The cultivators inside the light sphere were terrified. When the stone tablet shattered, their light sphere also twisted and became unstable, with some cracks even appearing. The cultivators inside could easily tear it apart with a little force. Although they didn't know why the collapse was happening, they thought someone must have triggered some kind of mechanism, causing the underground palace to collapse. If this place collapsed, everyone would be annihilated. Now was not the time to think. Everyone struggling to get out of the light sphere flew around at top speed, trying to find an exit. Chu Yixing also desperately tore through the light sphere that enveloped him, joining the thousands of people here in their search for a way out. As time passed, they despairingly discovered that there was no way out. Chen Zhouocean also stood among the crowd, his breathing heavy, his eyes radiating a terrifying aura. He raised his head and unleashed a heavenly human cultivation strike into the void. Amidst the deafening explosions, the void twisted and warped in the area where Chen Zhouocean struck, forming a depression that quickly closed. The surrounding area collapsed even more violently, Even several stone tablets fell, and the surrounding void began to disintegrate. Some cultivators who couldn't avoid the impact screamed in agony, their bodies torn apart, their forms and spirits utterly destroyed. Chen Zhuoxin's expression changed. Even with all his might, he couldn't shake the place. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, regardless of whether you're from the Great Wall or the barbarian wilderness, attack simultaneously and rush out with me." When Chen Zhuoxin spoke, the people their new time was of the essence. They no longer cared about their own factions, immediately joining forces under Chen Zhuoxin's command and unleashing their divine abilities to bombard the void. The indentation grew larger and larger as the trial ground shook violently. A change occurred within the labyrinth. The previously indestructible labyrinth walls now had cracks, and as these cracks spread outwards, countless faces emerged, screaming in agony, seemingly trying to break free but unable to. The entire underground palace shook violently, the labyrinth transforming into a coffin for those inside. The walls trembled violently, and at this moment, a few survivors remained in the labyrinth. The cultivators and soul cultivators were searching for an exit, their minds shaken, their expressions changing, their spirits on the verge of collapse. Their breathing became erratic, and a strong sense of danger arose within them, as if an earth-shattering calamity was about to occur. Why is this happening? Damn it, I haven't found the exit yet. I don't want to die in this place. In the labyrinth, desperate screams echoed from many places, cries filled with despair and sorrow. The divine calculator was also in the labyrinth, his eyes desperately watching the collapse around him. He even saw countless red-hatted figures screaming in agony. "It's over! It's over!" The divine calculator said bitterly. Not far from the entrance to the trial grounds, Songqiu stood there, laughing tragically. Before the labyrinth collapsed, he realized the exit was ahead, and he had been incredibly excited at that moment. Before he could even step through the exit, a commotion erupted within the labyrinth. "Am I Songqiu, destined to be buried alongside this labyrinth?" Songqiu roared mournfully, his heart filled with resentment but unable to express it. Outside the labyrinth, a clear change was unfolding. At this moment, many people were standing outside. Bai Lin and the other two warlords had already stationed their armies outside the labyrinth's entrance. Similarly, the barbarians had brought hundreds of thousands of natives and soul cultivators, and numerous soul refiners were also watching the labyrinth's entrance. Both sides were stationed on either side of the labyrinth, awaiting the outcome of the struggle for the heavenly human soul inside, preventing major chaos and protecting whoever obtained it. They could only wait, not for anyone to come out, but instead for an earth-shattering transformation. A deafening explosion echoed from within the labyrinth, and everyone's expressions changed. Whether it was Bai Lin or the soul refiners from the savage wilderness, they saw a dazzling light appear within a 1,000-mile radius of the labyrinth. The light spread incessantly, accompanied by deafening explosions. The ground gradually caved in, and countless clouds of dust flew up, obscuring the sun. The cavities spread rapidly, mountains collapsing and exploding violently, the earth shaking as if an earth dragon were turning. Everyone outside, noticing the changes, became tense, anxiously retreating. "Something bad is happening." Bai Lin's heart trembled. He tried to investigate, but the aura released from the collapsing ground unsettled them. It felt as if they would be sucked in if they approached. At this moment, as the ground collapsed, a 1,000-mile radius formed a forbidden zone, which continuously expanded outwards. What's happening inside? On the barbarian wilderness side, the high-ranking soul refiners were terrified, their faces still filled with panic and unease as they retreated. The ground collapsed with incredibly terrifying force. Cultivators facing the might of nature were merely insignificant insects. At this moment, both sides were tense and terrified. The third level of the underground palace, the burial chamber whereby Xiaochun was standing, also showed signs of collapse. To be precise, this burial chamber was the root of all collapses. The moment Bai Xiaochun grasped the jade ring, the entire burial chamber began to tremble. The surrounding statues creaked and began to crumble. Even the skull of one statue fell, the entire ground shook, and cracks like a spiderweb appeared. The surrounding walls were also affected. After cracks appeared, the altar swayed precariously, especially the golden dragon's radiance, which was twisting and turning. Even the high ceiling of the burial chamber was falling, and thunderous explosions echoed everywhere. Dust and debris poured down in streams, everything proving the collapse of the underground palace. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Everything happened too suddenly. He was unprepared, and his heart was greatly shaken. He was about to retreat when, at that moment, in a secluded area to the left of the altar, a teleportation aura appeared. As soon as the aura appeared, a red figure rushed out. The surrounding area began to collapse. Suddenly, a large statue nearby broke in half and fell right onto the figure. The red figure swung her hand, and with a bang, half of the statue shattered into countless tiny pieces. After the dust cleared, the red figure flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun on the altar. Hong Chen knew. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He recognized the red figure that had just teleported there. It was Hong Chen Nu, a celestial being from the savage wilderness. Hong Chen Nu's expression was grim, her eyes blazing with anger. She hadn't understood much before, but after completing her trials, she was teleported to this area. Upon entering, she found everything collapsing around her and was momentarily confused. However, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, especially the jade bracelet shrouded in green mist, the heavenly human soul, she instantly understood. She wasn't first, Bai Xiaochun was. He arrived before her and seized the heavenly human soul. How dare you? You have no right to call me Hong Chen Nu. Bai Xiaochun, you dare to steal the treasure of the burial palace. You want to die. Hong Chen Nu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, her voice sharp and piercing, like a sharp sword piercing Bai Xiaochun's heart, directly striking his mind. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled as if struck by a sledgehammer. He recoiled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. A bone-chilling cold spread from his spine to his head, his whole body shaking, his mind unsettled. He felt death looming over him. It's over. Bai Xiaochun's head buzzed. He knew how much the barbarians hated him. Images of the great battle on the battlefield flashed through his mind, Hong Chen Nu relentlessly announcing bounties and staring intently at him, eyes filled with hatred, as if she wanted to devour him alive. His body trembled. Facing this life-or-death situation, his mind was miraculously sharp. He glanced at the stone tablet, hesitated, then raised his right hand and stroked it. He erased the small inscription warning that erasing writing would incur a curse. Hong Chen Nu watched Bai Xiaochun's action as if erasing a secret inscription on the stone tablet. Hong Chen Nu's eyes narrowed. She raised her right hand and swung it forcefully towards Bai Xiaochun. A storm erupted, and the area around Bai Xiaochun exploded. Sister Hong Chen, please listen to my explanation. Bai Xiaochun cried out miserably, spitting out blood. His body was swept away, but because the distance between him and the stone tablet was too close, the small inscription was successfully erased. At this moment, his words carried a hint of flattery. He had no choice, after all. She was a celestial being. He retreated instantly. The altar beneath Bai Xiaochun's feet, struck by Hong Chen Nu's powerful blow, collapsed into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Some of these fragments struck Bai Xiaochun, causing him to spit out blood, his face pale, his scalp feeling as if it were cracking. Murder! Bai Xiaochun trembled, dodging and fleeing frantically. Just thinking about being on the third floor with Hong Chen Nu, she was like a raging, savage dragon unleashing its wild fury, and he was a weak little rabbit vulnerable to her brutal assault. He might not even have the chance to be reduced to a withered flower. He feared his life would be lost thinking of this. Bai Xiaochun screamed in agony, his heart filled with boundless fear. At this moment, he deeply regretted entering this place, regretting not possessing the heavenly human soul, and regretting why he had focused so much on cultivating his spiritual power and achieving the top position. Hopefully, Hong Chen Nu's curiosity is strong enough to notice my actions just now, and after reading it, she destroyed the stone tablet. Bai Xiaochun prayed inwardly, his voice filled with despair. I didn't intentionally try to steal your #1 position, Hong Chen sister. Please don't misunderstand. Bai Xiaochun trembled as he spoke, the altar behind him exploding with earth-shattering force. At that moment, the floating stone tablet began to crack and shatter. In an instant, Hong Chen Nu's figure appeared beside the stone tablet, her eyes fixed on the inscription. Hong Chen Nu's body tensed, even with her cultivation. She was breathing heavily, her eyes gleaming with a strange light, as if she were deeply moved by the content. While Hong Chen Nu was captivated by the stone tablet, Bai Xiaochun immediately retreated, his heart filled with terror, tears welling up in his eyes. He wanted to find an exit, but although the burial palace was on the verge of collapse, no exit appeared. Damn it, where's the exit? There must be an exit here. The second great emperor left behind the heavenly human soul, so he must have arranged an exit. Otherwise, why would he leave the heavenly human soul here? Bai Xiaochun was worried, his eyes bloodshot. He refused to give up searching for an exit, shouting loudly and unleashing his fastest speed, directly employing the Immortal Forbidden's technique. He intended to use the Immortal Forbidden's technique's ability to merge with heaven and earth to pierce through the formation's power and leave this place. He had tried this technique in the labyrinth before but failed. Now that this place had collapsed, Bai Xiaochun was worried and could only try once. As he activated the Immortal Forbidden's technique and took a step forward, Hong Chen snorted coldly, her gaze shifting from the stone tablet. She raised her right hand and swung it forcefully towards Bai Xiaochun. Want to run? With a wave of her hand, imbued with the immense power of a celestial being, she seemed to replace the burial palace, creating a seal and barrier that concentrated on Bai Xiaochun. Then, she unleashed a claw attack. Under the power of this single claw, Bai Xiaochun's Immortal Forbidden's technique was shattered. It felt as if a massive mountain had crashed down on him. He even felt the surrounding void pressing down, his bones creaking, and he spat out fresh blood, his Immortal Forbidden's technique severed. Fortunately, he had thick skin and flesh. While struggling, he threw out many spirit-refined magic treasures, controlling them to explode. More than 10 magic treasures, each refined at least 3 times and at most 6 times, simultaneously self-destructed, instantly forming a storm that enveloped the surroundings. Only then did the void loosen, and Bai Xiaochun desperately retreated. As he left the area, his body trembled as if he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. He hurriedly shouted, "Sister Hong Chen, can I give you the heavenly human soul? Let's take things slowly." Hong Chen turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. She didn't think much of it. Although she noticed the words Bai Xiaochun had erased, she didn't know what was written there, but she saw that other areas had been partially erased. Yet it wasn't difficult to understand what was written. Especially seeing the precise method for using the heavenly human soul, even she was tempted. She hadn't known about this before, but today her eyes lit up. She knew information that others couldn't. So she raised her right hand and struck the stone tablet. The stone tablet shattered, and the information on it vanished into thin air. "It's too late!" Hong Chen exclaimed, instantly appearing before Bai Xiaochun. The heavenly human soul was the first priority, silencing him was the second, and her hatred for Bai Xiaochun was the third. Whatever the reason, she absolutely had to kill Bai Xiaochun. When Hong Chen shattered the stone tablet, it activated some kind of forbidden spell. At that moment, the golden dragon high above, which had been slowly disappearing, opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, the light emanating from the small holes instantly changed direction, constantly sweeping across the collapsing burial palace. Because the small holes changed the direction of the light, the golden dragon vanished, and the entire burial palace was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. These rays of light rapidly transformed, many of them targeting Hong Chen, causing her mind to tremble violently. The radiance contained corrosive power. Hong Chen's clothes quickly dissolved, revealing her fair skin, which was dotted with red spots. These red spots dissolved quickly, requiring cultivation to neutralize them. It seemed even magical artifacts were ineffective. Hong Chen even tried to destroy the small holes with a wave of her hand, but failed, instead drawing more rays of light towards her. Hong Chen screamed in agony and dodged quickly. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He had no time to admire Hong Chen's body. He noticed that many rays of light were aimed at him, causing him only minimal damage. A curse! This is a curse! Although I've removed some of it, Hong Chen is the mastermind behind it. Emperor Kui is wise. Bai Xiaochun's spirit trembled, his heart filled with smug flattery. Before Bai Xiaochun could rejoice for too long, Hong Chen's entire body was enveloped in red mist and flew straight towards him. The light that shot towards her was quickly absorbed by the red mist, which still propelled Hong Chen through the burial palace. She wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was terrified and screamed in agony. "Second great emperor, your curse won't work." Bai Xiaochun grumbled inwardly. He unleashed his ultimate speed, displaying a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Boom! His body transformed into a blur. As Hong Chen approached, he narrowly avoided her attack. Although she appeared to be dodging, Hong Chen, being a celestial being, unleashed an aura that Bai Xiaochun, with his golden core great perfection cultivation, could not withstand. Amidst a deafening explosion, Bai Xiaochun spat out blood, his eyes filled with despair. He could find no escape. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to his death. Not slow at all. Hong Chen-nu coldly observed Bai Xiaochun, taking a step forward. This step resembled the divine ability of shrinking the ground into inches, and she instantly appeared before him. Bai Xiaochun's hair stood on end. He screamed and retreated. At that moment, a change occurred. The entire burial palace shook violently, far more intensely than before, and this time all the statues collapsed simultaneously. In an instant, a teleportation force emanated from within the burial palace, spreading outwards, as if a teleportation array was activating. Not only in the burial ground, but also in the trial grounds and the labyrinth, teleportation forces appeared, seemingly in preparation, and it seemed they would officially open soon. Once opened, they would teleport everyone out. Obviously, this is the exit. For others, the exit was a chance for survival, but for Bai Xiaochun, the exit was nothing short of death, because Hong Chen-nu would certainly not give him the opportunity to teleport out. As the teleportation force appeared, disrupting the surrounding void and cutting off Hong Chen-nu's shrinking ground into inches technique, she discovered a teleportation array within the burial palace. Her eyes flashed with determination as she charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun again. Several beams of light struck her, causing considerable harm, especially the red dots that inflicted excruciating pain. She had to rely on her cultivation to neutralize and suppress them. If the situation worsened, it would put her at a disadvantage, forcing her to use red mist to protect herself. Bai Xiaochun escaped, taking advantage of the opportunity to take a few divine body pills and put them in his mouth. He retreated, his speed incredibly fast, but too slow in Hong Chen-nu's eyes. In an instant, Hong Chen-nu appeared before Bai Xiaochun, raising her right hand and pointing a finger at him. This seemingly casual gesture concealed a murderous intent of utter annihilation. At this moment, it was a true life-or-death crisis. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed red and bloodshot. In this life-or-death situation, he immediately roared, betting everything on himself. He knew he had no way out at this moment. He could only fight her to the death. Bai Xiaochun understood that his only chance of survival was to buy time. As long as he could hold out until the teleportation array opened, his life would be spared. "I'll fight you to the death," Bai Xiaochun roared angrily, fully activating the immortal longevity technique. The immortal golden skin, immortal diamond, and immortal muscles all erupted. He raised his right hand, clenching the fingers to attack Hong Chen-nu. He used the throat-shattering lock. A loud explosion erupted, and Bai Xiaochun's agonizing scream echoed throughout the burial palace. His right hand was seized by Hong Chen-nu, who, with a contemptuous smile, squeezed it hard. Crack! Two of Bai Xiaochun's right fingers were broken. She lifted her hand, and immense force struck Bai Xiaochun's body. No matter how powerful Bai Xiaochun's immortal longevity technique was, even with Hong Chen-nu's cultivation suppressed, his body still cracked, bones shattered, and flesh and blood splattered. His immortal longevity technique was shattered. Bai Xiaochun was severely wounded, his body flying away like a kite with a broken string. Indeed, thick skin and flesh, still alive. Hong Chen-nu sneered, advancing to extinguish Bai Xiaochun's last glimmer of life. Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling his injuries were severe, his life force about to be extinguished. As his body flew away, he bit into a divine body pill. A surge of life force enveloped his entire body, and all his injuries healed at an incredibly rapid pace. Just as he recovered, Hong Chen-nu appeared before Bai Xiaochun, pointing a finger. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation exploded with immense power, his eyes turning crimson, even blood trickling from the corners. He let out a loud roar, his internal cold energy erupting violently. He unleashed all his spiritual power, instantly filling the surrounding area with icy coldness, transforming the entire burial palace into a realm of freezing cold. At the same time, without time to think, Bai Xiaochun turned and fled. While it sounds lengthy in description, it all happened in a flash. As Bai Xiaochun unleashed his cold energy, Hong Chen-nu's gaze held a look of disdain. She knew Bai Xiaochun was trying to stall for time, and she was confident she could let him succeed in stalling with her heavenly human power. If she could, she might as well find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. As the icy air rushed towards her face, Hong Chen-nu raised her hand and pointed a finger downwards. The moment she pointed, the surrounding icy air collapsed upon impact with her finger, leaving nothing behind. Her finger pierced through the void, directly appearing before Bai Xiaochun. Just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow, the red mist vanished too quickly, and streaks of light approached, forcing Hong Chen-nu to divert her attention to use the red mist to block the corrosive red light. She had to divert some of her cultivation to counteract it, thus only using 3 or 4/10 of her cultivation to kill Bai Xiaochun. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Xiaochun's eye. Unable to dodge in time, he immediately roared and unleashed a mountain-shattering charge. A loud explosion rang out, and Bai Xiaochun cried out in pain. His body was sent flying, crashing into the wall. His bones shattered, and his life force was on the verge of extinguishing. However, in an instant, because Bai Xiaochun had consumed several divine body pills, a massive surge of life force enveloped his body, healing his injuries. He recovered completely. As Hong Chen-nu approached, Bai Xiaochun dodged swiftly, his appearance still vibrant and energetic. For the first time, Hong Chen-nu frowned. She coldly snorted, withdrawing some of her mist and suppressing her aura. She wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun immediately. "I don't believe that if I kill you, you can still come back to life." This palm strike transformed into an incredibly terrifying palm print, directly pressing down on Bai Xiaochun. Wherever it passed, the void twisted, and the power of the heavenly human erupted, even more powerful than before. "Old woman Hong Chen, your grandpa Bai won't die so easily." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and in an instant, the palm print approached. He raised his right hand, and the eternal night umbrella appeared, 9 silver clouds flashing before him. Bai Xiaochun unfolded the eternal night umbrella, and the grinning demonic face on the umbrella transformed continuously. Without stopping, Bai Xiaochun directly activated the eternal night umbrella. He also took out countless talismans and pasted them on himself. At this moment, his mind was blank. He had only one desire: to buy time. The moment the eternal night umbrella unfolded, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Hong Chen-nu's palm strike hit the eternal night umbrella directly. In the deafening explosion, the eternal night umbrella emitted an unbearable creaking sound, showing signs of shattering. Even the demonic face screamed in agony, and cracks appeared in the umbrella, threatening to break it completely. As the explosion rang out, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. Without time to grieve, he retrieved the umbrella, his body recoiling. The talismans also activated an astonishing light screen, so thick that the inner palace couldn't contain it, directly spreading outwards and colliding with Hong Chen-nu's palm strike. Boom! 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 The talisman collapsed extremely quickly. Suddenly, the light screen shattered, and Hong Chen-nu's palm print dimmed rapidly. In just a few breaths, the talisman finally shattered, and Hong Chen-nu's palm print shrank and dimmed to the extreme. After striking Bai Xiaochun, it only caused him to spit out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. The divine void pill in his body surged with vitality, and his injuries healed quickly. Everything seemed simple, but in reality, Bai Lin was heartbroken by the value of the talisman. This action was no different from spending an enormous sum of money just to block a single palm strike.